it, right? I don't like scandals. I think the only thing that has been
Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the his talking point. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. I literally said they need to understand.
Like this. If they want to be witches, it's called Stanley versus the world.
You just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you. What do I do? Okay.
Peace. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to I Mix What I Like. Again, I'm Jared Ball, very happy to be your host, and I'm very, very happy to be hosting this particular discussion, something some of you have heard me talk a little bit about here and there.
I'm going to say all
that. Talk about this new book with the author who's joining us here today, Professor Marcel Rosa-Salas, who is the author of Total Market American, Race, Data, and Advertising. One, big congratulations on the book.
Thank you.
I love it. I think you've done something remarkable here. But welcome, and please, if you would say a word or two about who you are and what start with the initial question. What brought you to this topic? But yeah,
yes.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. And this is high praise coming from you, because as you know, your work is cited in the book and was such a big inspiration and ideas that I drew from consistently. So thank you for laying some of the groundwork for me throughout the process. Yes, so I'm Marcel Rosa-Salas. How do I describe myself? Proud Brooklynite. I'm a mother, daughter, partner, friend, anthropologist, filmmaker, ex-professor, transition out of academia for many reasons we could talk about if you want, but now I'm involved in a bunch of different like entrepreneurial endeavors. So this book is kind of my last chapter in academia and my life in that realm of the world. This book, Total Market American, is really a conversation with myself in a lot of ways. And I always go back to childhood and some of, the childhood fixations and obsessions that maybe we had sort of bubble up into what we're doing in the present day. And I really think that this book is the manifestation of so many questions that have been on my mind since childhood. But to give a bit of an overview about the book itself, it really focuses on a part of advertising that most of us never get exposure to, but I think really has a profound impact on all of us. And that's really the behind the scenes labor, particularly in research and strategy, that ultimately gets to decide who is imagined as a target consumer and how this kind of labor of decision making and theorizing is done. So I think there's been so much amazing scholarship in the past that has asked really important questions and have done really phenomenal analyses about images, commercial images, and sort of the information about race that we receive from advertising. I have an industry background in advertising and marketing as well. So given that background that I had, when I started doing the research, I wanted to go a layer deeper and ask a different question, which I think the book addresses throughout, which is how do racial representations that we see in advertising in the end product, how do those get manufactured and made in the first place? And so that question that I had led me inside ad agencies and media agencies, also a host of different kinds of industry conferences all across the US. And I spent time studying and doing the work, ultimately, alongside the people that are called brand strategists and media planners. Their job is to essentially do a bunch of social theorizing to make human beings legible to corporations. And they conduct a bunch of research and analysis about people and translate it into what is known in like industry jargon as consumer insights. And these consumer insights then become sort of the conceptual direction of ad campaigns. And so the book itself traces how theories about race get turned into commercial expertise within the American advertising industry. I could talk a bit about what led me to the work, but I'll stop there to see.
No, I do want you to. I do want you to, because, and I'm assuming that would have to include some discussion of the internships and the conferences, because I thought that was. I don't know. I found like I think I was having a kind of positive jealousy about that. Like I because it seems like, and then maybe you can it seems like in reading your book that you were much earlier on in being clear about where you wanted to go with your work, certainly than I was. So you seem to have laid out, and I loved the methodology. So I definitely wanted you to talk about that, because I certainly never interned at ad agencies and went to some of these conferences you talk about, which I definitely want to come back to as well. So yeah, please talk about what led you to it, and if you would, some of that experience, because it's fascinating.
Thank you. Yeah, the field work was quite a journey, but as I mentioned before, I did have previous work experience at big brands. One of my first jobs out after undergraduate was at Red Bull, and my role was a culture marketing manager. So my job was to, and Red Bull's a really fascinating, kind of like pioneering brand in the contemporary.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this pop-up show. I actually wasn't going to do a show today. I know I had one scheduled, but I was feeling a bit under the weather. But I guess the old man nap recharged me, at least for a little while. This particular video is fascinating. She's talking about how ad agencies market to different types of demographics. The concentration is going to be on minorities, not just blacks, but mostly blacks. So it's actually a fascinating hour. And I think it was an hour. I was truly spellbound. And let's see here. How long is this? Oh, actually, it's an hour and a half, but I'll stop it and comment as need be, but it was totally fascinating. The guy here is Dr. Jared Ball. I know him from a earlier incarnation on Black Power Media. Apparently, Black Liberation Media spun off from Black Power Media. And he has his own personal channel, which is called I Mix What I Like. I highly recommend this dude. He's a leftist, but I don't know. He's like a bourgeois leftist, which is kind of a contradiction in terms. He's a professor at Morgan State University, and he teaches communications in the communications and African. He's in the communications department, but he also teaches in the African American Studies department. His specialty is actually propaganda, that type of communications. So anyway, what is advertising but propaganda? So anyway, I loved it. I kind of rarely watch long YouTube videos these days. I get bored after about 30 minutes. I watched all of this. It was just fascinating. So enjoy the ride. After this, JP showed up at Candy Cane's show. Well, CT came first, and I don't know, maybe he emailed JP or something, but JP is holding forth on Candy Cane's show right now. Now, the good news is she's given permission to show it. I just need to make sure I credit her. So I'll drop her link and all that stuff to her channel. And I highly recommend her channel. She is lovely. The way she conducts her panels is very professional. She's also really good looking, but I wasn't supposed to mention that. But anyway, we'll get some CT and JP fuckery, and they just popped up. CT says he was channel surfing and saw she was live, so we get a Saturday night special. So so let's go ahead and do this. Hit the link if you're out there. Feel free to do it. And by the way, shout out to Mike123, who actually, he pretty much sponsored the show. I'll say he and DiCapriono are the sponsors, and I'll put the signage up in a bit. But shout out to DiCapriono, shout out to Mike123, my frenemy.
Capitalist propaganda space as it comes to brand, not only selling product, but becoming a whole media empire where the product is second to the brand story and the people that they want to represent the product.
No, and in world football, they even talk about Red Bull's influence as a culture of football. It's way past a product. Yeah.
Yes. So that was like my marketing training ground. And it also burned me out entirely and kind of propelled me to do my PhD. But I think that I knew that if I wanted to understand how the kind of the racial epistemology of advertising, how it functioned, I knew that I had to do the work. And I also knew that in advertising, anthropology as a discipline and sort of the mystique that it has about understanding cultures and behaviors and kind of the take it for granted norms, corporations really like that. It's a very seductive promise, anthropology and ethnography. It's really been taken up, whether we want to say it's actually anthropology or not. I'm not very precious about that, but that kind of gave me entry point. Being a PhD student at NYU doing culture anthropology was actually helped me gain access into a lot of the internships because I was able to actually position myself as an intern, an unpaid intern. So kind of a value exchange, if you will. So that worked in my favor as a researcher for sure. But I think that the interest in multicultural advertising and kind of like the racial dimensions of advertising, as I said, started in childhood. Like it goes really far back for me.
I know, right? Because fashion plate, right?
Yes, nameplates. I think too much to my parents' like dismay, I was like a very brand obsessed kid, like hyper materialistic. And my parents, they joke about this, they laugh about this a lot because the obsession with consumer culture at such a young age was veering on the level of absurdity that my parents were like, where's this coming from? But I think I always point to this example when I talk about the genesis of this work, because I think it speaks to just how deeply I was feeling the emotions and kind of the psychological transformation that advertising exists to elicit. And I was experiencing that as some of my earliest, most formative memories. And I also had a sense, though, that there were people behind this. And so from a very early age, I was curious about who are these people that have the power to make me feel things about Folgers and make my mom beg my mom in the grocery store to buy Folgers. So there's that piece of brand culture being this kind of salient part of how I understood my place in the world and kind of these enduring questions about who am I and where do I belong. For me, brands and advertising have always been that cultural material that have been very predominant in how I understand myself, and kind of unpacking the messiness of that as I sort of become.
I honestly think that this could only happen. She's fairly young. This can only happen in the internet age. I remember growing up in the 70s and 80s. I graduated from high school in 83. there was TV and there were commercials. Say, you get up on a Saturday and you'd be watching like 6 or 7 hours of cartoons. um, but most of the advertising that I remember would be for cereal and Pop Tarts and stuff like that. Um, the really and there would be toy commercials maybe as you got closer to Christmas, but most of the actual, I mean, today is like oh, sorry about that. You know what? I'm listening to Candy Cane show on my phone. Today is like TV times 100. Kids are just bombarded with the advertising, the subliminal stuff, and then the way social media platforms are designed. It's to make people addicted to them. So I can tell you from personal experience. I think, to be honest, my son was surprisingly growing up, surprisingly not really that materialistic until, getting closer to high school. He kept bugging me for a phone, and I gave him my old phone. He basically used my old phone, probably till I think his grandpa, he and his grandpa went behind my back, basically. And grandpa bought him like an iPhone 13 Pro. It was like the top of the line fucking phone. And dude, I was annoyed to hell. Like, why would you get like a senior or junior in high school a fucking iPhone Pro? What are you, crazy? My life was good until that iPhone showed up. But anyway, I think actually living up in the mountains, there was just a lot to do outdoors. And even today, living in a small Georgia town, I think it's easier to kind of protect kids from, a high level of advertising and all that sort of stuff. It's impossible to avoid it altogether, but I think it just gets easier living more rural. But that it's my opinion.
Much more
What's up,
aware
CK?
and political around my like sort of consciousness of capitalism and class consciousness. But there's that piece. But I think there's also this which I don't really address that. I address partially in the book, but I think it's this kind of ongoing ambivalence and questions about my own racial identity and my own confusion about where I belong in U.S. racial cosmology, if you want to call it that. I'm from New York, as I probably proudly proclaimed as one of the first things I said on here.
Well, Brooklyn specifically, of course. Right?
You can't. You have to kind of have to claim it. Brooklyn, born and raised. So that's kind of like my first identity. But my parents, I have ancestry in Puerto Rico. So there's this idea about Puerto Ricanness that gets kind of filtered through this experience of New York as being an extension of Puerto Rico, but also very disconnected to the island itself. And so I've always been felt quite like ambivalent about categories that the state has placed me in, like Hispanic or Latina. They've never really resonated with me, for all that many of these categories kind of obscure and oversimplify and flatten. But I've always felt quite frustrated that I've been forced to ascribe myself an identity so defined by colonialism, by anti-Blackness, by anti-indigeneity. And I've never really wanted anything to do with it. So I think these personal questions I've had for my whole life about how do these categories get their taken for granted power? How do we get trained to understand Hispanicness, right? If we want to call it that in my case, as natural instead of historically and politically made? And what role does our consumer culture have to play in making these categories feel, a part of my sense of self? So that's kind of the personal piece. And then that led me into some of my undergraduate studies where I was trying to figure out from a practical standpoint, how do I apply these interests that I have into a job? And so that's when I literally did a Google search one day, right when I was about to become a senior in college, and came across multicultural marketing as an industry, came upon a bunch of different PDF reports proclaiming, facts and figures about who Latinas are, how they behave, how they think. And I was taken aback that there was an entire corporate industry of knowledge production that existed basically to sell with certainty facts and figures to Coca-Cola, to McDonald's, to get people like me to buy more Coca-Cola and McDonald's. So that was the impetus that made me then pursue an internship as an undergraduate at a multicultural advertising agency. That's where I got my legs in understanding that strategy as a corporate cultural form of work even existed, that there were workers within advertising whose job it was to be racial theorists in a sense. And that really set me on my path to.
Oh, by the way, who knows? I actually have a bunch of beer. We may or may not get to John Galt's time up on Izzy Band's panel today. John got his ass handed to him, quite frankly. And, he was up there with JP and Angry Man. And then, of course, Izzy was there as the host. And John got properly handled. I was actually pretty impressed with how Izzy Bands just, dealt with John today. I think John might even be live right now, licking his wounds, and then all his little flunkies, his little winged monkeys are up on the panel with him. His winged monkeys were in Izzy Band's chat, and they were getting their asses beat up pretty bad too. So, I was actually, there were some laugh out loud moments between Izzy and even the Angry Man, who I'm not particularly a big fan of, but the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So I was pro Angry Man today.
The book that we have finally published as of October.
And I should say Duke University Press. So, and again, congratulations on that. Even though you've wrote, I guess you don't care anymore leaving academia.
What's up, JB?
But I still think it's important to note. And I started thinking, the whole Brooklyn and hip hop. I started thinking of the Jay-Z, grand opening, grand closing. Like you've, dropped this incredible work, and then it's like I'm out, and then I'm moving, I'm moving on to bigger. Yeah, exactly. And it is a mic drop. The book. So as I always want to start, I increasingly like to say as just to ease my own stress and just to remind people that for whatever failings occur in my interview of our guest, please don't let that deter you from checking out.
Hey, Stanley.
Pretty good. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm all right. Did you hear how Master Kim and Mike 123 were talking about you on John's channel?
No.
And I went off on John for you.
Oh, good. But to be honest, look, John got his ass handed to him on Izzy Band's channel, so I guess he was just, kind of like a mad hornet, once he got back to his channel. To be honest, I don't really watch John's show. I don't subscribe to it. And really the only reason I even know somebody on a Discord, I'm on a few Discord servers. Someone told me that John Galt was on Izzy Bands, and someone also told me that John was talking about me. And you know what? My response when I heard John was talking about me was like, yeah, well, you know what? It's par for the course. And John's just kind of demented.
Yeah.
I just got, I'll leave that. I'll let that, let that rest. I don't need to respond.
Yeah, I went off on them for you.
Well, that was nice of you.
No
You didn't call me
problem.
you didn't call me the hard ER, did you?
No, I called him that. I called him a crackhead and everything, man.
Well, we might have to watch that too.
Yeah,
I've got JP and CT. Of course, John sometimes puts his stuff, behind a paywall.
Yeah,
But you know what? Look,
if you don't want to see it, then yeah, I'll see it.
Well, no. I want to see it. I don't, at this point in time, John's not going to recover. He's just bitter, and I can't figure out why.
Hey, Stanley, can I drop out and come back in? My audio is messing up.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
Out the book and seeing for yourself how good it is. So I just don't want anybody to be like, oh, Jared, his interview, he didn't, something wrong with him, and then so please read the book. It is phenomenally researched and written, and you make so many important points that and in fact, let's start with one of the ones you just sort of touched on. This relationship, how did I write it here? How does your work engage or define or interpret the overlaps in settler colonialism, advertising, and racial construction? The American advertising's racial information system, as you describe it.
Yes.
How does that work exactly? And I just want to. And even in your a part of the title of this is it chapter 2 is the production of racial expertise, like based on these settler colonially inspired racial categories. So yeah, could you talk a little bit about this overlap of settler colonialism, advertising, and racial construction?
Yes, sure. So again, for every campaign, every ad made, that we see on YouTube that we quickly, skip, there is a group of people who sit in meetings day after day and labor over decision making and questions about who will be considered a target consumer of that particular piece of media, and also where that media is placed. So there's the advertising creative agency piece where the brand strategist exists, and their role is to compile and do research of a variety of different methodologies. And then there's the media planners at media agencies who basically do that process again, but decide where is the best channel for an advertisement to be placed so it's seen by the target audience. So a huge part of the research for the book takes place in this division of the industry, where a lot of their work, as I said earlier, is devoted to this type of corporatized social theorizing about humanity, about what it means to be human, about the significance and meaning and placement of brands in people's lives. This is conducted through dedicated efforts at research and measurement, and essentially these kinds of
I don't know, she may get into the main thing and I might not even watch it through. I watched the whole thing through and I was fascinated. There is one point that she makes that, I guess everybody kind of knows, but it, having it said so bluntly, definitely caught my attention. Let me see if it's in the next couple minutes. If not, I'll just talk about it a bit and move on.
Dossiers of information are presented in slide decks and PDF reports about attempts to get into people's inner world, into their fears and motivations, and put them to use into the creative storytelling of advertisement. And ultimately, the quest is to make persuasion more scalable and more effective. So we know that advertising in the US can't escape the racialized social world it exists in. And because of this, it has inherited what I've observed and what I've practiced as someone who's interned in the industry. It's inherited this very race-forward common sense that assumes that groups are essentially different in ways that are measurable and predictable. And obviously, advertising didn't invent this, but it operationalizes it and it puts it to work for brands. So when I talk about the advertising industry's racial information system, what I'm referring to is multidimensional. It's ecosystems of people, of the theories they use, of the technologies and the practices that turn racial theories into market knowledge that then circulates as expertise to advertisers and other important stakeholders, whether that's brand managers, a bunch of different people within the ecosystem. So these kinds of racial theories about what it means to be human and ultimately who people are, their cultural practices, what they want, they get professionalized and commodified in American advertising for this quest of getting consumers to do what corporations want, which is view that video, click that ad, buy that product. And so it shows up in a lot of the work that you're familiar with in terms of these kind of audience measurement reports, the buying power reports, the Nielsen's, the Selig reports of the world, the Pew Research Centers even. So audience rating and segmentation data, these proprietary agency research that sometimes multicultural agencies develop and sell to promote their expertise and services to brands. Trend reports, what else? Software that has kind of racial logics, consumer research software that has racial logics built into how data is cut up and then is able to be used by strategists. So when I think about the overlap between settler colonialism and advertising and this kind of production of racial categories, I keep coming back to this obsession with classification and how classifications aren't just a way to describe people. We know that it's not like an innocent practice. It's a governing technology. Once you can name, count, and sort people, you can then build a hierarchy that gets then transplanted and built into the infrastructure of everyday life. And that ultimately determines who gets rights and resources and ultimately whose life is treated as expendable. So
what's up, Speak Radio? You know, I used to have a sweatshirt like this young man's wear. Shit, I still do have that hoodie, that gray polo hoodie. I bought it like fucking literally back in like 1997. The damn thing's 30 years old. This is, like I said, I don't think there's anything in here that would be new to anyone who's, you know, an adult, like maybe 40 or above. But it's kind of funny. I actually think growing up, when I did, maybe people up to, you know, as young as 50, I actually think we have kind of like a natural defense against social media. I mean, I personally can remember when, you know, TV commercials were kind of it. And, you know, usually what would happen during the commercials, you'd get up and go to the refrigerator or something just to avoid commercials. I have an abhorrence of commercials. I mean, to the extent that, you know, before I even started doing a YouTube show, I've had YouTube Premium for almost as long as it's existed because I hate commercials. I will literally, unless occasionally there'll be something that I'm interested in watching a whole commercial through. I'm much more apt to kind of get interested in a magazine advertisement than a video advertisement. So I guess it is interesting to someone like me to see kind of how they've turned this whole thing into a data science. That's essentially what it is. But I just chuckle through some of it because none of this shit affects me. Well, I mean, skipping would be you get up and go get something from the fridge, while the commercial was on.
I think that advertising is part of this system of racial knowledge production that is part of reproducing this seemingly.
Oh, by the way, Speak Radio, CT showed up on Candy Cane's panel. He was just kind of channel hopping. So it wound up being kind of interesting. And then he must have emailed JP or something like that. So JP actually wound up coming up, and he might even still be there on Candy Cane's panel, which we're going to watch at some point. You know, she's given, all the content creators in the audience permission to use it. It was, she's actually really good. She's a really good host, possibly the best host I've come across. And I've come across some good ones. I think she's even better than Nightish.
Naturalness of racial categories and giving them this kind of like institutional power and heft to make them look rational, normal, and
not if you have YouTube Premium.
Racial categories can't be separated from capitalism. Capitalism has always had a stake in the practice and the labor of racial theorizing. And so to me, it's no surprise that American advertising, the very business infrastructure as we know of it, is built on a racially segregated vision of the American public.
No, absolutely. And there are so many overlaps in terms of the politics, the funding, the ideology involved in the trajectory of the research, in advertising, in psychological warfare, there's everything in between. So So I messed up again because I intended to do this at the beginning, but as we record this, it's the day after Steve Biko's birthday, and Biko, of course, the Azanian or South African legendary freedom fighter who wrote "I Write What I Like," a column whose name I pay homage to with "I Mix What I Like" for several puns, including my own racial mixture. But he wrote. I just was thinking about him in advance of our discussion and was just, thumbing through this collection, "I Write What I Like," and almost haphazard, just sort of going through notes I had and found two things that he said here real quick, 50 some odd years ago, that I think fit very well into what you've already said and what I'm inviting you to talk more about. But just quickly, he said, we believe that alongside, he's talking about the role of the press in struggle here. And he says, we believe that alongside Radio Bantu, most of the, he said, I'm sorry. SASO, that is the South African Students Organization he was working with, rejects the press and believes in having as little to do with it as possible. The press is largely directed at white society or the so-called electorate, whose values are laced with racial prejudice against Black people. Equally, SASO rejects the Black press, which up to now has been largely controlled and some of it financed by government institutions. We believe alongside Radio Bantu, most of the Black press is being used as instruments of propaganda to get people to swallow most of the unbalanced and inflated stories about what the government is doing for the Bantus or for the Indians or for the coloreds. So I thought that was interesting in terms of not only his recognition as I would understand it in the context of our discussion, that advertising and political ruling elites have so much more to do with the content of commercial press, black, white, or other, or Hispanic marketing media, as you talk about as well. And that they're very much interested in maintaining those colonially inspired categories of, in his case, Black, Indian, and colored, which you are talking a lot about in your work as well. And then just lastly, he says he's talked about why Black consciousness was so important in rejecting the colonial definitions of Black in South Africa. And he says, these are concepts which the Black consciousness approach wishes to eradicate from the Black man's mind before our society is driven to chaos by irresponsible people from Coca-Cola and hamburger cultural backgrounds. So again, I just thought it was interesting, even unintentionally, Biko was speaking 50 years in advance of so much of what you and so many of the others that you cite in your book are dealing with, that we have, that and I did want you to say, if you would, another word or two about that so much of what Biko was saying then is in response to categorization inspired by colonization to better determine, in other words, to better define phenomena and have it act in the desired manner, as Huey Newton and them said, right? But if you have the power to define people as specific racial categories and what it means to be in those racialized categories, then it's easier to predict from their point of view.
By the way, I really just thought of this. This is literally a description of systemic racism. If you have the apparatus, the infrastructure to basically go in and predict behavior, of a certain racial group or, just a certain demographic group, that's literally systemic racism. And these idiots like Thomas Sowell and Glenn Lowry and all these anti-black blacks, they are always asking people for examples of systemic racism, and it's literally sitting right under their nose.
View what the behavior would be that you can then market to have better results and impact on your advertising. So working back from what I just said, does that make sense? And how does your work support that or challenge what I've just said or add to what Biko was saying 50 years ago?
Yeah, thank you for that. We know that racial categories have always been about prediction, creating these containers of meaning to create order, hierarchy, and control, and ultimately use these types of theories about what it means to be human as a conceptual shortcut so that we can, with some degree of certainty, we believe, know where to place people before they even have before we even give them the dignity to be who they are, aside of the kind of idea about them that we are ascribing to them. So I think that absolutely tracks with how I observed and practiced in many ways, and saw the types of theories about race be circulated, produced, bought, and sold within advertising, because what you'll see is certain truisms about different racialized groups be bought and sold and traded as basically like social facts within the industry, like Hispanic moms are cultural trendsetters, or Black consumers, and mind you, Black as the capacious category that it is taken for granted as that. Black consumers are cultural trendsetters, which, has a degree of truth to it in, the American cultural economy. But the underlying logic beneath it, which is what I try to get at the book and talk about with my interlocutors, is this understanding of race as this kind of embodied trait that sort of propels cultural behaviors. So the understanding of these categories often isn't being, socially and historically constituted and also like changeable. I wouldn't say that that's also that's exclusive, because what's interesting too is that there are people that are working within the industry that do have more complicated, nuanced understandings of the politics of these categories and sort of the ways that we've been trained to think about them. But when they're in their roles in the industry, they know the part that they have to play and the types of adages and truisms that need to be in their pitch decks, in their presentations, in order to give populations in the United States that are devalued in so many other dimensions of life, politically, socially, to ascribe them with value, so that a company like Coca-Cola, Pepsi, McDonald's, what have you, will consider them worthy of investing marketing budgets towards.
And seeing them. I loved your discussion of being seen, and what does it mean to be seen? What does it in that context? What does it mean to be seen when
what does it mean to be seen? Yes, I feel like we see that. We see that language, feeling seen, within the advertising industry as a way to create a kind of like moral imperative around multicultural advertising, which, by the way, is an outdated term. Even as the book has been published, so much changes, and we can talk about like why multicultural marketing as a term is kind of passé, but I use it as a shorthand here. So feeling seen in industry, like discourse, becomes this kind of moral imperative and kind of like political charge to get brands mobilized for the social good aspect of investing marketing budgets into targeting racial groups as their own audiences with their value to bring to the corporate bottom line. Feeling seen refers to this sense that a company, so it refers to two things. It's a practice, and I think also kind of like a sensibility. In practice, on the advertising side, feeling seen refers to the efforts that a brand would make, whether it's hiring the right agencies, hiring the right consultants, paying for the right research, to invest in the racial expertise needed to understand populations in the US that for so long have been grossly stereotyped, denigrated in our media system, right? So there's a baseline understanding that is a fact, and that the advertising industry has a long way to go in rectifying ingrained racism and how people of color, again, I use all these quotes, these things in scare quotes, are portrayed. So with the acknowledgement of that, a lot of the labor that I noticed being done in multicultural advertising strategy places is basically appealing to companies that, it's important that you invest in this kind of research and expertise to right those wrongs of the past, and also to gain greater consumer understanding of Hispanic moms or Black millennials in Atlanta, right? Feeling seen is then this like kind of psychological, emotional disposition that is positioned as a brand doing the right amount of research and getting the right amount of expertise about their consumer market, so that that person feels like the brand really understands them. They've done the effort to create that emotional connection, and that type of effort that is made to know the types of cultural cues, the types of music to include in an ad. A consumer seeing that in a McDonald's ad or a Nike ad will be a factor in them getting to buy. So feeling seen is this type of, I think, this longing for dignity that I think many of us long for in a nation that has their foot on our necks, the boots on our necks, and appealing to our consumer culture and corporations as a route to kind of giving us that feeling of wholeness, psychological fulfillment, security, that in my view is in many parts a distraction from where we should really be directing those appeals to dignity. But feeling seen becomes this kind of rallying cry that I think not only operates in the industry.
It's kind of odd, that part about the appeal to dignity. In a way, I'm a little cynical about that. The thing is people don't want to be, they don't want their dignity appealed to. They want bullshit. And this, is kind of reminiscent of, Candy Kane's show earlier. People don't want to hear information that's like this. I find it fascinating. Most people would rather go and hear, JP on a panel. And I don't know, I don't even know whether it's bad or good. It's, give the people what they want. If you want the cash apps and all that sort of stuff, luckily I don't have to give the people what they want. Hopefully they want what I want. It's kind of sad, but I just think that this again is fascinating. It's not like this is revelatory knowledge on this particular interview, but she's got a book, and I don't know, I might actually get the book after the new year and read it. And I don't usually read this sort of stuff, but if Jared Ball, who, he's not a hero or anything of mine, but if he's finding it this fascinating, might be worth taking a look at. And she's very engaging. It's kind of a shame that she's left academia. She seems very engaging. I don't think you get bored in her class. But anyway, there is a specific part I want, and I'm not going to jump ahead. When it happens, I'll end it and move on to the next video after that. There's a specific part that I at least want to get on tape for this show.
But also
for purposes of this show
becomes
and again, shout out to Capriono and Mike 123. Thanks for bringing the show to you today. I honestly wasn't going to do a show. It was late, and I was up real late, like till like 5 o'clock in the morning or something like that on T's show last night. And I wasn't, I don't recover at 60 the same way I would at 25. But, I was up all day, anyway, after being up all night, because I had things, I'm starting to, slowly prepare for cooking Christmas dinner. I guess it'll be Tuesday. I have to go back and look at the calendar. What is today? It's the 20th. So Thursday, I think, is Christmas. So it'll be Wednesday, Tuesday and Wednesday. I'll probably wind up, taking or cooking Christmas dinner, because we're going to transport it down to Savannah for Christmas Day. So anyway, by the way, I'll have to think about how we do shows, or even if we do shows, to be honest.
Part of how many of us relate to corporations, the kind of demands that we make, you know.
I think it also impacts how we relate to each other because,
Yes.
And I'll leave this as this is for my small but wonderful audience. I will leave this as a sort of teaser and an inducement to get your copy and read Marcel's book. Because just one other little inducement, someone you reference in your book used that description of seeing me, I think, as an interpersonal microcosmic version of what you describe happens with corporations using that. In other words, it was used to disarm disagreement and criticism by saying, wanting me to feel, I see you, Jared. And I felt immediately, and in reading your book, I said, "Oh, that's exactly how I felt on an individual level." You say here, I think is really important about that. And then I want to use this to double back to a question that I had wanted to ask you before. To feel seen is to be interpolated by an advertiser, hailed as a valued consumer subject, recognized as important, worthy, and deserving of a message crafted just for them. In the United States, the desire reflects the market's deep influence on shaping subjectivity, intertwining consumerism with broader aspirations for social equity, respect, and political inclusion. So again, they're saying, we see you, as I understand what you're saying. We see you, yes. we want some freedom, some liberation. We're going to symbolically include you as a way of pacifying and alleviating some of that tension for you from without threatening us. But so say anything you in response to that you'd like, but I wanted to use that to come back to what I meant to ask you more specifically in terms of talking about the importance, because I did want you to lay out, I'm doing this out of order, so this is my fault, but I wanted you to say a little bit about the importance that advertising has to this media environment that we're in. I'm not always convinced people appreciate the extent to which advertising shapes so much of our media environment. But so with that, the scene, anything else you'd want to say, please go ahead. Yeah.
Yes. The only thing I'll add to that is if you think back to where you were in the summer of 2020, I guess that's what I'm referring to it now. And so much of I think that moment was so revealing because it's no surprise that brands and advertisers were like central to the furor, the discussions, the cultural moment, if you will, around racial justice that happened in that period. Brands and advertisers, you'll often hear that what's going on in culture? Like, how can we be part of culture? How can we be part of the existing conversation in a way that makes the brand feel like a partner in life? How do we insert ourselves into what people care about right now? And so in that summer of 2020, like uprising, we saw brands not just like sit on the sidelines necessarily and like co-opt the conversation. I feel like brand culture was like integral to the social movements that were happening at that time. And I would be curious to hear what your thoughts are about this, because at least from where I was sitting, I think it was the uproar in kind of broader culture and what we were seeing on social media and even at protests. It wasn't just what is the state doing, what are governments doing, but it's what is policing doing. It was what is Nike doing, what is Netflix doing, what is McDonald's doing? I feel like those types of questions of accountability to who is responsible for our current kind of strife when it comes to racial injustice in this country, it wasn't necessarily in a kind of anti-capitalist reading, but it was more of like, what are the brands doing to kind of be the solve to the psychological and emotional wounds that I'm experiencing of isolation, of frustration, of grief. And so we saw brands signal their allegiance and perform these values, and that were treated, I think, in many ways as very politically meaningful. And it's because in our so deeply wedded consumer society, so much of our understanding, I think, about what it means to be American, what it means to be human, comes through that recognition, that feeling seen through corporations as these tremendously powerful institutions. And of course, now we're seeing the pendulum swing in the other direction. I thought I had finished the book in 2023, and then everything happened with Trump getting elected again, and then pendulum swings right back, and so much has changed within the industry in terms of a lot of the pledges that were made to DEI, or to Walmart having a center for racial equity, and Target having racial justice institutes, so we see this kind of opportunistic, predictably opportunistic relationship that brands have to the very grave, like, social, deeply wedded social problems of our day. And obviously, corporate exploitation is so much part of this general situation. But to me, what was telling was, again, it wasn't holding the corporations accountable for the economic dimension, but it was like the social, emotional, psychological, like, what is Netflix going to do to help ease this kind of like emotional pain? How's Netflix going to help us feel seen? Like, what is McDonald's going to do to help victims of police violence feel like their lives mattered? And to me, that was very telling.
Yeah, so one, I'm glad you did hold off and write after Trump got elected again, because the way I interpret what you're saying, at least, so I am glad to have you here to respond to this directly, but the way I'm reading it with my biased lens is that your work for me confirms my pre-existing, I think, well arrived at bias, that so much of what is projected and made popular is by design meant to walk people away from any potentially radical political conclusions they might reach. So that all of those years of Black and other communities desiring to be seen and be included led to nothing more than George Floyd still getting killed. And then the uprising that evolved after that was met with a pre-established, a preconditioned corporate response to say, we will alleviate this tension by offering you more symbolic inclusion. That also then failed, which again, to me, is why you needed to come back and say some more after Trump's reelection, because all of that failed with Trump's reelection and as you're saying, the attack on DEI. And as I will continue to credit her, my co-host on Saturdays with Renee Johnston has pointed out since the beginning of this discussion around the collapse of DEI, that ultimately the only people that benefited when DEI was initiated were a handful of, in terms of Black people, executive board seats. But in terms of the overall labor force, there had been a decline. So in other words, DEI was nothing more than a symbolic, bourgeois, inclusive solve a response to the challenge of a potential uprise. So that's why, so much why I've enjoyed so much your book is that it again reaffirms for me that so much of what I think, unfortunately, are too many who get excited by this in academia and elsewhere, the inclusiveness, the reference, the projection symbolically of all this diversity doesn't mean anything materially, and in some ways leads to a decline in the conditions, because people are less likely to rebel or raise certain questions or to reach certain radical conclusions because of all of this being seen. So
right.
that
Focus on being represented as like the end point to our politics itself.
And then you're talking about so much, and this is why I really love. So some of my favorite parts are the discussions you have with the folk, like when you're doing your intern work and you're so if I cut you off, please.
No, I'm thank you for your enthusiasm. That's really
I love the book. There's so many things we're not going to get to. I might, if maybe I'll ask you to come back again because there's so many other little threads that I'd like to just really talk. But in this one, I just want to introduce everybody as much as possible. Get and then maybe we'll do some more and get more folks to read it, and they'll raise questions as well. But so, for instance, just to come back to that point, and then we can, I did ask you. Well, let me ask you the other question that I had intended initially. Then there's some other things that I wanted to come back because there's I'm just looking at my notes. The conversation you had about Black Panther and nuance, I want to come back to in a second, but I'm just going to leave that there for a second. So I had wanted to ask, speaking of those racial constructs that these categories that were put in, what does it mean when the world's smallest segment, that is a ruling white elite, are defined as the mass audience, while the majority are the complicating factors, as you describe? And again, I saw that even in Biko's statement about, the press, like we know the press, even the Black press, is targeting a white audience, a white ideal, a white aesthetic, a standard, or definitions of race and all this. And then you're talking about in 2025 something very similar in terms of, again, who is this mass audience and who are the complicating factors? Right.
Yeah, my encounter with this idea of the general market in an internship that I had in college was really set the spark for me wanting to really dig into the industry further, because at first I thought you mentioned before my kind of journey and understanding like where my place in this cultural industry of racial experts. There was a time where I felt like this was actually really great. Like I get to be an expert in my quote identity and have stable, seemingly well-paid employment through that. That's really interesting. So that was partly what motivated my interest in actually doing the internship. It was first the curiosity in the kind of racial theorizing, and then the practical economic aspects of like, I can get paid to be me, and the false promises of that. But I opened the book with this scene that I had on the first day of
I don't know. I might have followed up on that.
I was brought into this kind of creative brainstorming meeting, and the team that was sitting around this table trying to figure out, I think, like how to get Hispanic men ages like 25 to 34 to think that this mid-sized sedan was cool or something like that. And I remember one of the account managers said this phrase very offhandedly, like, well, this consumer isn't like your average general market white consumer, and continues on with some other sentence. And I looked around the room like, what, that wasn't weird to anybody else. Like that was sort of, so it was in that moment that my burgeoning anthropologist hat came on and was like, okay, this is kind of a taken for granted understanding within this space that that there's a category called the general market that refers to some kind of group in advertising. First, just interested in me to want to dig more, but secondly, that whiteness and notions of generalness were tied together as synonymous. And so in the book, I kind of dig into this in a chapter, one of the first chapters called The General Market, on the commercial construction of American whiteness. And what I talk about is this category of the general market that you hear get used in media agencies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just to backtrack a little bit, um, this lady was an anthropology professor somewhere or another. NYU PhD. Probably, I think she did her undergraduate work there too. Well, she has written a book called, where is it? It's called the book is called Total Market American. Duke University Press published it, which is a big deal. She's decided to leave academia, probably because she's going to be a consultant, make a shitload of money. But I don't know that for sure. But it's a book about advertising. And advertising has basically gotten to a point to where they literally look at demographics. But when you say demographics, they really mean race. There are literally like race theorists that work in advertising, like for advertising agencies and stuff like that. She was just talking about, how do you market this particular type of sedan car to a male Hispanic audience? How do we make it cool? How do we get them to buy it? Now, I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence whether this is evil or whether it's beneficial. If being seen is important, then you know what? You advertising to your particular demographic or race, it's being seen. There is an upside to multiculturalism and equality and all that sort of stuff. There's also a downside, and she's written a book, Total Market American, and the guy interviewing her is Jared Ball. He's a professor at Morgan State University. He teaches communications, and his specialty is propaganda. And what is advertising but propaganda? So that's what the book is about. I hope they do a second interview, because this interview was about an hour and a half, and I rarely watch a whole thing, a whole interview, a whole hour and a half interview. I literally watch the whole thing. I don't do that too often these days. So that's how fascinating it was. Advertising is actually pretty fascinating. They've gotten it down to a science. All the data, their cookies, when you visit these websites, sometimes, they'll say, hey, will you accept all the cookies? That's all information. All that stuff, it's basically like a data science. All this information about you winds up in the hands of advertising agencies, probably as well as government agencies, just this information goes all over the place. But advertising agencies basically they take their demographics very seriously. She talked earlier about some product, and maybe she'll talk about it, maybe it's still coming up, where some vodka gets advertised to millennials, I think, in Atlanta. Very specific. They can just literally target you almost in real time, to be honest. So it was fascinating. So that's what she's talking about there, Santa Simp.
See pitches.
You are a simp for Santa.
Between colleagues, and they're talking about, consumers. They're talking about human beings in the United States in particular. And the way that it functions in the industry discourse is in a variety of ways. So it's used as a shorthand to kind of mean everyone, right? The mass audience, which is even, an outdated concept in and of itself in terms of just how media is consumed and being distributed these days. But in practice, in the industry, it has meant a very actually specific racialized person. The general market in American advertising industry lingo refers to a white, economically comfortable person who, by virtue of...
By the way, for people who seem to still be in 2025 confused about a European standard, they're more it's more than a beauty standard. She's talking about a general audience, a general, group of people you advertise to. See, it is just so ridiculous that, people just can't understand that even your advertising assumes a European norm, general audience, standard. It's all geared to white people. Now, the thing is it's not automatically evil. There should be regulation, there should be controls. People need to realize it, but outright denial that there's a European beauty standard or there's a general audience or there is a norm, the denial is actually the problem, not necessarily that, there's a standard that exists. A lot of dumb fucking people out there, and it's just so annoying. And what's more annoying is, these anti-black blacks who love them some whites will defend whites or whitedom all the way up to and including denying that, there's standards, there's a general audience that's assumed to be white. It's kind of sad, really. And quite frankly, that CTJP thing on Candy Kane's panel, which we will watch at some point, worshiping whiteness while denying that you worship whiteness is the it's the plight of the anti-black. They're both pro-black in the worst ways and pro-white in the worst ways.
Those identifiers is then treated as the average American, as the normative human. And we know that this idea doesn't originate in advertising, it just gets reproduced there. It is a very concretely political and cultural conception of American citizenship that marketing has inherited and then reproduces in its language in the business infrastructure of advertising, because you have general market agencies and multicultural agencies. So there's that piece, and there's like the technical piece too of how advertising and like media is data obsessed. There's like cultural creativity obsession, but a lot of times that has to be supported by some kind of research to back it up, to back up any kind of creative decision. So the idea of the average or the norm is tied up, I think, with this statistical thinking and this the way that quantitative data sort of put on a pedestal in many ways, through measurement, through census categories, ratings, demographics. So the mass audience becomes this kind of group that's treated as the default and the safest investment, the group that's that is the most worth pursuing because they represent the majority. But I think that's where I observed in the work that I did and the people that I talked to, where specific conceptions of American whiteness, because I wanted to be careful and not just fall into the trap of saying that whiteness in the United States is this kind of like monolith. But what ends up happening in the advertising industry, the way that this term is used, it becomes this type of monolith that people don't really define, because whiteness is understood as this like obscure norm. And so because of that, everyone else is treated as niche or different or multicultural and therefore incremental and extra work. And so we know that this idea of whiteness as the norm, especially in how brands have conceptualized like the mass market, is so tied up with and I talk about in that chapter kind of mid 20th century kind of political economic shifts that made whiteness a predeterminant in who got access to credit, who got access to build wealth in terms of access to home loans, and how the racial wealth gap was stratified in that way through consumer culture. So the general market operates in the racial information system, and it kind of gets justified as a sort of economic and neutral term that's somewhat grounded in the facts that whites are the majority of the country. But we know that what I talk about in the book is how it's actually a racial formation. And we actually see people use the idea of general market in a racialized way in the work that is done in advertising in both sides of the business as well.
Yeah, Again, I can't stress enough how important your book, I think, is to a contemporary understanding of all of these intersections of race, advertising, colonialism, media, politics, and all of that. And I will say, I'll at least claim it, that I just said the word intersection on purpose, because I did want to ask you about your discussion of intersectionality.
Yeah, this part's pretty good. And Juan, you might especially
let me ask
be
you this way. Because in my notes, I wrote Crenshaw and Google equals Kaepernick and Nike ? And what I think I meant by that is that one of the only criticisms that I ever had of Colin Kaepernick's efforts with the NFL was when he ended up doing the Nike commercial, which I thought I could understand the logic on his end, but from what I think I understand about all of this, I took it as an ultimate net loss for his efforts, because he becomes part of the co-opted advertising process. And it undermines, even unconsciously, people's association with him with radical politics and challenging powers that be. And that's how I interpreted what you were saying about what happens. That's how I interpret what you've written about Kimberly Crenshaw's intersectionality concept, and its, my word, corruption by the broader academic and corporate environment. So when you talked about, because I think you do a very important reminder of, this is what Kimberly Crenshaw, by the way, who preceded me by some years at the Africana Studies and Research Center at Cornell University, then headed by the late, great founding director, Dr. James Turner. I always like to shout him out. May he rest in power. But so I think it was great that you remind us, Crenshaw was saying intersectionality was specifically initially about recognizing all the forces that negatively impact women of color, Black women in particular, starting, if you correct any of this in a moment. But then there is something that happens to that concept in the broader academic punditry universe. And then there's another thing that happens to that in the advertising space, what the corporate world does with intersectionality and how they redefine that term and redeploy it. So then when you describe her, I think in 2016, that is Kimberly Crenshaw going and sitting with Google to talk about their deployment or definition or engagement, where she describes it as ultimately a positive in helping the world better understand and see the representation. I admittedly, I felt like that's where I felt like she unfortunately slipped into the Kaepernick Nike realm. So I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm saying I interpreted it that way, and I'm curious what you think about any of that, or what you are in fact saying that I missed, or obviously that you would have said better. Did that make sense? Am I making sense?
That totally made
Okay,
sense.
okay.
I think, what I should admit at the outset is that the reason why, so you're referring to an excerpt from a panel that Kimberly Crenshaw was on at the Ad Color conference. And the Ad Color conference has become the premier industry, entertainment, media, advertising industry conference for, quote, people of color in US, entertainment media industry. So they have this conference every year. And the same year that Professor Crenshaw was speaking on a panel, so was I. So I like to point out, my participation, because I could to answer your question about how I try to, at least in the book, give her the benefit of the doubt in how she has been positioning her institute, her work, her recognition of intersectionality's broader social power as a term that has become widely known outside of academia, and efforts that I've seen her make in strategically using that to get access to resources from corporations in order to continue to do the extremely pioneering and important work that she's doing. So I wanted to recognize that fact, and also recognize that I saw myself speaking on a panel about the legacy. I was speaking about the legacy of racial segregation in advertising on that panel, because of the value that I saw in being part of that conference and getting access to important decision makers, people who I think could help forward my research interlocutors. And so I could see putting myself in her shoes. Obviously, I've never had the honor of having a conversation with her, not yet. So I don't know what she was thinking of her strategy, but this is kind of how I was navigating that conference as a researcher and as a presenter, and how I can imagine someone of her stature who is recognized outside of academia as a pioneering thinker and intellectual and activist, to kind of use these opportunities, whether it's with the WNBA or with Gucci or with a conference like Ad Color.
What's up, CT? You and JP care to come up and talk about advertising, basically it's more or less systemic racism in advertising, but it's kind of odd because the racism isn't necessarily malign sometimes in advertising. Lady has written a book, and you know how much I love books, right? So feel free to hit the link. Bring JP with you. We can talk some high level advertising.
And partnerships. I'm not sure if she's done any partnerships with Google. That was just the person that was facilitating that panel. So I tried to give her the benefit of the doubt. But what you'll see, what I observed during my internships, is the rising popularity of intersectionality as a term that means a lot of different things when it's used in the context of a brand strategy report, or as a way to describe a consumer population and why they do what they do. I think that what's interesting.
Oh, I see. I see JP is still on Candy Cane Lane. So I actually caught a good portion of that. You probably saw some of my jokes in the chat, my trolling in the chat, but I don't know. I remain unconvinced that JP is actually free. The problem with that sort of concept, and it's a warped concept of what freedom actually is. At least if you're working the white man's job, you might be able to save some money enough to actually retire and do what the fuck you want to do, kind of like I did and am doing. If you're on SNAP benefits, you don't have a whole lot of money to save up to just kind of retire, somewhere and, kind of do what you want to do. I think JP's idea of what freedom is ghetto level dumb, to be honest. He should never get up on a panel with someone who actually understands a lot of this stuff he's talking is bullshit. I'll shred JP if he ever, if when I run into him on panels, and it's very rare, I go right after him because he's not even a minstrel. He is self-destructive. And that high level bullshit he wants to talk about freedom is laughable. He is the Gomer Pyle of the ghetto.
I think advertising, and I kind of experienced the benefits of that, is that I don't think it's anti-intellectual. I think that
What's going on there, huh?
There's this desire
I think I asked you earlier, how do I pronounce your name? Is it Black Product? Tell me how to pronounce that, but salute anyway. And by the way, I'm doing my normal boring stuff, all this book stuff.
Around advertising media and some sort of like empirical truth and data and rigor. They look to academia a lot. They look to anthropology. They look to sociology. They look to history. People have probably read your books, honestly, to inform the social theories that they're producing. So it was no surprise to me that intersectionality is popular within like the lingo of advertising. I think what I wanted to do in that chapter though was really focus my analysis on exactly how intersectionality was being defined and used.
By the way, this is one of these things. I think that one of the more interesting things about how American culture works is how people will call it colonizing. Maybe it's co-opting, whatever words you want to use. But how things like DEI, which are well-intentioned, or affirmative action, which is well-intentioned, or, civil rights laws like the Voting Rights Acts are well-intentioned. It's amazing how something like intersectionality, which was, Kimberly Crenshaw's concept, within a CRT framework, how it literally gets co-opted to make money. Capitalism is all consuming a lot of times. What's going on? It's been a while since I've seen you. Where you been?
How you been, Stanley?
Oh, pretty good.
Yeah,
doing my old boring stuff.
Hey, I appreciate it though. It's getting on the holiday season, and when everybody's getting busy, I'm just glad that you're up here doing your same old stuff. And
yeah, we'll spice it up after the new year, but not much. I usually on weekends I kind of try and do fuckery, and I wasn't. I'm on way later than I intended. So, I was up really late on T's show, by the way, up really late. And
fantastic.
Well, being 60, we don't bounce back like we used to.
You tell me, but I really enjoy the dynamic going back and forth between the channels, because we do really appreciate your that relaxation of that calmness that you do bring to these things that we should be talking about, and the pace that you do it is great.
I'm not always that calm. You know what? This particular interview, I was saying earlier, it was an hour and a half total, and I don't know that I want to do all of it. I'll drop the link and people can watch the rest on their time. But this was just absolutely fascinating. It's, advertising agencies, they're extremely good at I don't know, sociology, anthropology, history. Yeah, they have literally and then data science on top of that has just made them, like, if these people ever decided to take some of this methodology, and they do, by the way, into war fighting, psychological warfare, that sort of stuff, these dudes, it's scary. It's scary.
Well, Stanley, I'll tell you this: like this type of interview is probably at the lowest spectrum of what that is actually going on out there right now. And
absolutely. Well, she wrote a book about it.
Then we just get the trickle down, and we get to comment about it and be like, "Wow, that's cool." And then it's just
but here's how I feel about it, though. Forewarned is forearmed. So, it may be low level. Now, anyone who grew up in, like the 70s and 80s when there were Saturday morning cartoons, you get this automatically. All those cereal commercials on Saturday morning, it was naked, like, hey, we're going to advertise this sugary stuff to the kids because we know they're going to ask their parents for it. But that was the good old days.
Unsolved mysteries. That's what I grew up with.
Well, I still think that forewarned is forearmed, and I hadn't thought about stuff like this in years. So the interview, basically, the amazing thing for me. Now, I never thought about how advertising could take something like CRT or DEI and basically turn it on its head and actually make money off of it.
I never thought advertising would be political.
Absolutely. Yeah.
If I wear, I'm wearing winter boots right now, but because of winter boots I'm wearing, that shouldn't be identifying the political system that I represent. It's just
let me you're in Canada, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you probably know this because Canada is close enough. But Timberland boots, the work boots that have been popular for fucking 20 years now. Those, a lot of them, like, I bought a pair of Timberland boots back in, I think it was 1997. I spent like damn near $300 on these boots, but I didn't buy them for fashion. They were hiking boots, but they were Gore-Tex lined. They were waterproof. They were awesome boots. But, like the Timberland work type boots, marketed to the Black community in America, it was so marketed that there's a rapper called Timberland. So, of course, once you get race involved, politics will follow.
Oh, geez. And I see that in the quality of stuff. And it's not about the race thing. It's the business thing, that the quality keeps going down because we keep buying into it and stuff. And nobody says, no, it's no good anymore. Like,
well, you can still get the good stuff. You're just going to pay a lot for it. Like I said, Timberland Gore-Tex hiking boots. This was in 1997. It was almost $300. So who knows how much something like that would be now.
And that was back when Gore-Tex was real Gore-Tex.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah.
Like
Gore-Tex in 1997. First time I ran into Gore-Tex was probably the mid to late 80s. Nike had this running suit. I don't know if you remember, there was a guy named Salazar. I want to say it was Nick Salazar, but I know his last name was Salazar. Well, he won a New York marathon. He was a marathoner. Yeah, I was into cross country running back then.
Yeah, yeah.
But he had this Nike. He had a Nike, like Nike sponsored, him, paid money for him. It was a Salazar Nike running suit that was gold, but it was a Gore-Tex jacket and Gore-Tex, pants.
And socks.
And it was that was like the first time, and this is maybe 1985, 86, 87, somewhere in there. That was my introduction to Gore-Tex, and it was a kind of a big deal in the athletic world, the running world, because it was waterproof. It was awesome,
and
it was expensive too.
Oh, absolutely. My first experience with Gore-Tex was right there in the early 2000s. So,
wow,
doing my infantry training.
And really? You were in the Army?
I did that 19 years, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I started in the infantry and ended up being a snowplow driver. And well, sometimes there's those mysterious things that happens in the background, but yeah. So I was introduced to Gore-Tex in the early 2000s, but it was not issued. We had to go out and buy it, and wow. 2 paychecks later, I had a top, bottom, a hat, and some socks. And it was worth it when it was still real Gore-Tex.
Hold on one sec. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
And when that Gore-Tex just started coming out into the commercial and the industrial areas, they were still doing testing on it. So this original Gore-Tex was actually way thicker than it is now. Nowadays, it's just a micro membrane that's not even barely a coat that will last a year. The stuff that we used to purchase 20 years ago, that was thick enough to last you your career. 10, 20 years of doing an industrial job, working out in the weather, it would keep you warm. You wouldn't get damp. You might get cold.
That was the other interesting thing. It was also breathable. That was another big deal.
Yes. And working up here in the Arctic, I'll say in the northern parts, if you get damp on the inside and you can't keep that warm, you're done. So
absolutely. So funny enough, you have the same problem. I was in the Navy. You have the same problem on ships when you're at sea. Like you don't know cold until
I
for
feel
some reason. Well, no. I'm like, well, the problem with being at sea is it'll be cold, but there's always a breeze when you're moving. You generate your own wind, when you're moving at sea. But the thing is that I remember, and I hate to digress, I'll make it quick. One day we literally went up the East River, my ship, and it was snowing. So, we got to see the Statue of Liberty, and, it was kind of cool, except we were outdoors in the snow and the wind and on the East River. And dude, I'm from Savannah, Georgia. I've never been so cold, dude. I didn't think I was gonna make it.
And it comes down
So
the dampness, especially on a ship. You got to
exactly.
above the hull temperature and below the hull
Hmm.
temperature, and all those systems are trying to work together to regulate the humidity.
Right.
Outside in the cold, I'd rather that humidity because you know what you're going to get. But below the deck, you're going to start to get that sweating because you're
Yeah.
doing
Oh my Lord,
the entire
dude.
hull.
You will. Yep. That is just and Gore-Tex was supposed to kind of solve that problem.
Well, the next best thing I'll say to Gore-Tex is real sheep wool. It can get wet.
You're absolutely right. It's better than Gore-Tex, to be honest. Because I mean, wool tends to be fairly waterproof. The lanolin, that oil in the fibers.
Well, wool, you can completely soak it, and it will still keep your internal temperature regulated, even though it is soaked. And then it will start creating a layer. And this is what Gore-Tex came in to replace is the wool, because everybody's like, oh, I'm itchy, I'm this, I'm that. So then the layer system started to get in, because once the wool started getting out of the system, once you got that wet and I got out on deck, it would form a shell, and then the wind couldn't penetrate it. And once the wind couldn't penetrate it, then all that moisture inside started to evaporate. My internal temperature would start to rise.
Well, let me ask you a question. The other thing, as a consequence, and it kind of came out almost the same time. I could be wrong, but I seem to remember Lycra coming out about the same time. When I was running in college, I had Lycra tights. And funny enough, the old days, those old bulky long johns. When I was in the Navy, instead of long johns, I used to wear Lycra tights, and they are way superior to like thermal underwear. They're tight to the skin, so they actually, keep the heat in, and they are extremely breathable. Once I started, I had like the bulky thermal underwear, as a kid. You didn't need them much in Georgia, but sometimes you'd be outdoors in the woods or something. But dude, Lycra tights literally like improved my life. You get a Lycra top and Lycra tights, dude, it's better than thermal underwear. You don't sweat. So where I was leading with that is that some of this technical stuff for cold weather, the Lycra, and then on top you can put some fleece. It's all like microfibers and stuff like that. That stuff actually works pretty well. And then you put like a nylon shell or something like that on top of it. It's light, but it works really well.
And I think I remember that Lycra stuff, just because I'm up all the way up here. That was right behind. No, that was just before Gore-Tex came out, because they would give us. It was called sealskin. So
I remember that.
It'd be like a compression shirt or compression underwear, but probably the same stuff, just a different name, different branding. But yeah, I've used that, and no.
So let me just do a quick commercial here. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. This particular show has the vertical and the horizontal So wherever you are, please hit the like button. And I forgot to include it. I do have like a backup channel. It's just Stanley 5779 at Stanley 5779. Please make sure you subscribe to it too. Also, the link is pinned. I'm not wedded to, as a matter of fact, I'm probably going to move on from this video. But the link is in the show notes. If you're into this sort of stuff, from a psychology or anthropology or sociology, or even kind of, a raw capitalist sort of sensibility, I'm going to get her book probably after the new year, because I have, stuff I need to read before then. But it's an excellent interview about something I hadn't thought about in a while. What's up, Jang? So Black and Proud, cool. So now I know how to pronounce it. Make sure y'all subscribe. Black and Proud. Now the next thing, and I mentioned that CT, who dropped by the chat. I don't know if he's still there. Probably not. I'm boring, and CT mocks me for reading books.
That's free advertisement.
Well, CT's kind to me. He doesn't beat me up too bad. So, I'm 60. I'm set in my bookish ways. But I think books are extremely useful. But I don't know. It's a theory I just don't find credible. What's up, Savage? Good to see you. I just, dude, even George Washington Carver was a book reader. He wrote books. If you don't like books, well, your hero George Washington, I said George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington, he wrote books. So books are good, even if you're a lover of Booker T. Washington versus W.E.B. Du Bois. So anyway, I'm not going to go too far with it. CT is actually where I got my start. So even if I disagree with you, CT, I'm not gonna go too far with it. We just disagree. So speaking of CT, I will show Candy Cane show. CT dropped by channel hopping to Candy Cane Lane. And she is such a good host. I'm like, man, we need to get her we need to get her on network TV. She's really good. And we're not going to watch the beginning part. I'm going to concentrate on when CT came up, because, the show was fairly interesting. It was about JP, but indirectly. And then CT showed up, and it started getting spicy. And then JP came up, and where when JP shows up, it's basically going to get all ghetto really fast. Ghetto disguised as epistemology and ontology. And I'm using those two big words just to counterpoint the ghetto part. Ghetto epistemology.
All these main panels, yeah, it's, to me it sounds like a bunch of chickens. But for me to sit back and actually take a few minutes and listen to how people are branching off, and then have their own pace to come back and talk about it, this is what I'm still really appreciating about you, Stanley and T and these other folks. That, yeah, it does make a difference. We all got our little pace out here. Thank
Well, I
you.
haven't seen you. Have you been back to T show lately?
Tease. I stopped by
No,
there.
tea. Here for the tea.
Yeah. Tea chill. In the evening.
No, child listen.
The
podcast.
I know T. There's the
Mo
other guy.
Love.
Mo Love. And then we got the other guys over there at the Gospel of Bob and RLN.
Oh yeah, you know what? I forgot that's your hangout.
Well, I just try to keep it smooth, not try to get too feed in, just because when it gets too riled up, and then I just can't pay attention. Then I pay attention. Sorry, I get too excited, and then I got to drop out. And I'm like,
Well, yeah, it's I don't. There may be 3 panels that I like going on, probably 4 now. But I kind of know what you mean. I don't know. The fuckery's fun for a little while, but it's not something I want to do daily or even that long. In a show. It just, the thing is nobody is funny. Nobody is like hilarious. There are not many people in this. I'll just call it the blackosphere. The one thing you. The one thing that you get from reading books is you get really good at words. You get really good at wordplay. And a lot of comedians, and I think Dave Chappelle might be kind of a gold standard, but Richard Pryor, all the like really cerebral comedians,
Dave
they were
Chappelle
good at.
Replaced.
I think he is probably the best out there. To me, he's the most cerebral comedian that I can think of. Larry David's really cerebral as well.
Larry who?
Larry David. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
I'm going to have to
check.
Well,
let me put it to you this way. Larry David literally created, he and what's his name? I'm getting old. Seinfeld. Larry David in Seinfeld created the Seinfeld. He was like the executive producer for all the years. I think he wound up leaving at some point. But Larry David literally created the Seinfeld show.
So that's why it was so funny.
Yeah. Have you? And there's an HBO show called Curb Your Enthusiasm, and you would think Seinfeld was the driving force behind a lot of the scripts and stuff for Seinfeld, but Larry David on his own. If you watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, you know who the funniest comedian was, involved with that show. It was Larry David. That dude, he's weird, he's quirky, he's almost like a stereotype, a Jewish stereotype unto himself. But he's hilarious. So anyway, my point is that, book readers know how to use words, even to a point to where, you can do jokes and stuff. And all these illiterate motherfuckers, dude, they're not funny. They are almost like, the Three Stooges had a very limited vocabulary. It was a lot of physical humor. And compare them to, say, a Groucho Marx. Groucho Marx was almost all like wordplay, as far as his comedy.
Yeah, absolutely.
What's up, 12th man? So anyway, enough of my blathering. You can tell the beer is kicking in.
Hey, I'm working on a few myself. I just want to say thank you. I'm going to drop out here. Let you carry on. just because.
Yeah, well, dude, don't be a stranger.
I'm going to try not to, but don't ever. Yeah, we'll talk about it later. It's all good.
All right, yeah. Have a good night.
And Merry Christmas, and hope everybody's going to have a happy
Good.
New Year.
You too.
Thanks,
Slap. Have a good night. So, Zhang says slapstick is intentionally stupid. It's intentionally stupid because it has to be intentional. You're not going to get a laugh with nyuk, nyuk, nyuk more than a few times. There has to be something there has to be some physical, something that hurts when you go nyuk, nyuk, nyuk. Zhang, of course it's intentionally stupid. But thanks for the comedy seminar, son. So anyway, I have to do this because I will be making sourdough bread probably Tuesday or so to take with me to Savannah when I go visit. And I don't know, this hippie chick is a fascinating woman to me. And people are going to make all kinds of, jokes maybe, but I don't know. This hippie chick is just fucking awesome. And she splits wood. And apparently there are kids around. She's making my bread. The fuck was that? Salt or sugar? All right, let's see here. All right. Well, that's my hippie chick fantasy film for the day. So let's see here. This might be the main event though there's a some Izzy bands. I mentioned earlier John Galt and JP and Angry Man were on Izzy Band show, supposedly some sort of ghetto debate or some bullshit like that. Wound up being entertaining, mainly because John Galt, that motherfucker is devolving. He is no longer able to hold his own. It's kind of interesting to see the de-evolution. Um, he's not he's not the John Galt of old. Hey, that's no hippie? Ooh, an $8,000 stove? Well, actually, $80,000? Wait, hold it. Really? That's no hippie. Well, she got, oh, she looked hippie-ish to me. You, you probably know better than me there, uh, Adam. I am not going to argue. What's up, Tropes? How you doing? So anyway, this is just before CT, who is panel hopping, shows up. The title of the show is from back chats to back shots. Are we in a new phase of YouTube? So basically, it was something. It's something about Taz and JP. I watched that exchange, but it was something about, well, JP makes the comment that, hey, for all the, for all the advocacy that Taz was doing, women were still kind of going, in the back chats or the DMs or wherever, still going for people like JP. So they were getting the women, the people who were defending the women, I guess, weren't getting those women. They were looking for the more dangerous, JP types, which to me, who cares? I think that, not sure YouTube is the best place to, to find your mate. So that would pretty much be it. What's up, MOT?
Oh, not much, man. What's going on?
Nothing much. I wasn't even going to go live, and then a Cash App or two convinced me. Well, you know what? Might as well do it, at least as long as I can. I was up way late last night on T's show, of all places.
Oh, okay.
And cutting up, and I was really tired this morning after staying up so late, and I figured, I need a break anyway. But I was roused from my old man nap, so I'm gonna give the people what they want.
Oh, that's cool. Hey,
So what's
I
going
want
on
to have
with
you on
you?
tomorrow night. I want to have you on tomorrow night for the political show we do every week.
Yeah, I'll be there.
No, I want to have you on the
Yeah.
panel.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
So
I look forward to it.
I will email you the link. We have like a certain amount of stories. We do the story, then we give our comments, and we move to the next one.
Okay.
Kind of do it for an hour, and that's it. Closing thoughts, that's it. So
Oh,
I want to have you
I'll
on
be
there
there.
regularly. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be an honor. I'd be honored.
Yeah. So that way, we can have people from over my channel come to your channel whenever you come be on live stuff. So.
Yeah, dude, you don't know how honored I am. You're a legend.
Ah, man, I'm just a regular dude, man, that people don't listen to. People are not interested in progress or change, man. They're here to hang out. They're here to hang out because, it's kind of hard to hang out with all the clubs closed, or most of them closed
That's
in
funny.
the country. That's how come that's how come people are dating on YouTube, because they can't meet people in regular ass life, man.
I don't know though. I've met, I've talked to a couple women like, damn, I wish, I have that age gap, and there are just some things that, just you know, I there's some interesting women who I would, if I were maybe 10 years younger or something like that, yeah, I'd probably, hop a flight out, but you know, I'm past my my hey, let's hop out to the West Coast and visit somebody for a weekend phase.
Oh, okay. So you putting women in front of Fannie Willis already? Oh, okay. I see you. I see you,
Oh
man.
no, you know what? I have several irons in the fire. The Fonny, now see Fonny, literally I live like what, 40, 50, probably about 50 miles outside of Atlanta.
Get out.
So
So you close to her? That close
That's
to her?
right.
Come on, man.
Fonny is within striking distance. Hey, let me tell you something. I that she had Roy Barnes. I knew they were friends. I knew he was kind of like a mentor. But dude, look, it was so funny when that interim chairman, because the actual chairman of that committee had other business or something. Look, when you got to call your target's lawyer governor, dude,
Yeah.
anytime you say governor, that's deference.
And here's the thing. That dude chose to take the day off, and he chose to put somebody else in that spot. There is no way that he would. No way that dude just chose to magically take the day off. Yeah,
I didn't even think of that. You're probably right.
I
And
wouldn't want to
Georgia,
be in that position.
Georgia's one of them. Georgia's one of these states, even today, all those people know each other. All those white people, all that.
Oh, yeah.
There's an old boy network, and you're from Mississippi, so you know what I'm talking about. Roy Barnes was a Democrat, but dude, years ago when I had just gotten out of the Navy, there is something called a shad planking that they do every spring in Virginia. Tidewater, out. It wasn't Norfolk. It's somewhere in that Tidewater area, and I lived in Norfolk at the time. So, the money people and the politicians, and there's actually shad. It's smoked shad. It's a fish fry, except the fish are smoked. So, all these people, dude, there were Democrats, there were Republicans, and there was beer, and it was a social occasion. Um, all I have to say is that the South is really interesting in that old boy network. Every damn body's wearing seersucker suits.
Yeah.
It's and Roy Barnes, that old boy network in Georgia, shit. They all, back in the day at least, they were all, kind of blue bloods in their, in their way. So having Roy Barnes there, did you see the way he was just sitting back in that chair?
Yeah.
In that kind of shit, the way he was sitting in the chair was like a southern drawl. He was relaxed. He was not on edge. So, well, what I got here, CT, who might still be in the audience, maybe, shows up on Candy Cane Candy Kane's. Her show is Candy Cane Lane, and you
Oh, okay.
may not be familiar with her, but she's possibly one of the better hosts out there. She is just so calm, just so polished. So CT shows up, and then naturally JP shows up shortly after that. And the premise of the show is, maybe, I don't know, she just kind of, wasn't a JP fan and probably still isn't. But one thing that struck her was that JP, basically saying, hey, Taz, or, all you guys who want to go out and, stand up for these women. Well, these women are going behind your backs and they're all, wanting to date me. I'm JP. They want to date me because I have the personality, I have the humor, I have the swagger. So, she spent a good portion of the first half of the show, exploring that. And you see the people up on the panel. Well, who should show up but CT? And shortly after Chaotic Truth shows up, well, maybe he texted or
So when you
emailed
say CT,
JP.
that means chaotic truth.
Chaotic Truth, yeah.
Okay, all right, cool.
And full disclosure, like, I really didn't get into YouTube, to the extent that I do now. It was CT's show. And I will always remember CT, because we did a one-on-one, because I get up on a panel and I'm fearless. I'm like, dude, y'all don't know as much as I do. I'm just, people would fuss at me. Well, Stanley, you can't do the ad hominems. We need a good faith debate. I'm like, well, dude, the debate is the ad hominems. I basically don't think you know much. So, dude, I got to keep myself interested. I'm just going to ad hominem you. It used to piss people off. But anyway, CT and I got somehow or another on a one-on-one. It was maybe later at night, nothing much going on. And, the upshot was he literally said, hey, Stanley, you're pretty cool for a liberal. Because I'm kind of no nonsense. I don't get up there. If it is how I feel or it's my impression and I can't back it up, I'm going to preface what I say. Hey, I can't back this up, but I feel. Otherwise, you know what? I've read it somewhere. I've experienced it somewhere. I try to always, especially when I'm talking politics, I want people to know why I think this.
Yes.
I think that's extremely important. So,
and the thing is about being ex-military and liberal, that's kind of a cheat code.
yes.
They can't say
Yes.
they can't say that you don't want to destroy shit because you was a part of that apparatus, right? So they can't say that you're soft on shit. And then they be like, wait a minute, you're more conservative than I am. I'm like, no, I want shit to work.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, dude, that just knocks him off balance, doesn't it?
It does. It does. I was like, wait a minute, you're ex-military, you get all this shit, you came from a cultural background. How are you liberal? Because I want shit to work. Easy.
Hey, what's up, Lupin? How you doing? Hit the link if you want. It's pinned at the top. Let me tell you a story.
They try to throw all the gay shit. I'm like, dude, that's 1% of the population. I'm not
Right. Oh,
about
yes.
I'm not about to sell out my fucking principles for 1% of the population. Oh, it's about immigrants. I'd rather work with working class people than these dumb, than these Delta Novembers. I'm like, look, people work. You want people to work, right? Okay, that's a different group of people that work. You could just work with those people. Oh, they're just taking all the jobs. I'm like, okay, why don't you go start a staffing firm and you'll see how quickly you'll be hiring those same people other than American citizens. To me, it's too easy to just work with working class people because a lot of people have just given up and
Right.
they kind of believe that we're already great and they owe us. And I'm like, hey man, that's not how democracy works. Maybe if we had a
Right.
parliamentary system, you would be able to have some assigned group of power based off the such segment of groups that you break yourself up into. But we don't have that system, and you have to play the game that's here. And it's like, look, the Cleveland Browns managed the same amount of draft picks that the New England Patriots and the Dallas Cowboys manage. Guess who has better records and better outcomes? Not the Cleveland Browns. So you can choose not to manage your time well.
Mhm.
That's on you. But look, the
Let
outcomes
me
matter.
let me ask you a question though, because I actually have two things, but what you just said just reminded me of a point that I had back during the 2024 election. This black jobs phenomenon. And
Oh
Yvette
God.
Carnell specifically, she basically, ADOS, the group, took a, kind of a MAGA point and agreed with it. Immigrants became a, something that was a threat to quote black jobs. And you remember Chicago, this,
Yes.
hey, all this money, this aid money, welfare money, whatever you want to call it, the social safety net.
Yeah.
Why are these immigrants in these buildings and getting these benefits when black people should get them? Now, here's
Okay.
my take. My take is I was embarrassed. I'm like, why the
Yes.
fuck are we? Dude, we have been here for quite some time, for centuries, the African, heritage, and actually, going back to the conquistadors. But I would be embarrassed to go that in 2025, a lot of black people are being threatened by immigrants. A black job is neurosurgeon. A black job, and there are Asians, who come here and, they're MDs and, neurosurgeons. As a matter of fact, years ago, there was a kid, and I call him a kid. He was actually a fucking, he was a fucking orthopedic surgeon. But, I had a hip issue. So, why are we worried about, we should be worried as Americans, but this black jobs trope to me was embarrassing. Okay,
It
you're
was
telling
very much
me,
so. Very disrespectful. Yeah.
well, no, but it wasn't disrespectful. We should be worried about, after all these years, we're competing with people who can't speak English.
Who
That
just
to
got
me is the biggest
here.
problem.
And here's the other thing. Along those lines, and this is why I say it's disrespectful. Do they know what the money was spent on those people to do? Those people were sleeping on air mattresses,
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
classrooms, drinking
Yes.
like Capri Suns and eating Lunchables and getting
Mhm.
$50 on a Visa card a week. You mean to tell me
Mhm.
those people are out producing you? That's why it's disrespectful. And a motherfucker. And it's like, if they wasn't spending it on those people, they wasn't going to be spending it on us anyway. And at the end of the day, that money went to the Catholic Church because that's who was facilitating all that
Yes.
shit.
Yep.
And
Well, the other thing is, look, if you have been here all this time, dude, we're producing JPs.
yeah,
People got offended. John Galt specifically, and his bunch got offended when I said, hey, look, you know what? My son goes to a university and the Asians slightly outnumber the white people. So it was a half joke, and I think I might have told you this before. It was a half joke, but I was also half serious. I raised my son to an Asian standard. He not only can compete with the whites, he can compete with the Asians. because I insisted on it. I wasn't accepting bullshit. Okay, my son, the job he gets, when he gets that job, it's going to be a black job because he's top notch. Okay, that's what we need to be doing as a, if we need to be a demographic. What, dude, why should my son be competing with someone who just crossed the border, can't speak English, and is working in a chicken processing plant? After all these years, we
cars and shit at a car wash. Like, come on,
yeah.
man.
Okay,
Like,
now I understand that, hey, people will do it. Not everybody, is meant to be some sort of engineer. But the thing is it's an embarrassment. Dude, why are we fussing over immigrants? Why are we not in a place where, hey, those immigrants need to be taken care of? They're refugees. We as, Americans, Black Americans, hey, you know what? We should not be competing for jobs like that. And for an organization like ADOS that's supposed to be some sort of, advocacy group and,
that's a
some
black
sort
job.
of
ADOS and claiming to be FBA. That's a
well, as it turns out, apparently it is.
it is.
Dude, it's embarrassing.
It is.
A black job is president of the United States now. Okay, someone who's an immigrant, who's not a U.S. citizen, isn't going to be able to run for president.
Yeah.
That should be
Arnold
the black
Schwarzenegger
job.
Cannot run for the fucking presidency. Can't do
Exactly. So anyway, the JP will be, or CT will be up, and it was actually, you're gonna eat this up. You're dude, you're gonna be we're gonna be stopping this like every few minutes.
And the guys are pro wrestlers, and all they was talking about wrestling. I love wrestling.
I'm listening. I'll be right back.
My mama actually put me in front of the TV and made me watch wrestling as a little kid. She loved wrestling, right? She loved wrestling, soccer, all of that stuff. So it's cool, right? But right, I just went to a F Scream. I was on the pedal cussing everybody out, right? Well, only one individual. I won't say his name, right? And then I went all the way to a wrestling channel. All they was talking about is wrestling, military strategy, stuff like that. That's all they talk about, right? Then I'll go all the way to a New York channel, and all they talking about is like these Godfathers, right? Godfathers probably of the Bloods or the Crips, but they talking about changing the community, how they get paid to go in certain projects and like trying to diffuse situations with the new generation. You know what I mean? So they get police calls, they get calls every day on their cell phones, and how they trying to de-escalate the situationship within inside their communities. So I listen to all walks of life of people, yo. And then you may catch me on a white platform, listen to what they talking about. You know what I mean? So it's a lot going on in these spaces, so you just gotta venture out. Then I may go to Facebook and go watch some lion stuff because I love watching lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
Oh,
you know what
Lord.
I mean? Like, why we just really can't? My thing is, why do black folks, especially black men, only have to be contained in one space? Yo? Why we can't enjoy everything? Sometimes we want the effery, and sometimes we want to be, get knowledge. Sometimes we want, different varieties. Nothing is wrong with that. Why we gotta be contained? Because other groups of people is not contained, man. They do whatever they want to do without no complaints. We got
who's containing us? Is that self-contained
I'm just
or
saying,
you know what I'm saying? Because I feel
it's
like
just
I'm not
people.
contained. I
It's
go
just
where I
people in
want to.
general. Yeah, that's
I
you, but the general
wanna-
census. the general census say different though. You know.
I want to thank, I don't even know how to pronounce your name, and I don't want to be disrespectful. I know you as Chaotic Truth. Can I call you that, or you prefer the name that you
Oh, I
came
could
with?
change it. Well, I totally. Yeah, hold on. Let me change it. Yeah. Yeah, I can change that. How you guys doing?
We're good this
Now
evening. How about yourself? Or
it will
let me
get
speak for myself. I
spicy.
don't speak for all of you two.
We good, bro.
It's a
What's going on,
slow.
Ken?
We good. How are you?
It's rolling thunder. It starts slow, but it will get. The fuckery's brewing right now. It'll boil over.
Well, awesome. I just panel hopping. I haven't panel hopped in quite some time. I saw you guys were live, so I just happened to. Well, I wanted to join in on the convo.
Well, you are more than welcome to do so. I mean, you can see the names because I'm not sharing anything from the chat right now. Uda, thank you for coming through. I see you.
And let me do this, and then I'll let it play. Candy Kane. She is dude. Why is she not on CNN? She is extremely professional. Every time I hear her, I am always impressed. I wish I could be this poised. She is really yeah, she's gonna be a star.
Appreciate it. So I don't know how much you heard. How long have you
Not
been
too
here?
much. I just came in.
So we were, and where we started with the conversation, we are now in a different place. Where we are right now is a discussion on whether or not this space of YouTube actually appreciates and will support positive content, or will it always be the knockdown, drag out, drama?
Well, you know what? I think that CT actually gives a thoughtful answer on this.
And what sector is this?
I consider myself I'm gonna go with my own sector. You in the candy sector right now, but no, I consider myself a floater. But by proxy, I would say I'm probably black / under manosphere sector somehow, some way.
Yeah, it's always going to be controversial. It's always going to be, from my perspective, it's always going to be controversial. It's always going to be arguments and disputes, and it sells. That's a good thing, but it's I mean, like the gentleman said, unless you're talking about some sort of niche, like cutting wood, like that's the primarily focus of the channel, carpentry, plumbing, or if you're talking about this type of topic, yeah, you're gonna always have. It's never gonna be solely positive,
Well, I'm not saying solely positive. I just don't think that we celebrate the positive enough to the point where we can't even agree on what is positive. There's always going to be different opinions on that.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Nah, you never. I mean, yeah, you might get glimpses of it, but I highly doubt it.
Okay.
Yeah.
SPK, hello, welcome in. Thank you, Lana. Luana, thank you as well. So,
my thing is, right, Candy, say what you want to say, right? I gotta mention this, right? Like, yo, free promotion beats no promotion. Do you know why Anton Daniels got 1 million subscribers? It's because they was talking harshly about him. People was talking about his family, his situation, this and that. And then you know what he did? He never said nothing back to them. He never really said the name.
Kill.
Well, some of them, hold on, some of them, yeah, some of them he did. But you never really heard KS talking about them when they was calling them Twinkle Toes or Chelsea Boots and all of that. He never really addressed that. That was one of the biggest things too. Never
let's stop right here.
Your haters.
Let's stop right here.
But
okay. This is Delta November speak, right? You have to understand, Anton Daniels is a failed human being. No one's trying to be Anton Daniels. Like people have this idea that subscribers mean this is something that you should aspire to. Anton Daniels is a fake conservative who lives off of black culture, but pretends to be better than black culture, right? That means he is a social parasite. Nothing to be looked up to, nothing to be repeated, nothing else. But to a dumb nigga, because of where he's at, that's good. I'm like, dude, this is not a good thing. Yes, this dude will sell out his own people in a heartbeat. He's telling you that he's doing it for a bag. So when people look at the quote unquote bag shit and don't look at the overall ramifications, I can't really fuck with that or rock with it. I can't rock with the mind state of thinking that. Look, Kevin Samuels, also a failed man. Also, he was organizing car crashes between women who never had a chance at another one
Hey, you're
to have
breaking up,
access.
man, tomorrow.
He was organizing those car crashes between, oh God, you know, he was organizing those car crashes between those two types of people.
Yeah.
That,
You know, I
that's all.
get your point.
Yeah.
I don't know. You know, I guess my thing is, do these people understand that there's some things you just, don't need to reveal? Like, if you're doing it for the bag, maybe you shouldn't just say you're doing it for the bag. That's when it just becomes, and I'm gonna just use the word déclassé, dude. There are people who are not impressed, like you said, with the number. Like, dude, damn, Angry Man today. God damn it. I hate to stop this, but all of a sudden this just flashed in my mind. If I can find it, Izzy Bands. There was something that Angry Man did, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, this stood out as low class.
It is. And people who need to look up to Angry Man has real character flaws and issues.
Right.
And I'm glad that Angry Man's here. I've known him since I've been. Actually, Angry Man and BGS is the reason why I have a channel. Is that argument we had? Yeah.
I have to say, he's more articulate than I remember him.
No, I mean,
I know that's.
No, he's had a while to actually not mellow out, but kind of refine his talking points because he's talking about the same thing. But at the end of the day, that's not who you need to go to for anything.
Right.
Because that's what his whole goal was to be in a position where he was and not really bring anybody with him. And as much as he hated Kevin Samuels while he was alive, Kevin Samuels was kind of on the same thing. And this is looked at as principle by people because they're successful at being unprincipled. And you have to realize that these people are just flawed human beings who've gravitated to other flawed human beings. Now, for Angry Man, there's no such thing as a street conservative. There's no such thing as just being conservative and you live in the Raleigh-Durham area. There are plenty of conservative areas in North Carolina. Let me tell you.
Well, you remember Durham, wasn't it Durham that, there were these black insurance companies?
Yes.
I mean, you could argue that, the South tends to be conservative, Raleigh, Durham, but I don't, of course I've been there, a bunch of times, but
I like the area. I like the area.
Yeah, it's hard not to like it, but you say there's no way to be conservative and be from the Raleigh-Durham area? Is that because of the colleges?
No, it's just the area. It's like Angry Man's conservatism is actually liberalism. It's actually Angry Man.
You mean like, yeah.
And it's like conservatives show pictures of Angry Man to their kids and like, this is what you don't want to grow up to be. So the only reason why he's conservative is because he's on some anti-black woman, anti-outcome of the black community type shit.
I
But
see.
you're never I mean, he's gonna treat it like how Myron Gaines was treated when he tried to show up to a Turning Point USA event. Hell no, they didn't let your ass in. They told you to kick rocks.
Yeah, I was trying to find. There's a point in I'll just show it right quick. There was a point when John Galt, JP, of course, Angry Man, and Izzy Bands. There's a point where Izzy, not Izzy. Well, he does his own money thing. But there's a point where Angry Man pulls a wad of cash out of his pocket and goes, "Hey, if I ask you how much you got in your pockets, how much you got?" And Angry Man pulls out a wad of cash. I forget whether he said
Total
it was
Delta
1,000 or
November shit. Total Delta.
well, that's exactly it. I'm like, well, dude, who the fuck carries cash? Dude, if I have to go to the bank to get cash, I got a debit card, or a credit card. No one carries fucking wads of cash anymore. Somebody can knock your ass over the head and take it.
Unbanked individuals carried around a wad of cash. They're unbanked.
That's exactly right. What the dude? How is that? That is literally some bullshit. What the fuck would you carry a wad of cash?
No, I mean, but to him, that's power. No, illicit nigga money is power to dumb niggas. Like, they're like, oh my God, look at that wad of cash. He must be some principal guy. I need to follow him. And it's like, that's how you get like the Wall Street trapper and dumb shit like that. Because people just see some street image, associated with some kind of realistic shit. And I'm like, look, I'm glad this stuff is here. So that way those people can be attracted to that. So whenever they try to pull that, oh, well, you know what, Angry Man is this, I'm like, yeah, dumb nigga. The only person who can ever try to dress up something like that as a legit move would be somebody who's uncultured. Or,
let me tell you,
like I said,
let me tell you the fascinating thing. There were a couple women in the chat, women I kind of know from, the chat world. And they're going, who the fuck carries $1,000 in cash? That's like crazy. That's dangerous. I mean, why the fuck would you
carry $100 in cash for like tolls if I'm
right?
going to
Well,
like New
but you're
Jersey
on
or
the
some
road.
shit. Yeah,
right.
But I can't think of just 1,000 fucking US. Why? I mean, shit, I got a black card from American Express. Why the fuck would I want to? Like, I mean,
well, there have been
that's
some
flex,
times,
but yeah, I'm not.
Sometimes, hey, I'm going to give you $1,000 cash. I'll just give it to you. You might be doing, bartering or something. Hey, I need this service. I'll just give you $1,000 cash, just make it real lucrative for you. But that would be the only time. And motherfucker, I put it in one of those bank envelopes. I'm not going to fucking put a rubber band around it. What the fuck?
Anything over 10 grand, especially traveling through states like Tennessee and shit.
Yes.
Dude, they'll take your money. And you'll never get that shit back. Nah, if you don't go anywhere, then by all means carry a wad of cash. But if they pull your ass over and you got a wad of cash in your pocket, you're really setting yourself up for a very long traffic stop.
You're right about that. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
Why do you have dude, an up and down 95?
Man.
Oh fuck.
No way.
Oh fuck, that is crazy work. That just
Virginia,
clicked in my head. Dude,
areas.
That's a fucking drug corridor.
Yeah. North Carolina, South Carolina,
yes.
Georgia. Could you imagine getting pulled over in Georgia?
Dude, I've been, dude.
Man, no.
Well, I didn't, we didn't have that kind of cash, but my girlfriend at the time and her little niece, we were going to New Orleans for a week. And we got stopped, she was driving and I was like, because I'd worked all day and, I needed some sleep before I took over driving. So, for some reason or another, it wasn't raining, but for some reason or another, she flipped on her high beams. And I'm like, well, you need to turn them off. It's not dark anymore. Just go ahead and turn them, and I don't know why, by the time I finished the sentence, the fucking cops were already on us. And I wasn't particularly worried, but I was annoyed. She's driving, I'm in the passenger seat, and there's like a 5-year-old or something in the back seat. And they had the drug dogs out and all this sort of stuff. And it was fine. They didn't even ask us to get out of the car. But yeah, you're due to be stopped at any point in time on 95.
I mean,
so
I got a bullshit ticket from Georgia. What was it? About 2 weeks ago. And
oh, did you really?
Yeah. So the cop comes up to me and say, because I'm very mindful, especially around way stations.
Mm-hmm.
Police will just show up out of nowhere and just pull your ass over, and that's what happened to me. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So the cop walked up like, "Do you know why I pulled you over?" And I didn't say anything. So he looked at my phone holder and he was like, Georgia's a hands-free state. And I'm like, yeah, my phone's is on my bed. So that's the reason why you pulled me over. Because he told me why he pulled me over. And I'm like,
right.
You do realize I have 3 phones. One here for the ELD, one here for my actual business that, like the military calls or some, for like, third-party logistics-based shit. No, emergency phone shit. And like my regular phone. So I don't even need a phone. Plus, I have like a tablet and shit. Right? So he tried to tell me that, well, Georgia's a hands-free state, and because I didn't have my phone in the phone holder, that somehow he pulled me over because he saw me. I'm like, okay, I'm driving down the highway at 70 miles an hour. There's not an overpass. How do you see me with a phone in my hand? And how do you tell me that? I'm like, all right, no problem. And he was like, well, I'm like, yeah, I used to be a cop. So I know that you're full of shit. You're trying to write a bullshit ticket. So just write your ticket. And I asked him, is your actual is your actual what do you call that shit? Camera on. Great. Well, you're gonna have to recall from the moment that you actually started to pull out, you're gonna actually have to verify whatever machine that you thought you was using to do that. You're gonna have to pull that up in court. And he kind of looked crazy at me, and I'm like, yeah. They're gonna have to account for the very second that you actually started your car up to come to my actual truck. You're gonna have to show from that camera where you see me with a phone in my hand at 70 miles an hour, and I'm 10 feet in the air, and you're 4 feet on the ground from your car. So you're gonna have to tell me how you can spot something going 70 miles an hour, and there ain't no overpasses. So I'm like, all right, man, good luck with that. So he kind of like gave me this, like, oh, it's not an admission of guilt. I'm like, it's on the paperwork for my actual company. So it's like Highway Patrol could give you bullshit tickets that you can't fight. Like if they put something on your FMCSA record, you can't fight it. There's no court for that. They could just throw all types of shit on there, and you can't fight it. Even if you were to win in civilian court, that shit is on your permanent record for your driver's license.
Right.
And he's trying to tell me that, oh, it's not an admission of guilt. I'm like, fuck you, it's an admission of guilt. It's on there. He was like, oh, well, no, it isn't. I'm like, dude, you can't data queue that shit off of there. I'm like, look, you came up here on some fucking bullshit. You want me to pay some shit? I'm not going to. I'd rather pay an attorney, $299 to like get this shit taken care of. But this shit's on my permanent fucking record according to my driver's license because you can't take that shit off of there. Right? So you keep trying to tell me it's not an admission of guilt. I'm like, it's why you
the guilt isn't the problem.
Yeah. It's like you
MOT,
told me. Yeah. Yeah. Go ahead.
did you ever see that? You remember the Cessna crash, that small plane crash? Did you ever see the news article around it?
No, I looked at it the next day, and nobody got killed.
Okay.
Nobody got killed.
Okay, because there's footage of the plane actually landing. Have you seen that? If you
Oh
have,
no!
I'm
Hell
not gonna.
no! No, no, no! I,
Okay,
I
let
didn't
me
even know there was
show
footage of that.
this. Yeah, let me show this to you. Dude, it's scary as shit.
Nancy,
If
just
it hit, if it hit some
there
shit,
was
it had
forced
to
to
be
make an
scary.
emergency
Oh, watch this.
landing because of the situation. Part of their investigation, they're going to be taking a look at a number of things like the flight track data. They're going to be looking at the maintenance records of that aircraft, and then they're going to be looking at the pilot's license and its ratings as well. Now, we want to show you that video one more time. Like Nancy mentioned, incredible video, mostly because most of the folks who were involved there walked away with minor injuries in that
How
incident.
scary
You can see the
is
small
that?
aircraft collide with that Toyota Camry. The driver of that car is a 57-year-old woman from Melbourne. She was taken to the hospital with what FHP is calling minor injuries. According to Florida Highway Patrol, the pilot and passenger in the plane were both 27 years old. Neither had any injuries. We also want to show you some video from Chopper 2
Neither
over the
had
scene
any
after the crash
injuries.
happened. You
No.
can see the mangled
That
plane and
shit
the
was propped up
extensive
on
traffic
between
backup
the
near mile
median,
marker
just
201.
like that.
This is in
Yes, that's
Cocoa,
exactly what it
south
looked like.
of King Street. Now, we spoke with the driver and his son who took that incredible video. They were directly behind that Toyota. Take a listen.
That's crazy.
We're thinking, oh, it's trying to make a safe landing on the highway. As boom, front tire just goes right onto the car that's right in front of us. It was so scary.
Wow.
The debris started coming at us, and we had to swerve out of the way, and get to the side of the road real quick.
There are 3 agencies involved in this investigation: the FAA, Florida Highway Patrol, and then also NTSB. NTSB says that its investigation could take at least 30 days. They are asking anyone who has video of this incident to please email them, and we have that information on WESH.com. Covering Brevard County, Megan Moriarty, WESH 2 News.
Do you you want me to put this link in the back chat?
Oh no! I'll look it up. Yeah,
Okay.
because I heard that was like nobody that got killed. I mean, because I shine my floodlight into the actual thing, and I seen, blood in the fucking windshield. I'm like, man, that don't look good at all. I mean, because traffic was stopped
go
on
ahead.
both sides of the highway, and I didn't understand why until I seen the plane in the middle of the median. And I'm like, oh,
well, it was an obstruction on both sides.
yes.
Hey,
Wow.
King Picks, salute to you. Look, John Galt has me blocked from his chat, at least my main account. I have a second account, but I don't even subscribe to his channel anymore. And, if he has me blocked from the chat, I doubt he's going to allow me up on his panel. Unless it's to a point to where, I need be concerned. John Galt got his ass handed to him on Izzy Band's channel. So he was just an angry hornet, basically. Look, apparently I was important to his psyche or some bullshit like that. If there was anything interesting, let me know. But if it's just the standard, Stanley reads books criticism, he was on my channel, and if he had such a problem with me, the thing is I did not have a problem with him. He was who he was. I know who he was and all that. That's why I was doing the overnight show. John Galt never said, hey, Stanley, have you thought about doing a show on my channel? It was Portia, the other, like the executive producer. I used to always annoy her. Well, she's the executive producer. She asked me, and I literally told her, I'll let you know in a couple days because you know what I thought when she asked me? Well, that's too much work. Do I really want to do, but I'm like, well, this could be fun. I can talk about politics. I've always, shit. Um, you know, back in the day, maybe I would have been some political reporter or something, but John Galt approved it because it was his channel, but he didn't ask me to do it. Portia did. And you know what? Um, they knew my politics was totally different. I'm a night owl anyway. I literally said, hey, I'll start the show at like 1 or 2 in the morning. I will stay out of the way of, the stuff that I'm uncomfortable with. They used to do a lot of body cam videos, the crack hose stealing from Walmart, that sort of thing.
Oh,
Well,
gotcha.
yeah, they used to do the the cop body cam videos, these crime. And you know what? I hate those videos because that's not representative of I've been drinking a little bit. Representative of black people. Okay. And my whole thing is I want, overnight, I want to show the positive stuff that black people do because it's all over YouTube. There's this female airplane captain who lives in Atlanta, works for I think Delta. She has her own channel. I would show videos from her, and she's also gorgeous, by the way, but she's a fucking pilot, commercial pilot, like for a big name. She shows the videos of, oh, hey, I went from Atlanta to fucking Bermuda and got to spend a couple days. Dude, that's the sort of stuff. Black farmers. There are black farmers who are doing well, who have YouTube channels. I want to see that. I want to see black fishermen. I want to see black hunters. Most people do not do the JP lifestyle. Dude, I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, in a neighborhood called Cloverdale. Motherfucker, we had lawns to mow. Dude, it's almost like, hey, when I was 11 or 12 or something like that, my father fixed up his old fucking lawnmower so I could use it, to mow lawns for my neighbors. And you know what? It was an excuse because he wanted a goddamn snapper anyway. he wanted some expensive lawnmower. He was like, okay, I could take this piece of shit. We rebuilt the engine. We painted the body of the lawnmower. We sanded it down. And then we painted it. It was a fucking gorgeous machine. And my daddy said, okay. It didn't charge me shit. It was a father-son project. Here's your lawnmower. Now I get, the snapper of my dreams. That's how I grew up, for better or for worse. So, look, I'm sorry, but not all black people. And the shame on John Galt. Dude's from Alabama. He knows how blacks in the South, even if you were poor, you were living good. Dude, I couldn't wait to get out of Savannah. And lo and behold, I'm fucking 23 missing Savannah. I'm like, I fucking hate Newport, Rhode Island. I want to go home. It was like a fucking Beach Boys song. I want to go home. Look, John Galt is demented. And the other thing I want to say is that, I've been out of the John Galt universe for about a year now, almost a year. He's not getting better at this. He is devolving. All that fucking, weed and beer, it's catching up with this 50-year-old ass. He's not funny. He's not clever. He's not quick on his feet. Izzy Bands handed John his ass today, and all John wants to do is he's just trying to save face. So if he comes after me, I'm so glad you told me, King Picks. Someone, another couple other people mentioned it to me. I don't care unless it's something that really needs to be addressed. John Galt is descending, not ascending. Who? Candy Cane? Oh yeah. Oh, it's hard. If you go back up in the chat, I dropped her link. If you can't find it, let me know. I'll redrop it. King Picks. So anyway, enough of my blather. Let's go back. Because I really want you to see this whole exchange with CT. And I really want your take on it. God damn it. How did I do that? Now I got to find my place again. Here's as good as anywhere.
This before. I've said this before. If the black man was much of a, if the black man did not have a level of defending and securing and having a way to maintain his environment, he lost. He was a punk. If he got punked
that goes
out
for the whole continent, then
that's fine.
That goes for all of Africa.
And don't get me started with Africa. Don't get me started with Africa. But the thing is that this is why, when people say, "CT, if I ever see you, man, I'm gonna do this to you." Well, why didn't your ancestors beat up the white man? Because you constantly talk about the white man doing all this to you. So be tough with me, but your ancestors weren't tough with the white man. And so these are the things that bother me, and one of the reasons why I love these race conversations, because why weren't you tough in Rosewood? Why weren't you tough in Tulsa? But you're tough now. And that's the thing that's really bothers me about a lot of blacks. So as a woman, I get where you are coming from, and that's fine. But as a man, men don't operate like that. I've known a lot of black dudes that got their asses beat in the streets. Oh no! Don't forget the last question for me, okay? I want to answer the last question. Okay? I've known a lot of black dudes to get their asses beat in the street. Then you see them the next week, they lying and saying they ain't even got into a fight, or they had never called themselves a victim when a black man does something to them. So as a black man, there's a level of disgrace if those events actually happen the way that we are being told, because what stopped us from having our own military, quasi-military, security force?
Okay, I want to. I don't know how well or how much you know about
his point. It's like, what is this?
Let me give you a
it's
little
me
bit,
and he's
and
not
I
a
can
part of the group?
backtrack it. Well, hold on one sec. Let me give you a little bit of background. I think he's first generation Nigerian.
Okay.
He went to, I think, one of the more prominent colleges in the Midwest, majored in African American studies. So I don't get, for some reason or another, he's an alpha. He talks about he pledged Alpha Phi. I don't know. He's one of these types, almost like a Candace Owens, in that he was kind of pro-black, and then lightning struck apparently, and all of a sudden, he's not even conservative in my mind, to be honest. You know, he's not a George Will type conservative. He fucking like, you know, he he bitches at me. Well, he doesn't bitch, but you know, he loves to get his little poke in the side about me being a book reader. And you know, he and JP, you know, the whole thing that CT, Chaotic Truth, John Galt, and others, and JP, like, hey, how is someone who dropped out of high school in ninth grade more personable, more funny? You know, people want the JP on the panel because JP pulls in an audience. They don't want, say, a Stanley Cross because motherfucker, I'm boring is why. Dude, I'm not JP. Dude, I got some good one-liners. You know, if I have a couple beers, I get funnier. Dude, I'm a serious man. JP is not. That's why they want him up. The dude's literally a clown.
And most people
You
want to
won't.
listen to
Hey,
clowns.
if you need like a problem solved, and I don't know, dude, I remember waking up one morning on the way to work. We'd had an ice storm up in the mountains, and motherfucker, my neighbor goes, well, hey, I need a tree cut, you know, one that it fell across the road. Is your chainsaw gassed up? Well, turns out my chainsaw was fucking gassed up. So we had to cut our way down the goddamn road. But that's a problem JP wouldn't be able to fucking solve. Motherfucker, my chainsaw was gassed up, and my neighbor and I had to cut our way across the road. You want people like JP to make you laugh on a YouTube panel. You don't call him if you need, like, you know, if there's some
Real
wood
problem
across the
solved.
road.
Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker. JP can't fucking run a chainsaw. That
I mean, but
motherfucker couldn't.
unfortunately, most people conflate that with substance, and I can't help those people. I don't know how to appeal to those people, and
But
it
let me
seems to be way too many of them.
but let me tell you something, dude. Motherfucker, I am a book reader, but god damn it, I can swing a splitting maul. Motherfucker, CT can't fucking swing a splitting maul. The motherfucker's a city boy. And I'm kind of a city boy too, for that matter. But guess what? I moved up to the mountains on a whim. It's like, gee, I wonder what it's like living in the mountains. Dude, it changed my life completely. I had to learn how to split wood and use a chainsaw, and I fucking loved it. Dude, it was like, damn, I'm like 35 and where has this mountain been all my life? So when I hear dumb fuck like JP or CT or any of these people, dude, I know how to swing a goddamn splitting maul. I know.
But these are characters, though.
know how
Like this is not real. These are characters.
It's not.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing a role, and if you ask them a simple question, like I love these type of characters, because what you do is you break the character by just start talking about real world problems and how they're
Yeah, oh,
from their political
absolutely.
aspect. That's how you break them. Yeah, that's how you break them. It's kind of like people don't understand the thing about Obsidian. He's good. You have him on. Start talking about progress and actual things operating. You totally break the character because he has nothing to offer when it comes to actual real things. And unfortunately, most people who are black use the excuse of entertainment to never focus on things that are actually real. And then they expect other people to go get real outcomes and then like put their name on
Mhm.
shit. And it's like, man, what are you talking about? You are convinced by entertainment. You want reality to be entertainment based, so that way you can have what they can have a reason to not, be serious. And it's like, I'm not trying to cultivate or act like that to get an audience or to maintain one. I'm sorry, I'm not doing that.
Hey, Candy, hit the link if you want. Look, I've already talked you up. You need a CNN show. you can be the substitute for what's her name? Oh, damn it! Who's the other just
So what's the
gorgeous
basis of the
woman?
show? Like, what does she talk about like every day on the show?
No, this is her show
Oh no,
that
no,
we're
no.
watching.
I know this show, but outside of this show, what
Oh,
does she talk
you
about?
know what? I don't know. Come up here and introduce yourself to Manna tomorrow.
Yeah.
She, you know what? It's hard to define her. I guess whatever she finds interesting. Yeah, it's kind of like my show in a way. It's more what's on her mind at the time. It's not, um, the battle of the sexes or anything like that. Even this show wasn't specifically battle of the sexes. It was a very specific point. Is JP right about a specific thing he said? It became kind of spicy when CT came up there, and especially when JP went up there, but that's to be expected. But
Well, I
no,
love this level
I
of conversation, though. This whole kind
oh
of
yeah. Oh no.
anti-black, you haven't done
Yeah.
anything type thing. Oh, I love those type of conversations because at the end of the day, he doesn't bring up Greenville, Mississippi. Doesn't bring up Greenwood,
No.
Mississippi.
No.
Yeah,
Well, see,
he don't bring
this
that
is
up.
the dude. She literally she keeps her cool. She asks CT questions that he actually has to think about. And CT is capable of thinking, but
Oh yeah.
she doesn't. She keeps it level. She does not,
So
you know.
she was on some real attorney shit. She's just sitting there
Oh
biding
yeah,
her time.
absolutely,
And
dude. You're gonna be impressed.
yeah, I like
Dude,
that.
and you know me, I'm a little, little stickler for language. No, she was flawless. Better than, dude. I don't hold a candle to what she did.
I wish
Because
that was the standard, though. I wish that was the standard to actually handle these anti-black trolls, but for some reason, every time one of these anti-black trolls get up there, people just wig out and don't even ask them substantive-based questions because I love these basic conversations, and I just snatch them out of character and just like, oh, okay. If you're so conservative, so what conservative area have you moved in where everything is actually solved?
right.
Period.
Well, Candy Cane, meet Manna tomorrow.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, hello. Can I call you MOT?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Oh, so you know who he is already.
I do. I was introduced to him through Big J's channel, just like I
Oh,
was
okay.
Oh,
introduced to
okay. Yeah,
yours.
Yeah.
I was also introduced to your channel through Big J. So yes, I know who both of you are
Yeah.
through him.
All right, cool.
Just to
Thanks
say
so
that.
much.
Hmm.
Yeah, Big J's another
Yeah.
he was on the show earlier. I was like, oh shit. I thought he was gonna jump through his screen and slap somebody. He was going 0 to 100 in a
He
few
did real
seconds.
quick, real quick. He did.
Yeah.
So
But I just,
anything you want to set this up? This is a bit after CT showed up. And like I said, I don't think I've ever seen anyone handle CT. You were real even keeled. You kept it real journalistic, and it was
hmm
impressive.
Well, thank you.
Oh,
I just kind of wanted to come up and give a little bit about myself and my channel.
all right,
Yeah,
cool.
please
Basically,
do.
the whole premise of my channel is to just have conversations about various topics that I see that I kind of want to expand upon. And you are very correct. I had a specific point that I wanted to talk about with that exchange between JP and the other person that I mentioned in the stream. And yeah, it
Mhm.
wasn't meant to be like a bashing stream. It was actually meant to be a
Right.
stream that to ask, was JP correct in what he said? And
Mhm.
JP came and he spoke for himself. So, I'm always going to open up the platform for people who want to speak for themselves and do that. So I do appreciate him for doing that. Love him or hate him, he is going to show up and talk for himself. So I'll give him
Well, it's kind of funny. And again, I mean, do you have a journalism background? It was
that.
pretty impressive.
Not quite exactly. I mean,
Mhm.
I was kind of like a writer for school
Okay.
newspapers and things in the past, but never really like active journalism. No.
Oh,
Mhm.
okay.
Well, like I said, kudos to you, salute to you. It was impressive. And look, there are YouTube hosts out there that I wish I could be more like, and you might be one of them. I
Well,
can
thank you.
do both though. I can do both because I'm my character is the cranky old man. I I can be I can be real even tempered and ask good questions, or I can just ad hoc on your ass or ad hominem your ass. And it annoys a lot of people because I do both gleefully.
Hmm.
I prefer the ad hominems. So you know, CT is where I started, at least on this trajectory.
Hmm.
So, I'm always gonna, hold a special place for CT in my heart, but that doesn't preclude me from being very blunt with him.
You were very blunt.
So,
I caught your
oh
questions and
yeah,
comments in the chat.
oh no, he knows who I am. And now I have no use for JP.
Hmm.
I have no use for people like that. And I don't have this JP represents all black men or JP represents the black community. He's just an awful person, and I feel more sorry for his kids.
Hmm.
He represents no one other than JP, in my opinion. CT's
Hmm.
absolutely wrong on this. CT has some quirky views. I'll be kind. I don't know how you can go to college and major in African American studies and have these boutique sort of views on culture.
It's easy.
Not
It's
good.
easy.
He's not good at culture critique. He does
Yeah,
not
but that's not.
understand the black community in America or the history. I don't know how he got to this place.
Yeah, but you have to understand, it's a character actor. It's a
Yeah.
character actor. It's not meant
Well,
to be real.
Candy came. Well, I was kind of surprised when CT said he believes everything he says. And I've known him. He might embellish some of his viewpoints, but I think he's actually genuine. What he says about black people, like why haven't black people created, a Microsoft or something?
That so
Now,
he could benefit off of it.
well, it's a weird concoction, but I actually believe I believe he believes that. I think he actually thinks that's a good question. But the thing is the reasons are obvious.
I mean, but that's not a good question because nobody competes with Microsoft that much.
Well, no,
That's
no,
why it
no, no,
doesn't make
no.
any sense.
Okay, well, let me clarify. It's an interesting question if
Yeah.
you think equality, black people have been equal to white people in American history. He believes that black people are lazy. He believes that literally JP is the epitome of blackness. Dude, they believe in race science and shit.
Oh, you mean that Lapper curve shit?
Oh, well, more like a Charles Murray vision,
Oh,
where
come
black people,
on.
no, 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 they do. They think IQ is genetic. Well, hold on. They think IQ, which is a measure of G, but
Yeah.
IQ, like Charles Murray was interesting, and it's a good thing the bell curve got checked. It was
Yes.
so just kind of offensive because Charles Murray is not a sociologist. I think he did get a degree in sociology, but he wanted to base policy off of the bell curve. You know, if black people are in order of magnitude, not order of magnitude, a deviation, a standard deviation or something below white people, we just need to accept that black people, you know, have that issue. We need to set policy based on what we want to call biological. Two things fucked Charles Murray up: his bell curve theory. Bernstein, his co-author, another Harvard psychologist, was a known racist. The other thing is what blew the bell curve out of the water was the Human Genome Project. Actual science stomped pseudoscience, the theories. Dude, at the genetic level, we don't know whether you're black or white. There's some trends. You know, one type, you know, sickle cell is not a black disease, it's a tropical disease. It's, you know, anyone, you know, any group of people that basically, you know, kind of evolved around the equator, they're Greeks who get sickle cell. There are other tropical, you know, quote races who get sickle cell. It's a black disease in the United States, but other parts of the world, doesn't matter your race. If your lineage, you know, developed or evolved around the equator, you're going to get it too. And by the way, sickle cell is an adaptation. It actually, you know, it's weird in that if you get the right type of mutation, you're going to be more immune to, you know, tropical diseases. Anyway, I'm getting way off the topic. CT and his ilk, they believe in race science. So
Look,
it's a weird concoction.
Look, I'm happy for their limitations. Once you start dragging them into a policy discussion, they're completely lost because they're going to be advocating for things that's going to hurt them. And you make them acknowledge that.
Yeah, and you know, they never explain, well, CT or JP, how, you know, if there's actually race science, how are you exceptional?
Yes.
You're
How are
black
you
too.
exempt? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. If they never address that sort of thing.
Because most people don't know how to argue the point up to that.
Well, most people actually are bamboozled into thinking, dude, IQ is just a measure. All intelligence is the ability to learn. That's literally a strict definition of what intellect intelligence is. It's the ability to pick up information. Yeah. And some people are faster, some people are slower. People who want to make a lot of IQ and even general intelligence, the other wrinkle is there are different types of genius.
Yes.
Michael Jordan is a genius, but not because he can do math problems in his head. It's because he understands how his body works in space. He can do things physically That's brain power. That's genius. He can do
Think about it.
shit or
Dennis
could do
Rodman
shit.
was genius at what he
Yeah,
did. No one could
yeah,
have done what Dennis Rodman have done in the league or since then.
right. So they, basically the race science got stomped by actual science. And I as a science major appreciate that. But they want it to persist. Oh yeah. Race, race determines intellect. Nah, it doesn't. Race is literally something that was just put into a law because phenotype. So
The
let
only
me
thing you got to
play
do is
some.
just have a white liberal be up against that black bullshit, and then they don't know how to act when a white person actually criticizes something that a conservative or a conservative acting person says. Yeah, just put them up against a white liberal who knows a lot of shit, and look how stun locked that they look whenever they try to bring up that stupid shit. It's really funny.
Well, the funny thing is that they don't seem to understand that, these people who are doing the actual science, dude, they tend to at least be able to say y'all are dumb. So I'll start this and I'll be right back. I'm listening.
Why didn't black people created everything? Why didn't we have airplanes to bomb their town? So these are the things. Why didn't we control the media? We've done everything. So these are the questions that I ask on my panel. Whether they're right or wrong, it's just food for thought. Now, to answer this question, Candy Cane, please ask him why he doesn't talk about issues in the white community. Black Proud, I kick white people's back in damn near twice or three times a week. I talk about I talk about the fact that I talk about their incel community. I talk about the fact that a lot of whites are drug addicts and not using their whiteness for their advantage. I kick white people's backs in all the time. I talk about how they fuck their dogs. I go in on white people. I go in on their stagnant civilization and why they're not populating at high rates. I kick their backs in all the time. I call them hunkies on my channel. And I call the ones who call them hunkies and cracker. I call them all types of stuff. I'm an equal opportunity racist, Black Proud. You need to watch more shows because I
Thank you, Frank.
And see, let me help him out. Equal opportunity racist, you're a fucking racist.
Yes.
It doesn't matter whether you're an equal opportunity. That is literally, see, what CT does not do is he doesn't have the best and brightest up there on his panels talking about this shit. Dude, you're a racist. Being equally racist isn't a thing to be concerned about. You're a racist. That's the problem.
You know how
You should
crazy
not
he would
be.
look going up against a cultural anthropologist or a natural sociologist? That dude would get destroyed.
Dude, he would get destroyed by like someone who's good at rhetoric. See, he thinks that being a racist isn't bad. He's one of those motherfuckers who also thinks that everybody's a racist. Being racist is what, it's normal to be a racist. No, it's not. It's fucking taught.
It's not normal to define people by stereotypes and try to characterize whole races of people by what a few people do. Like, look, I don't listen. I tell people straight up, how many um how many scanners do we have in front of movie theaters? Apparently, like Aurora, Colorado, where I'm at, we had the Batman shooting. You know how many actual places that check for white dudes who come into movie theaters after that? Zero. You want to know why? It was an outlier event, and it was not meant to be something that was culturally, quote unquote, race worthy to check people for. Even though they shoot up schools and everything else, they don't just check white dudes when they go to school. And it's like, once you start using those very specific examples and how they try to use the specific example against black people, what you do is you just use different examples for different races of people, and then they don't know how to get out of that loop that they just created.
Right. Yeah, it's dude, if anybody needs a book, dude, books are good.
Thank you for answering that. I do want to give Auntie a chance to speak because he was trying to pipe in there.
Yeah, this is my issue that you equate, just like Candy Cane said, people working for a living and maintain, just having some level of professionalism in the workplace to what we call shucking and jiving, which is a J Prince for president coming up on your platform and being a jester just for the sole entertainment of pretty much the coon sector and a bunch.
Look, here's the other thing that people should not do. They should not take CT that seriously. So, you need to treat
like I look at Obsidian. Like Obsidian is very purposeful in what he's trying to convey. Like he's trying to say things to get an emotional reaction out of you, so that way you bypass logic and reason and rational arguments, so that way you can argue with him on the level of what he puts out there. And I think CT does the same thing from a racial aspect. Again.
Oh yeah. Here's the other thing. He also said, "Hey, Candy Cane asked him, well, are you kind of like a shock jock?" And he said yes. Once he admits to being kind of like a shock jock, that's the key. That's the skeleton key. You cannot take him seriously. He's trying to trigger you. So, but Aunt T, makes good points, but he should have just never even tried to treat CT, other than a shock jock.
To white folks, that's what we mean when we say shucking and jiving. People, it's one thing to do that shit for a living, to do that for a living and just not go up there and cuss your bosses out and tell them how you really feel and just doing the job that you get paid to do. And then it's another thing to just come up there and make a total ass of yourself and then try to say that you wear the damn hat for all black folks. And just being a jester. That's shucking and jiving. That's what Imperious meant when he told Jay Prince to go do it. That's what Jay Prince does every time he comes on your platform. So to equate the two, I can't agree with that. I don't think Candy Cane really agreed with you either on that. And the correlation that you made was bullshit, bro.
No, I agree with that, Aunt. I don't agree that we shuck and jive on a daily basis, like for paychecks. I go to work. I do work.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted. CT has a satirical channel that highlights extremists' perspectives. The main issue is that JP is a real-life minstrel show, and some folks need to admit that. Nah. It's weirder than that. Satire is not the same thing as shock jockery.
Like people need to understand that the difference is, it's like, listen, when somebody is purposefully full of shit, they are not to be taken seriously after that point. You can call it satire, you can call it whatever you want to. At the end of the day, if your points are false, and you're presenting a false narrative in order to get a rise out of people, there's really nothing to debate there. Nothing. It doesn't matter how popular you are or anything else. the end of the day,
Well,
you're
it's
the person
also
with the trigger.
potentially dangerous. Not,
It
you
is.
know, in this particular case, but um, you know, it can be troublesome.
I mean, does he give a
Here
disclaimer that he's
that you would
actually doing this, or else you
I'm
just have
sorry,
to
say
know
that.
that he's doing it? I mean, does he give a disclaimer that he's doing this type of thing before his show?
I honestly don't know. Most people are kind of in on the joke.
Oh, okay. All right. Well,
Yeah,
oh, you can go ahead, Miss. I didn't. That's the only thing I wanted to know. So.
yeah, I don't know that he has like a satire, you know, flashing thing, but most people don't take him too seriously. And I don't know, you know, I know of Auntie. I've actually watched because sometimes he'll do like a Sunday morning thing, you know, kind of like a recap, I think it was. But
You know, Auntie been here for a while too.
really, I didn't know
Oh
that.
yeah. Oh yeah, he's been here for a while.
Well, he's very well spoken, by the way. You know, look, when I say well spoken, I mean he puts thoughts together well. He's not all over the place. You know, I admire people who can present an organized argument. You know, it's not messy, it's to the point. That doesn't happen that often on YouTube, unfortunately.
and not to say that what JP doesn't. Okay, let me slow down because my brain's working faster than my mouth. Um, not to take away anything that JP is trying to accomplish by being an internet personality. All right, kudos to you if you can make that work. My issue is that just like Taz tried to explain to him, the sole purpose of why they want you on that platform is to bring you over to make you the voice of the everyday black man, and you are not. And as a black man, I was kind of happy or kind of proud to see him want to protect his image and say, "Hey, JP, don't you think this might not be the best idea? I get it. You like the fact that you're going viral for being the EBT queen."
I know. Let's see. Let's go ahead and hunt JP up. Um, again, I found it fascinating. You know, I'm kind of a long form kind of guy. Um, here we go.
I mean, just think about JP. Like when I went on the Child Please podcast or whatever, he tried to
Hmm.
pretend like he didn't know who I was. But the last time that me and him had a discussion was on Black Male Talk Show when he was talking about being with underage girls and all that kind of stupid shit,
Oh
like a couple
wow.
years ago. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And I didn't want to go back into that, but the fact that he tried to pretend he didn't know who I was, ooh, that really got on my nerves. But at the end of the day, we know what type of dude he is, and I just didn't want to actually engage with him or talk to him at all, and that's why I kind of jumped off the panel. Once I seen it was him, I didn't want no excuse to even hear this dude's voice or to tolerate him even talking within my presence. That's how come I got off of there. Because I don't want anything to do with that person. Period.
Well, let me say this. Um, there are up to two people that, you know, that I would probably not let them on my show just because I don't want, you know, not that I'm being snooty, but dude, I don't need that kind of, you know, I don't want my hands to be sullied with that sort of shit. And JP's one of them. And he probably, if he even remembers who I am, to be honest, I've only talked with him a couple times. But yeah, I don't need that kind of prominence.
Yeah. Yeah, me neither.
No, bro, you're
Motherfucker, I don't want to be that famous.
you're passionate, but you're an entertainer first, and that's what you're here to do. You're providing entertainment. I ain't mad at you, bro. You know what I'm saying? Do it. You know what I'm saying? Do it well. Enjoy it. Whatever you do, bro, take pride in it. But let's just call a spade a spade. Let's not.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Where do you live at?
What do you mean?
Okay. If you were to turn your camera on, do you live in a will we see a black community?
I mean, do I live in a primarily black neighborhood? Yes.
Okay. What community is this, if you don't mind me asking?
I mean, I don't know what you mean. It's mostly black folks that stay here.
Are you proud enough to talk about the community?
I don't know that he wants to dox himself on this.
I think Candy Kane put my comment up. See, I don't think CT has been to the South at all or much. He's in the Cleveland area. He is a
Ohio?
city boy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He's a city boy, and apparently he thinks all blacks live in the fucking ghetto. In the South, dude, they're black people in the middle of nowhere.
Dude, that's not
He
even
just
true for Ohio.
is that right? I've never
Yeah,
been.
that's not even true for Ohio. No.
Yeah, like I said, these are some boutique, quirky ideas that black people are all one way. And see, this sort of stuff, you have to think black people are a monolith for some of these viewpoints. And the race science helps. A lot of things that this house of cards tends to be built on.
I would be
Yeah,
cautious of that.
Okay, well, where do you work at? Do you mind me asking that? Where do you work at? Do you work for a black company or do you work for white people?
I'm an independent contractor, so technically I work for myself.
Okay. What college did you go to?
Yeah,
University
look at
of
him.
Central Florida.
That's a HBCU?
No.
Yeah. So let me put it to you this way. And this is the other thing. This is why knowledge is power. Okay. That you don't know that UCF is not an HBCU. Maybe he does, and he's just being disingenuous. But CT didn't go to an HBCU. Fuck no, he went to Kent State. So this is what is so hilarious. These dudes expect things of the people that they're questioning that they talk the talk, they're not walking the walk. John Galt, again, talking all this bullshit. The motherfucker has like a master's degree from University of Alabama, at least according to him. And I have no reason to doubt him. I don't really give that much of a fuck. That's why I think these people are fucking clowns. You're going to ask a man where he went to college, and then when he tells you, oh, it's not an HBCU, well, motherfucker, why are you even asking the question? You went to Kent State.
Yeah, so an even better question is, why do we need to have HCBUs in the first place?
Well, I don't know. We may not now, but America's big on traditions, especially because it's racist.
Yeah, and it's like the whole concept of an HCBU is because they didn't want your ass going to their schools. Period. So it's like
Exactly.
so it's like the whole race thing is something that they started. It's an institutional thing that they started. And it's like
Yeah, HBCUs are the result of systemic racism. That they still exist as institutions, it's still systemic racism.
and they don't get funded like the other colleges in the state. It's come on, man. It's like, come on.
Yeah, you got 2 billionaires and Trump. And oh dude, people like CT and John Galt, oh yeah. Trump gave money to the HBCUs. Not
Oh, he didn't.
enough.
Oh, he didn't.
Oh,
That was
that's
another
not
bill
okay. I
made
don't
by
know.
somebody else. He didn't specifically do anything.
Right. Well, that's obvious.
What in your life you say that do you think, how about this? Do you let me do this. Do you believe that I'm anti-black?
No, I think you're just an entertainer, bro.
Oh, okay. What are your feelings about what are your feelings about me when I make fun of white people and their dog obsession, to the point where I kind of believe that a lot of whites, they do sexual things with it. I made a live stream about white people and their dog obsession, to the point where I kind of believe that a lot of whites, they do sexual things with it. I made a live stream about that. What do you think when I go in on whites with no evidence and no facts? Just my own anecdotal experience. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think you're just entertaining, bro. You're just doing what you do.
But you just don't want me to do it but you find it egregious when I'm making entertainment about black people.
No, I don't think it's egregious at all, bro. Okay. I haven't I still tune into your show and everything. I'm just calling it what it is.
Okay.
I don't find anything that you do egregious, bro. You do it for the sake of entertainment, and you entertain a lot of people when you do it, bro. That's why you do well at it.
Okay. Now, I don't know how to take that statement. You don't find what CT does egregious? I'm like, what? Of course it's egregious. And
I mean, he's trying to highlight it but minimize it, but there's a better way of doing it than giving credence to it. Credibility.
No, go ahead, tell me. I'm not sure. I want your teaching here.
No, what it is that he does non-serious content. And
Oh yeah, well, yeah.
It's meant for personnel who want to think that about other people. Like this is already it's already a preconceived notion that he's weaponizing the people that already have about certain things. Like me, I
Right.
don't care. I would never listen to this shit because I don't need to listen to that about other people. Even when black people do it, I think it's stupid as shit. But at the end of the day, I'm not trying to look at people through that lens, and I don't need a level of verification through that lens in order for me to be able to live and breathe and act in society. I don't need that. I can look at things from a case by case basis. I had to for years. So I have to look at things from a case by case basis.
Yeah, this is interesting. And by the way, I kind of like CT on this panel where, he can't drop anybody or, be in full control. It's like, oh man.
So I don't think it's egregious. I think it's extremely disingenuous when you come up here and you say that you're passionate about these things, but yet at the same time, it's really just entertainment.
Okay.
I'd like to thank. I was going to go ahead and introduce JP James Prince. JP for President is now on the stream as well, so he can actually speak for himself.
This dude.
What's going on? What's the word? What's going on? What's up, CT?
Nothing much, man. I'm over here pretty much defending your.
Now, let me tell you what I would have done. I would have lowered JP's mic volume. That's another little thing that these people will do. You know, he will be able to overtalk everyone else. I'd have turned it down so it's at a minimum equal to everyone else. And when you get annoying, I'll just turn this shit, you know, all the way down. But letting JP have this kind of volume, and maybe she doesn't notice it, I'd be adjusting his mic volume, letting him
Yeah, but it's
overtalk.
purposeful
Not,
on the actual
yeah,
person's part. It's purposeful.
absolutely it is. And I would neuter him at this point, you know, turn it down so he cannot be heard over anyone else, even the playing field, basically.
Names that you weren't here, they were asking me about your appearances on the show, and they were basically saying, and I'm paraphrasing it, but they believe that you were shucking and jiving. And I told them that they shuck and jive, and not just they, but blacks shuck and jive every damn day when they go to the white man's jobs. They are in the white man's military. They shuck and jive when they begging for a car loan, begging for a bank loan. They shuck and jive and switch up their language, and they leave the black community because the black community shucks and jive with not tackling the crime issue that it persists. But I was trying my best to hold it down for you, man. But now that you're here, man, I think you can handle it.
I appreciate that, CT. The thing is, too, is that none of these people got.
Just a quick note, King Picks. I've told CT that to his face. He is a racist, and he's not denied it to any extent. I mean, like I said, CT is kind of a origin story. I respect him as kind of a channel owner. You know, he's got a big panel and all that, but I'm not shy to tell him he's a racist. And the other funny thing is CT does not think it's bad to be a racist. The trope around this anti-black blackosphere is all human beings are racist. It's normal to be a racist. So me calling CT a racist, to him it's not an insult.
But it's purposeful. I mean, you know, he yeah. So.
To people like CT and John Galt, hey, I'm normal. I'm just like the whites.
Power in
yeah, kind of social relatability is BS, but yeah, I understand.
All that working and going to school, CT, they not important for nobody. Like, don't nobody need them. Nobody have to depend on. We don't need their permission for nothing. We don't need them for leadership, direction. They don't have neither of the sort to be sitting up here trying to pass judgment. Like, y'all not the people that I got to answer to. Y'all don't get people approved for Section 8 or get people approved for a job. Y'all don't, like, where these people think these pedestals that they done put themselves on? Like, who y'all think y'all is in that independent contract? You damn near working as a job, right?
I'm sorry, I was muted. Saying that independent contractor is pretty much working a job. JP should have been checked right then and there. Okay, you are letting JP win an argument if you don't check him.
You don't let people this fucking stupid get an inch on everything. Everything that comes out of their mouth, you have to challenge everything they say.
Yes, sir. Everything. You body check.
As soon as they gasp for air,
you
be like, look, this level of dumb nigga equivocation is just not needed. That's not what
Dude,
independent
just
contractors
like a
are.
child, just like a child. Give them an inch, they'll take a mile. Dude, JP should have been checked. And I don't think he gets checked, but independent contractor, you might as well be working a job, or that's just like having a job. Let me make one quick point here. And this is why I admire you, MOT. Yeah, we're in lockstep. I don't know whether it's the military or what, but dude, you can't let idiots fucking have an inch.
No. It's military. It's military, dude.
Yeah, that dude, you know that 5 laws of stupidity? Dude, you can't let stupidity fucking have an inch. It will grow like a virus. And by the way, let's see.
Most of my government contracts I get are from independent fucking contracts.
Right.
What? What on earth? All right, man.
Let me make an American culture point, and this is to Crown One. And good to see you, my friend. Look, this is the nature of American culture. America is a racist culture. It was designed that way. And I don't care what people say, if slavery is allowed in your sacred document called the Constitution, it was founded on racism. It's instituted racism at a constitutional level. And why people can't seem to fucking understand that and deny it, it's crazy to me. But here's the consequence. There is no way you can be raised in American culture and not be racist. Whether you're black, whether you're white, it is so bad that even the immigrants that come here have a concept,
Yes,
probably through TV or a movie or a
do.
book. Black people, and this is where, people kind of go, well, what the fuck? Black people are as racist as white people, but here's the difference. Most black people know how to check. You have to work to not be racist in America. And I think black people do a very good job. And other minorities do too. And maybe this is a little too far, but the factory setting of someone born into American culture is racist. You literally have to work to not be racist. Dude,
you are born bumpkin fight. If you don't fucking go nowhere,
yeah.
I mean, like anywhere, trust me, you're gonna have some real messed up opinions about how things work.
But let me tell you something. I'm sure I probably picked this up from a book. But see, this is what the CTs and the John Galts and the other fools. I literally, and I'm tooting my own horn. Dude, I was reading it like 3. My grandmother, my mother's mother, and my mother was an English teacher. But dude, I was born reading. My sister, not as prolific. My brother, 13 years younger, we're born reading because our parents were readers. More on my mother's side, she was a born reader. It's what we do. My point is that books, if you're inclined, I'm not saying it's the only way to do it, but dude, it is a life of the mind. Okay. I don't just fucking read a book and spout what I read. I think about it before I spout it. That's what thinking people do. And American culture does not encourage that, at least a lot. So all the little fuckers who want to go, oh, Stanley reads books. Well, motherfucker, I've been reading books since I was 3. I was watching Bill Buckley and Thomas Sowell when I was fucking 11. Not because my parents showed it to me, motherfucker. So I just, dude, I used to watch it. I couldn't tell you how I found it, but I was a PBS, PBS fan, public TV. It's I always found it interesting. Bill Buckley, dude, my parents didn't tell me to fucking watch Bill Buckley or Monty Python for that matter. I just thought it was funny when I was 10 or 11. My point is, you don't just read a book and spout what you read, you think about it, you process it, you bounce it against other books. CT, fucking an idiot. John
No,
Galt,
I mean, but it's on purpose.
yeah.
I mean, the reason why we read is to
You know,
gain and increase understanding of how shit works, so we can make it work better. Like,
right.
why would
But
that be a problem?
MOT, you and I'm way older than you. Dude, I just have not been able to bring myself to think that a black adult man can be that fucking stupid.
They can on
Why
purpose.
would you act like that? Who raised you?
Like I said, it is a method act. It is a method act that is purposeful for profit and benefit. That's all it is.
Dude, that's like fucking that's like what's the filthy lucre. Dude, you have to act this kind of way to fucking make a buck.
That's why it's solely
Dude,
disgusting to me and overwhelmingly disgusting to me. And that's how come I can't respect it or respect anybody who tolerates that type of shit. I mean, I can have a
MOT,
conversation with them, but at the end of the day, it's morally reprehensible to me.
MOT, I'm right there with you, man. That's why I just I'm in denial. So it makes me feel bad that motherfuckers would debase themselves like this.
I think these pedestals that they done put themselves on. Like, who y'all think y'all is in that independent contract? You damn near working as
Listen to this shit.
job.
Okay,
Right? Well, I was
independent
independent
contract,
contract. You damn near working as a job. Right? Well,
And
dude.
what's wrong with
This is
working? What is wrong with working?
yes,
What's the
yes,
problem here? Like, okay. Let's say that they say, oh, well, you went to the white man's military. Yeah, it was a job. What else I was supposed to do in Greenville, Mississippi, graduating from high school, no fucking car? How the fuck was I supposed to get to the eight or to an HCBU? And where the hell was I supposed to work while doing that without a car? Like, dude, at the end of the day, you have to be able to go to places where you can get on immediately, get skills, and get out, and that's your responsibility. Like, oh, well, you ain't been to this very specific black this and a black that, yeah. And I've never been to a specifically a black doctor outside of Mississippi. Never went to, never seen that. Dentist, eye care for person, all that shit was all black until I left. And I never thought that shit was special. That was what was just there. I don't need to go to an all black anything for any reason. That's why there's choice. Hey, you still there? Are you muted or? I look like he stepped away. He should be back soon.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. I was on mute again. Dude, the only way JP's going to equate being on the quote white man's dime to freedom. I'm like, are you fucking crazy? The fuck? How are you free in a social safety net? You are trapped, bitch, and you're trapping your kids. That's the point I'm making here about he's punking his kids. They were saying, well, JP's punking the system and all that stuff. No,
I
he's
wouldn't say
punking his
punking. I
kids.
would say handicapping, deliberately
Yeah.
handicapping his kids because he has some self-worth issues. So he now needs to make that a generational problem rather than a singular problem.
Okay, this is also a rather ignorant point. For years, Asians have been discriminated against at all the colleges. Never heard a complaint. Dude, have you ever heard, and I can't remember the case, Asians started suing back in like the 19th century. They were
They don't
complaining.
understand how many suits there
Okay,
were
and these,
that Asians brought.
yeah, this dumb fuck, and Ryan, you know I like you, dude, but you are just you're being a JP here. You don't know enough American history. Asians complained through suing. And by the way, blacks
right
wouldn't
way.
complain. Well, blacks wouldn't have complained if they could even fucking be seen in a court. In the United States South, if you were a black lawyer, you couldn't even fucking walk into a courtroom. Dude,
They tend to forget that, even as an attorney.
no. They didn't forget it. They didn't know it. Dude, if you were a black lawyer in Alabama in like 1920, motherfucker, you couldn't even walk through the front door. You couldn't represent a client. You couldn't bring a suit. The fuck? Asians were complaining through the courts. Blacks had to complain because they couldn't go to court. The fuck, Ryan? You don't see. These motherfuckers actually think I don't know shit. Y'all think I'm CT or John
Every
Galt.
question
Dude,
becomes
I know more.
educational than debate. Every question. Let's bring you up to speed, and then let's just debate what I just told you.
Dude, if blacks could go to court and bring lawsuits, why complain? Ryan, you have got to do better, son.
They don't understand Plessy versus Ferguson was a case that specifically didn't play.
Well, let me put it to you this way. It wasn't a black lawyer arguing the case in front of the Supreme Court.
No, it wasn't.
Come on, Ryan. Don't make me get mean.
I was working as an independent contractor when I used to do construction, like painting people's houses and stuff like that. But all that other stuff don't mean that you. I just don't get it. Like, people work hard and slave in the white man's country and go to school, and you still ain't nothing. Like, you ain't nothing. Like, nobody need to depend on you for nothing, and then you don't make no decisions on nothing. So I think that a lot of these people need to pipe themselves down, stop trying to worry about what the next niggas is doing. Like, stay in your own lane. You not powerful. You ain't respected. No other races of men fear you. They disrespect y'all every day. Just because you doing what they ask you to do, being a good safe boy, that don't mean that we gotta operate like you, nigga. I'm gonna do what I wanna do, and this is the way I chose, and that's the way I'm gonna live. Period. Y'all don't want to sit up there mad, not me, not my kids. We good over here. That's y'all wasting y'all energy worrying about the fuck I'm gonna do, regardless of what the fuck you say. If you got a problem with it, stop paying your taxes or kick me off. If you can't do that, shut the fuck up. Cause you ain't gonna change a motherfucking thing. Your little shaming tactics ain't doing a goddamn thing.
Dude, listen to these. Let me tell you
Why
who's
is he
really.
upset? Like he understands on a deeper level that he ain't shit, and that's why he has to overcompensate to try to make his situation look normal and try to make
But
everybody else look less.
you know what the worst part of it is? Look at CT smiling. Look at the two black men up there, like the two non-JP and CT. Dude, they're letting this motherfucker get away with this balderdash. Okay, dude, somebody needs to be checking this bitch. They need to be checking him.
Inhales, is what are you talking about? That's not true either. What are you
Right,
talking
they
about?
need to be
That's not
checking
true
him sentence by sentence. See, this is JP has come up here and he has cowed these two males. And it's not because they just don't know how to handle this ignorance, this stupidity. They're dude, they are trying to respect this motherfucker. And that's the
Walk
last
in,
dude.
or
You
you
give
roll
this
in like an
motherfucker
Abrams
respect.
tank. You roll in like an Abrams tank. Like, don't give a fuck about the dirt or nothing. You run this motherfucker the fuck over.
Dude, it's like fucking Popeye. They're giving Popeye some spinach here. They need to dude, they need to check him sentence by sentence, if not word by word. They're letting this motherfucker win. I'd have never done it. You would have had to flush me off the panel because motherfucker, there is. Let me tell you something about JP, because I have talked to him a couple times. And the last time was on T's panel a couple weeks ago. You know what I did? Motherfucker, he came up on the panel and I just attacked him immediately. I just wanted, this is like, I've talked to JP maybe 2 or 3 times. He knows who I am. Dude, I just fucking word him to death. He doesn't understand words. He understands like the shit he's read in a book or somebody said on a panel. I think he does have a good memory. But dude, he doesn't know what those
just
words mean.
justification phrases. Not even words. It's justification phrases.
It's talking points. Dude, let me tell you, the look on his face, because I just went in on him just instantly. And dude, he couldn't get a word in edgewise because you don't know enough words, JP. I know more words. So JP,
Negroes of the limited kind.
Look, all I'm saying is they just don't know how to deal with JP. Some of us do. And you just don't let him get in a word in edgewise. Like he would say something, I'd go, well, motherfucker, you don't know how to speak correct English. Let me teach you how to speak English. It was pure ad hominem, I will admit. But dude, you just intimidate a bitch like that. Dude, you intimidate a JP that much.
You make him stop talking. You make every word that comes out of his mouth is going to be a weapon directly against him once he stopped talking.
Yeah, and dude, he was confused. Dude, I'm way quicker at thinking than he is. Motherfucker, JP, his attack is pre-planned. He knows it's, kind of formulaic. Dude, it's like fighting in a war, motherfucker. You confuse your enemy. You make them think you're going right when you're going left. Dude, I'm sorry. It fascinates me how you can take someone like a JP and you just fucking confuse them.
Yeah, man.
The other advantage of knowing how to
that's
think.
On here. We're going back to the hangar empty. All this shit's going. Cigarette butts, unchewed gum, everything's going. Everything.
If this is what these undisciplined motherfuckers, dude. JP has no fucking mental discipline, dude. You couldn't think your way out of a paper bag if the paper. It's sad. In
The only
CT,
thing he probably can start doing is just start screaming like a fucking, you know. No, that's why that game's so loud on his mic, so that way he can't get away with that shit. So
JP thinks talking all this fucking fake ghetto shit is like being a man. Dude, being a man is being able to outthink your opponent.
I used to
He's a
listen to
dumb
my
fuck.
cousin saying the same shit, hanging around the fucking community where other motherfuckers were at work and school and shit. This is the type of stupid shit the motherfuckers were saying. The same shit
Yeah.
that he's saying. The same thing.
Yeah.
These dudes were like, check dudes, crazy check dudes, and thought that everybody else who had a job was a clown, and the fact that he was getting an SSI check, that he was the man. He was living on Section 8, that he was the man. Oh, look at the woman I got access to. The fact I even got a woman, you dudes got to work. This is, dude, you can't. The only thing you can do is when he opens his fucking mouth, you make sure that there is a nice gas cloud coming right back to him to stuff that shit right back in his mouth.
Right. But JP's a man.
It's going one ear and out the other. I'm actually laughing at you. So at that point, you just wasting your fucking breath. You ain't gonna shine. You ain't gonna dim my light on YouTube. In fact, every time y'all talk about it, I go on World Star. Fuck you mean? I go.
Motherfucker, like
I don't
World Star.
understand like, I don't think he understands why he's on World Star.
Dude, I'd heard of World Star. I'm like, motherfucker. Oh, this motherfucker thinks that somebody who's an independent contractor. What the fuck is World Star? Is
And
that
you have
like
to pay to put that shit on World Star. That's the thing. You have to pay to put that shit up there. That shit ain't free. That ignorance is not free. You have to pay to put your ignorance on that fucking website. And I can guarantee you, he uses, ignorance, his dumb nigga dollars to put that shit up there. To look fucking
dumb
crazy.
nigga dollars?
Yes, and it's like all the advertising that they run off that dumbass content, you don't get paid off of that. You have to pay to put your shit up there. And whatever ads that they run during those fucking videos, they actually don't pay you back for that. It's a one-way street. You have to pay to put your shit up there because you're fucking dumb.
Now look at this bullshit. Crown, you think he's cooking? Motherfucker, he sounds like a blathering idiot. Cooking what? That motherfucker is cooking ramen noodles. What the fuck?
No,
Literally.
actually, he is cooking. No, that nigga's burning Kool-Aid. No, he's cooking.
The fuck? He's cooking what? See, this is that damn dude. I don't like using the
That
N
Delta
word.
November
damn it.
respect shit,
you are,
man.
you are rubbing off of me. He's cooking that Delta November bullshit.
Yeah,
This is hilarious.
Pop the Balloon show. When last time y'all
Motherfucker. So how is talking about going up on World Star cooking? Okay, and let me tell you something. I don't know how much you know about Pop the Balloon. Look.
No, I have seen the actual clips. It's kind of unavoidable to not do so, but yeah, I've seen.
Let me tell you something. Now, there's the actual Pop the Balloon that got picked up by Netflix. That's a woman named Arlette Armuli. I may not be pronouncing her last name right. And her husband, they're both African. She, I think, is first gen, maybe, and it doesn't matter. You know, they're African. She's beautiful, by the way. Her husband is like a Afro pop or I think it's Afro pop. So he's like a either current or former musician. They got money. So they started Pop the Balloon and all this stuff, and it was high production. They got picked up by one of the big what is it, CMAA, one of those, like, you know, I got an agent type companies. Then they got picked up by fucking Netflix. What JP was on is Pop the Balloon Indianapolis. Now, I happen to have had a friend who's from Indianapolis. That shit is ghetto as fuck. Now, and there's
Again,
nothing wrong
you have
with
to
it
put yourself
because
in that place to be on there, right?
no,
It's
no,
like
no.
you have
They
to chase the
travel. They travel. Indianapolis, Pop the Balloon, Indianapolis. It's kind of like a road show. Now they got in early, I think, and you know they're okay with Arlette and all that stuff. All I'm saying, and it's fun to watch. It's a good show, but it's ghetto. Where they do it in Indianapolis, I know this because I know a guy from Indianapolis. So he and I, one day we were up on a show, you know, back shit over a year ago. So we got the address. We knew where the address of the studio place. He knew right where it was. We, you know, we did the real estate search so we could look at the building
Oh yeah, like the
360.
neighborhood. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew right where it was. And it's in the hood. But, you know, it's not a bad, it's not, well, hold on. It's not a bad place or anything. It's not like, you know, hood, but it's Indianapolis, you know, the part of Indianapolis. It's a hood. Nothing wrong with that. All
They
I'm
have rural
saying
shit
is
like
that,
even near downtown. They have rural shit around there. 'Cause I just bought property out there.
yeah, it wasn't rural though. It was city. You know, it's
Oh,
right
okay.
where they do the Indianapolis, like the Indianapolis studio. It's like a major thoroughfare. It's urban, but the point is that he wasn't talking to Arlette in the high production Netflix.
He was talking to an offshoot.
Indianapolis,
Yeah,
Indianapolis
offshoot.
is now. It's also fun in a way. It's actually more fun to watch than the high production Arlette, you know, the high Netflix version. It's fun, but dude, you were on the ghetto bullshit. And it's fun. There's nothing wrong with that, but don't be acting like you were on Arlette's Pop the Balloon, motherfucker. You'd never make it. They're not letting a welfare daddy go
Yeah.
to Arlette's show. You're not
No.
going on Netflix, bitch.
No.
So anyway, but his description of it is actually funny. And I also type into the chat, it's ghetto. And I put ghetto in fucking caps. I don't know if it makes it up.
I've been on either
To
one
the
of them. Don't pretend like you wouldn't want to be on there.
no, motherfucker. There is no fucking way on earth
I would ever
I'd
want to be on one of them shows.
go there, dude. Even when I was like in my 30s, fuck no. Have you seen the fucking women on there? They're hood chicks.
Yeah.
And here's the deal, motherfucker. You might have to meet my mother. My mother would fucking, dude. There's some.
Why would I put
good
myself
look-
in a relationship kind of fucking meat grinder, fucking Waffle House
What
grill
kind of
like that? Why? Why?
What kind of decent woman is going to want to get involved with a motherfucker on welfare?
That's what I'm saying. Who?
Dude, it was a lark, and he's gonna say apparently they had a good time and they kind of treated him like royalty, but motherfucker, it was ghetto royalty. You can talk a good game. Dude, the motherfucker has a gift of gab, but that's not gonna get you nowhere.
Right? So
And
y'all
these
ain't
people
dimming
meet
nothing.
before
You
they
just
actually go
running
on
your
the
mouth.
show and shit, so they know who they like.
Oh
and
no,
know
they
who
treated
want.
him nice. Apparently they treated him nice. Oh, here's my comment here. This is demented black logic. Now put the black in quotes because these motherfuckers think black people aren't intelligent. So I was trying to go, well, JP, you're not that intelligent. Are you the black the CT's talking about?
That's all y'all could do. I'm not gonna change. In fact, I'm finna get some Section 8 that come next year. Now what? Now what? Go talk about that shit.
Now this is the father of daughters.
This is a flex, though.
Yeah, apparently it is. I'm gonna get some Section 8. Like I'm gonna get some Cheerios. Dude, this is not manly behavior. Motherfucker, this is dude, your kids, your daughters are gonna see this one day and they're gonna lose a fucking boyfriend over this shit.
And this is when
Like,
these women go off to college and they never bring their ass back home ever.
I just hate black folks when they be feeling like they got a right to tell another motherfucker what they need to be doing, what they.
Okay, this is all imaginary. Nobody's telling you shit. Nobody on this panel is even interrupting your dumbass. Who the fuck is telling you much of anything?
No,
and
he
if
feels
you're
the social
talking
pressure in
about
his
the
own right.
past,
Yeah.
black people, the people on this panel have given up trying to advise you. They know
Oh,
better.
sure. Yeah.
Motherfucker, nobody, honestly, if I'd been on that panel and he was droning on like this, I'd have left it. Motherfucker, I honestly don't give a fuck.
Ought to be doing. You don't set no standards when it comes to manhood, nigga. You don't.
And neither the fuck do you. That's the point that we've been trying to make. All of that other stuff that you said, we heard it before. That wasn't even the conversation. So it's obvious you just.
Why you wasting your time talking
No,
about
that wasn't even the conversation. All of that stuff. Ain't even nobody knocking you, bro. You get that assistance because you need that assistance. I'm glad you got it, because how else would you feed your family? How else would you keep a roof over your head? So I'm glad.
Now, this is actually a good comeback.
I really am. But as far as me not being an advocate on manhood, motherfucker, neither are you. And as far as what I've done as a man, you want to talk
being in
about,
manhood.
you hold the fuck up, bro. We just listened to you.
Man,
Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. Now it's my turn. So before
Like,
you
stop
talk
talking to
shit
grown
to
men
me,
like that, like you
you
don't like
raise those
the
fucking
internet.
girls to be adults. Because I've actually raised
Hey man, I
a boy
gotta
to
ask
be a
you
man.
about what I'm
You
doing
have
as
not
my
done
as
that
a
shit.
parent, nigga. Who you think
You have
you
not
is?
done that shit. So before you
Bro, I
do
don't
that,
gotta ask.
Now this is Aunt T. He
Yeah,
should have kept it a
He
little
should have
bit
kept it
more
calm. He should
even.
have kept it calm.
Yeah.
I understand
Now,
his point. It's a
right.
good
Oh,
point.
absolutely. Yeah.
It's a good point. Look.
But
I understand
this
why
is
Auntie is angry, because you have to understand that when you see what Jay Prince is doing, what he is setting up these daughters of his to look at and go through, it isn't the fact that he's qualifying for it. It's the fact that he's putting people in a situation like that because he ain't got his fucking shit together. And look, it's not meant to be generational, quote unquote, wealth, right? To be living off the fucking government. But at the end of the day, I hope your daughters have a very good example of what not to fucking do too. And not look at that as some level of I don't know, masculinity. As somebody is living off the government. So yeah.
But you know, this is what generational poverty. We are looking at the genesis. We're looking at like the you know, it's like, you know how a star, is born, little bit of stuff and it collapses in on itself and then the fusion starts. Dude, this
What do you think he's teaching
motherfucker.
inside of his household? If this is the shit that's coming out of his mouth on the panel, what is coming out of his outside of his household when there ain't no cameras on?
Fuck. Dude, again, he's creating the next generation of poverty.
Yeah.
And these poor daughters of his, I honestly feel sorry for them.
Because in this type of situation, they end up pregnant before 18 and start this shit up again. And then those kids are fucked up. All because of this dude.
Well, let me put it to you this way. And this is going to be a little bit of a hot take, but you know what? I wouldn't put it past someone like JP to encourage his daughters to get pregnant.
Me neither.
Like, hey, it's a paycheck. It's a paycheck. Dude, the motherfucker is beneath. God damn it. And these white boys in CT and all these motherfuckers taking up for this scum. Really disappointing. This is America. Welcome to it, Renato.
When it comes to my parenthood,
don't think you're in any position to talk shit to me.
Because you up here running your mouth.
A fucking child to be an adult. Those babies are fucking babies. Okay?
That's none of your motherfucking business.
You're barely halfway through that shit.
How about that? It's
You're
none of your
barely
motherfucking
halfway
business,
through that
bro.
shit, and you're
Like,
already
listen,
begging
your
in a
own
fucking
motherfucking
soup
kids,
kitchen.
bitch.
Nigga, you're not shit.
Stop talking all this.
You're no more of an
Like,
advocate
you like that in real life, nigga.
than
Shut up.
any other motherfucker on here.
You all be talking greasy than a motherfucker.
No, I'm keeping.
This is CT, the fucking 3-ring circus. Fucking step right up, folks.
Step right up, step right up. Dumb nigga. Step right up. See yourself a dumb nigga.
This motherfucker is the ringleader. Look at him. He's got that smile. Like, look at what I did.
We got ourselves another one. Boo Bucks Bland. Here he go. Boo Bucks Bland.
100, bro. Raise your fucking kids to be adults before
I've been doing that for 10 years, bitch.
Somebody that's done
What
it.
you mean, bump?
Before you talk shit to somebody that's done it.
You ain't nothing. You look like a damn
and that takes time.
Get some motherfucking advice.
Takes time. That's not some shit that Pop the Balloon Show can give you. Okay, that's not some shit that World Star Hip Hop can give you.
You gotta jump in. I'm not.
Come on,
probably
bro.
about
Why you keep saying that?
you to raise your children to be productive members of society. You the fuck out of your house and not get carried out by the fucking cops. Okay? So it'll be a cold day in hell if you're a loser, man, motherfucker that likely ain't even bathed in the month of December gonna talk shit to me. And I
you come up
digress.
here, you run your mouth like a female about what another nigga is doing. Nigga that matters said that I'm a good father. That's CPA.
One thing I've done is still going to take time to do is raise a baby to be a fucking adult that can move the fuck out of your house.
You don't got no other content. So you trying to do this fake outrage, this fake concern.
Outrage. You came up here talking shit to me. Candy Cane and Chaotic Truth were having a civil discussion before you came up here and really just changed the goddamn subject.
Let me highlight this. Let's see. This comment. Bruh lost all credibility, spazzing out like that. Really? How so? Can you elaborate on that? Imagine wasting all that energy on JP.
But they okay
wasting
with him
all
being
that,
up there saying
wasting
this shit.
all that. Yeah, but wasting all that energy on JP, I wouldn't say that Aunt T lost credibility.
I wouldn't say
I'm
that
sorry. I have had a beer or two. Credibility. The thing is that JP never had credibility.
in the
So
first place.
yeah, come on now, their crown.
I don't get how people come to his defense and make those kind of sideways ass comments, but you have to understand, man, there's a lot of Delta Novembers who actually they're here and they don't build power, they build leverage, right? They don't go outwardly and do things, but sometimes they make little stupid fucking comments like this one, and that's the issue, you know.
Well, I think he's just trolling. It's not that
Oh yeah,
serious.
of course, but still.
You or any
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good.
Okay.
anything that you fucking doing. Nobody was up here knocking you or anything that you're doing. You obviously came in fucking 80, 90% of the way through the conversation, heard your name, and just clicked the fucking link. That's obvious.
Nigga.
Okay? Ignorance is bliss. You have no clue what the conversation was about. Nobody on here has knocked you in any way tonight.
Shut the fuck up. Like, bro, the
Actually,
the conversation was about me, right? CT just said the conversation was about me.
before you continue, I would like to clarify. So actually, what we were
I love.
discussing was
You
the
know, this
exchange
woman
that
is
you had with
awesome.
the whole point of
Just listen
like
to
that
her.
shit. I like
She is the
I like
calm.
that shit.
She's not the calm in the storm. She's the calm above the storm. Now you fucking YNs.
this stream that I started. If you look at the thumbnail and you look at what the title is, it was because of the exchange that you had with Taz. And in that exchange, I heard you tell Taz, "Hey Taz, while you were being the protector for these women, we were fucking these women behind the scenes."
Oh,
And
I
it was
love it.
kind
Look
of
at dude. She's calm. She's calmly putting her hands in the mud.
Oh, man, these dudes are bleeding the fuck out and they don't know it yet, man.
No, I told you this woman is wonderful. Holy fuck.
it made me stop to think, did the women play a part in undermining what Taz called himself doing, standing up for women in the space? If you give JP an alley-oop to say things like this, that's how you got involved in this. We weren't bashing
Nice.
you per se. It was a conversation of, is JP right? And who is to, like, did we do a disservice, the women? Did we do a disservice by making JP right, by participating in this with JP?
No, because it's different from the internet, right? And so all of this stuff that these people be saying come on this internet on what they should date, man. At the end of the day, men place these qualifiers on what women. You notice niggas out the ghetto don't even be on this shit that these niggas be on. Like, who the fuck is these men though? Like, at the end of the day, who the fuck is these men to sit up here and tell women or men who they should be dating, who they shouldn't be dating? You can't tell a motherfucker who they should be.
To be fair, a lot of this started with Taz, not because he was trying to tell people what to do, but because he opened his platform and so many women came to tell these horror stories of dating and who they were dealing with. So it came about
part of the horror story. Just because we count out men that's bad, that don't make women victims though.
Okay.
Let's keep it all the way gangster.
I'm not saying that.
These women that all these niggas be popping up and put on a pedestal. These most of these ain't shit. Oh my damn, I'm a great.
I'm going to let you speak, but I ask that you let me speak on my own platform too. I'm gonna let you get your shit off. So let me finish what I'm saying. The reason Taz got involved in the first place is because he chose to open his platform to allow women to speak, whereas they previously didn't have a lot of voices in these spaces, and they weren't invited into a lot of manosphere spaces. They were bought out of chats, they were forced out. So he opened his platform up, and in the process of doing that, he heard a lot of complaints of these men ain't shit. His solution was stay away from them.
Hey, King Rooster, let her finish, and then I have a question
I'm
for
not
you.
taking that away from you or anybody else's argument. Thank you, Boxing Scholar, for coming back up. Appreciate you. CT, I see you've been trying to raise your hand. JP, before you go, I want to give CT the opportunity to speak and to respond.
JP.
Yo.
She's in control of this shit.
You've won.
Now, see, this is where it gets weird. Now, CT declares victory because he knows he lost. He's doing a fucking Trump here. The motherfucker's declaring victory.
For what? Like
He's declaring
is
victory
based
because when they tell him that they lost, that JP lost, he's gonna go, no, we established that he won right after he lost. It's dude, these motherfuckers are just
Mr. Stanley,
abhorrent.
let me tell you about the how it goes, bro. The
Well,
thing
hold on.
it's
Before you,
simple.
well, are you talking about Candy Cane?
Now, I don't want to talk specifically towards a person, but like when
Well, you
you in a
said she's from the West Coast.
no. I thought I heard a voice. I was talking about something else. I
Oh,
got that
okay.
confused
Okay.
with
My bad.
because she sounds specifically like somebody that can actually talk like that and do a certain thing. But look, bro, look. Well, even when it comes down to like West Coast women, they are totally different and they think a different way. Anything
Really?
west of the anything that's west of West Texas, they are a totally different thing. West, look,
So if you're a New Mexico woman,
man, shit. Look, look, from my understanding, all of these men that call themselves having women problems, they need to go out west because they up for it. Them chicks is giving it out, and they don't give a damn.
Really?
Look at the Krishan Rock shit, bro.
let
they
me put it to you
believe in
this
the
way.
pimp culture,
I am
bro.
60.
They believe in it.
I am 60 and I could give a fuck less. Dude,
That's what I'm saying.
culture ended when, like, I don't know, 1990.
I understand, but
I'll give you a tip. No, I'm kidding. No, I don't care about any of that.
But what I'm saying is, like, when CT declared the win to JP is just basic, bro. JP ain't doing nothing major to do. He's saying something, but everybody think he's supposed
What's
to be
he saying?
stupid. But listen, what I'm saying. He might be
Well,
saying.
let me hold on before you go farther. Please, when you're done, tell me why you think CT declares victory when he does.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Okay, I'm saying CT is declaring the victory because JP didn't have to say much of nothing, but he triggered emotion. If you saying that you is a certain type of person and you don't agree with a certain type of people that come from a certain demographic or a group of mindsets of people, bro, if they can trigger emotions out of you, that means you actually care. People don't say shit about shit that they don't care nothing about. They just walk on by. Walk on by. They just leave it alone.
I don't know.
So
I don't know
if
that
I
I
can
agree with that, though. I think that's a little surface level. I'm not going to say you're wrong, but I'd have to think about that. I mean, I care about this show. I think Candy Cane cares about her panel, her show. She's calm.
okay, but see, being calm goes along with being professional. But she, like, in a real world situation, she could be just like throwing beer bottles and saying, "You bitch ass nigga."
She could be, but we're not talking about the. Whoa. We're talking about this panel. Why would we theorize about her real world? We're literally talking about what's on the screen.
But see, now you're trying to pick my
Let's
brain. But I'm saying,
confine ourselves.
Okay, I'm confine myself to what's going on in the stream, right? without things going her way, she cannot go off. She cannot go off or go crazy. She has to be composed and still
Uh-huh.
relay her message in a professional way without
Well, no, she doesn't.
demeaning.
This is a
Listen,
YouTube stream. You know,
but I know that. But all at the same
she,
time, you
she
got
could
to
be Bomb
understand that.
Cherry. Hey. She could be
Oh
Bomb
hell no.
Cherry. All
Hell no, not
sloppy and
never
shit.
in life. Yeah, not never in life. See, you bullshitting me. Look, you're cooking my grits, Stanley. You cooking my grits, man. You trying to get me in trouble with these people. Look. No, she
Oh, well,
cannot
no,
be
no, no.
Bomb Cherry
All you got to
because you know
do
how
is
you
tell.
look. You
Well, Bomb Cherry, she'd be okay if I said that.
hell no, Bomb Cherry is a goddamn hot mess. Sometime she's a hot
All
mess.
the time.
Sometimes.
She's a
But that's what
hot
I'm saying.
mess all the
So that's
time.
what I'm saying. I already know what you're trying to get me into. But look, I'm not a
Oh,
content
no.
creator. So
Honestly, I'm not. Dude,
yeah,
all you got to do is say, Bomb Cherry, Stanley, look, she and I get along kind of famously. We're okay.
shit. Well, Bomb Cherry. I don't know. Whatever y'all relationship is. Look, man. Look,
We don't
I'm a
have a
type.
relationship. Don't
Oh,
no. We
no,
don't.
no. I'm
We are
saying,
cordial. We are cordial.
but Stanley, in real life, and then even when I'm on the internet, you know what? See, I was raised. See, I'm not a big person. I was raised to look at a person's patterns and the characteristics of people, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you
Yeah.
see a certain thing, it creates a certain sense of danger. Or sooner, if you deal with it so long, sooner or later down the line, you eventually end up in trouble dealing with that. So, like when I get on the internet, that's why I would never be a content creator, right? I can see certain
Interesting.
things in a lot of people that are it is very selfish and they like crab in the barrel. They got that me, my syndrome. And you know what they'll do? They like sponges. They'll sit in the aquatic area around a lot of shark and fish, and they'll sit around and soak up shit. And when they transition from being a sponge, they want to be the shark now. They eat up everybody. This is what Negroes do.
Okay, now I'm thoroughly lost. So
No, you want to be
let's
lost because I said the word Negro. No,
No,
look.
I'm
No, I
seriously
mean, I was
lost.
lost about your point before the word Negro. Trust me.
No. Listen, what I'm saying.
I was
No,
there
I'm
till
paying
crabs in
attention.
the barrel.
Look, I'm paying attention to the patterns of people. These people are blowing in the wind, Stanley. They are blowing in the wind. They have no knowledge of like how you was raised in the morals and principles and boundaries. They do not
Ah.
have that. They don't have none of that. They don't have
Wait,
none of
wait,
that, right?
whoa.
So basically, what they
But hold on one second. Which people you mean on Candy Cane's panel?
No, it ain't about Candy Cane. It's about multiple channels. All of these channels I have
Oh, okay.
seen.
You're making a
They
broad
like
point.
even look. Okay, the broad point is, look, y'all can have a conversation on your channel.
Right.
Okay, and then if somebody will agree to something on your channel, but then once another person come up here and talks badly about Stanley and say, hey, exhibit A, this is this, and then they say, oh, I didn't think about it like that. Now Stanley is the goddamn demon. And so then now they'll easily be conforming to another. Oh, let me
Well,
look
let
at the
me
analytics.
tell you.
You know what they'll
Well,
do?
I get your point now,
Yeah.
dude. They're weak.
They don't think
They
for
they they never
themselves.
they never had an opinion in the first place. If it's that malleable or swayed or they weren't
Stan,
for me in the first place.
you know what I have been doing over the period of years? I've been
What's
talking
that?
so much and been getting on people's nerves so much to where when I come into any content creators in these spaces, situations,
Mhm.
I say something to a certain person that I know that don't like. They'll say certain things, and I know that don't happen in real life, and I beat down on them. And guess what? They've been
Yeah,
paying
I've seen
content
your
creators, bro.
performances on Drip Show
Yeah,
back in the day.
and they will pay for me to get kicked off just because. But it don't bother me because
Well,
guess what I'm doing?
let me put it to you this way.
Go
I
ahead.
usually make people pay to bring people back. Um,
Mm.
you know, I might put you in the back and someone I'll just go, "Hey, if you really want to hear what this person says, bring him or her back." But I will also say this, you haven't said anything that's kick off the panel worthy. You're fine.
But Stan, this what you know what I do? My sense of awareness and being able to read the room. I've been I think over 5 or 6 years I've been paying attention to who pays to kick me off when I'm just trying to tell them something.
Is it mostly Sugar Bomb?
No, Sugar Bum no. No, no, Sugar Bum unless no. Look, Sugar Bum don't do nothing to me. Me and Sugar Bum will go back and forth in the chat. But
Right.
if Sugar Bum got a burner account, see, that's what y'all got to understand. A lot of these people got burner accounts, and they can be
Right.
saying this and that and whatever, but they'll look Sugar Bomb. You can if you go through the YouTube chats of being Sugar Bomb's communication. I done said all kind of stuff to Sugar Bomb. Sugar Bomb ain't never blocked me. Ain't, ain't never did no real timing out and everything. It's the other people that said
Other
certain things
people, other
to
women, other men.
it's it could be whatever. I don't know who look, listen what I'm saying. Whatever Sugar Bomb it is, may God help it on its way or whatever. But it don't bother me. But you know what I'm saying? It whatever a person life is or whatever,
Well,
that don't
let
bother
me
me.
tell you something
I'm a
that
people person.
I find horribly interesting. Some of the women are more interesting than the men and cleverer. And
Yeah.
I think there are too many JPs and not enough Sugar Bombs.
Well, Sugar Bomb is an extraordinary entity. I ain't say extraordinary. I said extraordinary. I broke it down.
Right.
Okay, I have never had no problem out of Sugar Bomb or Shiesty Bomb, whatever if she log in or whatever
Whatever
it
she
is.
decides to call herself.
And guess what? I don't have no problem about it. I call her. I said you might be a 80-year-old white man, uh, searching for whatever. And then I call her my baby mama or whatever, and I've been praying on her to get pregnant. You can look at all my
Oh my
and
lord.
then yeah, I said all that type of shit. And guess what? She don't never block me off nothing. She be laughing and everything. I told people that she got pregnant or
She's
whatever.
probably fucking taking screenshots.
It don't matter, but I ain't never had no problem. Look, it don't matter. As long as it ain't bothering me, I ain't bothering it. You know what I mean? You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
So
So
what do you have to say about JP's performance so far?
he's doing exactly what he's supposed to be doing because everybody's
Interesting.
yeah, he's doing exactly. Look. One thing you got to understand. One thing is for sure, and two things for certain. Real is rare and fake is everywhere. JP is a he's what he is. Like even when people try to drag him into beef situations, you can kind of by my understanding of JP really don't want to burn bridges with people. He don't really want to be involved with beef, whatever.
Yeah.
JP is trying to make his way.
You know, that's an
You can
interesting point.
He's not that type of person. JP is a real. He's like a gentle giant, but he can. If you tick him off,
No,
he can.
JP
Yeah,
is a huckster.
Yeah.
I don't know that term right there. I don't know that.
He doesn't burn bridges because you never know when you might have to go back and ask for money or. Now the
No.
thing that
Oh, okay.
actually was well, hold on one sec. The thing that was rather interesting is he didn't ask for money or any of that bullshit. But
No,
it
he didn't.
is, yeah.
And but they'll do that on the internet. Look, this is what I'm saying. We have YouTube content creators all over the internet that actually don't get on certain social media page where they get real ratchet. But I've been on YouTube channels where they be cussing folks out, saying y'all bitches ain't sending enough money. And what the fuck? And people pay those people,
That's
and
so
they
funny.
have 300. They have 300 people in the chat. And they be look even on TikTok without even do this, and they be yelling and screaming. But JP is a humble man. He being humble. He learning. He learning
Okay,
now.
let me put it to you this way. When he
Shit.
says hot dog truck, I laugh. That motherfucker's
Oh yeah,
never getting a goddamn. He's never getting a goddamn food truck. The motherfucker is
he got one.
stringing.
No, he
No,
got
he
one
doesn't.
already.
No, he
Yes,
doesn't.
he does.
Okay, let me help you out here, Rooster. Is the motherfucker selling food out of it?
He has
If he
already done it.
hold
No,
on, let me
Stanley.
help you. If he's not selling food out of it, it's just a truck.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. You
Oh
speed
yeah,
up.
absolutely. I'm glad you do now, dude.
Yeah, cause
If
you
you're
an older
if you
guy.
are
I
not
understand
if
what you saying. You
if
sound
you
like
are
my people
not if you are
doing
not
it is not.
selling
You are not
food and making
actively
money,
doing it in that process.
it's a
And right
truck.
in it's just only a
It is
vehicle.
literally a depreciating asset.
I understand what you're saying. See, Stanley, I can talk to you
So
all
he
day
needs to
because
shut
I
the fuck
understand
up
this.
about the food truck. Tell us when it's working. And also,
No.
by the way, when I go up to JP's food truck, the first thing I'm going to ask him is, "Did you wash your hands before you
Oh
fucking
shit.
touched my?"
Oh shit. See, Stanley, you ain't worth a goddamn. Listen what I'm saying. Based on
Your hands look dirty,
no, but
motherfucker.
listen what I'm saying though. Hold on. If you wasn't a YouTube content creator and you had not been exposed to certain content, right? How would you know to ask him that? See, that's what I'm saying.
I could
So,
look at dude.
no, man.
Oh, I'm about
No.
to tell you. I'm about to tell you. Dude, he couldn't he will it'll be whatever he calls his business or his truck, it
Okay.
would not be attractive to someone like me.
Okay, Mr. Stanley, let me ask you this question. Like, not saying it to you, but majority of the men that like to be on these platforms talking about what the women ain't doing and everything, they want to bar hop and give these women drinks and everything. Do they like say for instance, just imagine the food truck that JP has was a woman.
Okay.
Are they asking, is your pussy clean? Did you wash
Let
that
me
thing out
put it to you this way.
before I give
Let
you
me
a
let me
no?
be
Hell
rather
no, they ain't
blunt.
doing it.
Let me be rather blunt. There's literally almost no one male wise, they're all failures. If you are motherfucking 40, 35 and above on a YouTube panel complaining about what women aren't doing, you're a failure.
Well, I'm glad I ain't no failure because I don't complain about what they do.
Dude,
Shit, I just tell them to bend
I'm
over.
not talking.
I
You
just
asked me. It's more or less a
bend over.
hypothetical, but let me also say this.
Yeah.
if my wife were around, I wouldn't be on fucking YouTube.
Well, my wife be around all the damn time, and I be on YouTube like a motherfucker. She be laughing at me, and she'd have been on YouTube with me. Like one night, JP had a conversation, and JP actually talked to my wife, and she's like, they was trying to corn bomb him, right? And then she said, "JP, what you doing, baby? They ain't what we do." My wife that been on here, we done parted in the goddamn kitchen cooking crab legs, and she was cracking crab legs, and I was about to crack her crab legs later on that night. So look,
Oh,
my wife,
really?
shit, what the hell? That's mine. Shit, I crack crab legs when I want to crack them. You know what I'm saying?
You know
You know
what?
what I'm
That's a mighty racy description. I don't know that I've ever heard.
shit. Well, if it's a racy, if it's a racy discussion, goddamn it, you better be going over 200 miles per hour, cause I'm going fast, Ricky
You know
Bobby.
what,
Shit.
Savannah? What I just learned is Savannah, Georgia is not Louisiana.
Mm. No, I'm not. No, I'm in the great state of Mississippi, man. Look,
Where at?
my wife said it like
Uh-oh. Oh, wait, hold it. Uh-oh.
I'm from
Go
Mississippi.
Listen what
ahead,
I'm saying.
Nana, tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm from Greenville.
You from Greenwood?
You're from Greenville?
Greenville, yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you from look, some of these content creators that y'all be on these panels with, and they got these crazy ass wasn't get where they from Greenville. They from Greenville. Look,
There ain't nobody
I
from
ain't dox.
Greenville on
I'm
fucking
gonna
line.
show you something. I ain't gonna dox you. I ain't gonna dox nobody. But they done said this, and you can go back into YouTube history, and they done told. Out the mud, Cody is from Greenville. That dude 2K, he from Greenville, Mississippi.
What?
You got 2K is from Greenville, Mississippi, bro.
No. For real?
He from Greenville, Mississippi. If you go back into when he was doing that raunchy, like when they was exposing dudes for being with one of them LGBT folks, he was calling out
Oh,
people
shit.
from certain cities. That boy from Greenville, Mississippi, bro.
Man.
He from. I'm trying to tell you, bro. He got kinfolks down. Look,
I
that's
did
why.
not know that shit, man.
You see, I ain't doxing nobody because everybody know that know. Everybody. So if they say, look, listen what I'm saying. It's certain people on these spaces. I know some people by their first name on these spaces.
God
And I done
damn.
seen all right. Just like I be trying to tell people, it's certain people I respect, and certain people names I never call their real name. I know their real name. You know what I'm saying? I know all this shit, and I just get on here to talk shit and bullshit with folks or whatever. When they have, you notice, you notice a lot of times I don't come up on panels when they having serious conversation about politics, who somebody's supposed to be sleeping with, and mainly the DNP conversation, because I got a whole wife in the house, and then even before I had a wife, I ain't never had no goddamn women problem. Tall, short, skinny, fat, whatever. Shit, if she fat, I love both of your ass cheeks. If she's skinny, I'm gonna put some meat on your bone. If you tall, I'm a monk ass nigga that'll climb up on your long legged ass. Shit, I ain't never had
shit.
none of these problems. I never had none of these problems. And then the way I talk to people, right? Even when these men be talking about Paul.
You know what?
What is
It's kind of funny. A lot of people look, I think most of the people that, get a little, verklempt about, dude,
yeah,
I'm from the South. This is fun.
yeah, look, Stanley, I'm a people person. Even when they
Mhm.
talk about the alphabet community of people, I don't have no hate for them people. Some of the best people I have ever met in the world that's very resourceful, whether it's in
Mm-hmm.
business, politics, or some street shit. They got all the
Mm-hmm.
information and they got ties to every goddamn body. Man, I ain't never showed hate to nobody but some people that gon' hate me. If you hate me, I
Mm-hmm.
just know to stay across the tracks. I don't give a damn. You can be a goddamn full-fledged man, 230 goddamn pounds, walking around with a tutu. As long as you ain't trying
Mm-hmm.
to bounce that big thing on me, I ain't got no problem with you, homeboy. Do your goddamn thing. Shit, that ain't what I'm into. Shit, but all that same time. But I know one thing: if I would decide to be a whoremonger, that nigga got all the hoes. That's the door open. You see what I'm saying? I let people do what they do, but all this old on the internet, people trying to control people and insert their dominance and shut up. Oh, and then trying to form a narrative and just can you answer the question with a yes or no? And then they'll come back with all this extra rebuttal and shit. That shit is stupid as hell, bruh. I understand why people need to be putting a whole lot of life insurance policies together, because that shit don't work in real life. Hell no. Get your money.
Really?
Hell no, that shit don't work. Oh shit, man. Look, look. A lot of these nothing against the educated people, right? But if you ever walk
Well,
across a
you know
person,
what? There seems to be a whole lot against these uh, we
man,
educated people.
no. There's nothing wrong with it being educated. But if you are not educated to the fullest extent to where you know that a person is operating up on a primitive mindset, if you are educated and you study a primitive mindset, if you confuse a person that lacks knowledge, they get highly aggressive. Your smart ass might get punched in your head and lose some of that smartness. So don't get fucking with them folk like that. Don't try to trick nobody up or confuse them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Majority of people like a person that lacks the skills of having a vocabulary, right? They will dumb themselves down to using slang or certain derogatory words or just cursing all the time. That lets
Mm-hmm.
you know their intelligence level. A person with high intelligence, they gonna use a whole lot
Interesting.
of words. You see what I'm saying? So just say
Yeah, I
for
do
instance,
actually.
if you're a smart person and you go to talking all of these speaking in a tone with all of these highly educated words and formulated and an immaculate conception of words, right? You know what I'm saying? It's coming out of you see what I'm saying? You gonna confuse that person, and then that
You
person
know
gonna
what?
be
I've
sitting there.
never heard an immaculate conception of words. Motherfucker, that's a show title.
But yeah, so what's going to happen is you are not really getting through to that person. So
No, I get your point.
in order for the person not to feel dumb, which the person might be dumb, they'll go along with it and just grunt and say, uh-huh, mm-hmm, yeah.
You know,
Eh,
you bring up an actual point, um, which I'm not sure. I Let me ask you an odd question.
go ahead.
So, can you tell the difference between someone who knows big words and it's natural to use them, or someone who knows the words and they're just putting on airs?
Okay, the one that knows the words, a lot of time when a person knows the word,
Mhm.
okay,
No,
let
no,
me
no. Be
create.
honest.
I'm gonna be honest. A person that knows how to speak.
Mhm.
Let me create this term, the Umar Johnson effect. Right. Let me do this right here. Okay.
Yeah.
In order for a person to understand, you have to say it 3 times. You have to say it
Oh,
for the
yeah,
ones who
but see,
know.
that's not words.
Uh,
No, 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 no.
uh,
That's propaganda. That's not words.
no. Listen to what I'm saying. If a person knows the words, just say for instance, like Stanley, you well versed in certain things and you know a whole lot. But what you will do is once you say a word, you'll look at the facial expression of a person and you can understand that a person don't understand what you are saying. So now you will explain it the second time. You said this, and then if you see that they do another expression and they still grunt like a primal being, don't know, you'll say it a third time. And then when you dumb it all the way down, and guess what the Negro will say? I got it.
But let me ask you a
So
question
you
though.
got to say it
This
3
is
times all
but
in one
this
sentence.
is hold on one sec though. I don't often see people's faces on YouTube. I think sometimes you can. I don't know. We don't get visual cues if we're not using cameras. What I'm saying,
But
can
look,
you tell from how you? I'm not sure how to put it, but
no.
and
I got you. Watch this. Watch this. Look, I got a it might be just me. See, I got a situational awareness thing based
right.
on your
Were you in the
tone.
military?
Look, no, I wasn't in the military. I was just born in
Mhm,
Mississippi in the Jim Crow South. So you got to have
mhm.
situational awareness. So
Well,
I got the
how
real
old are you,
PTSD. I'm 40. Look, listen what I'm saying.
motherfucker?
In
You
order
weren't
to
born in the Jim Crow South.
I live in the Mississippi Delta, bro.
Okay, all right.
The
I've
real
What
Jim
never
city,
Crow
lived
man?
there.
South.
Now, by the way, I did when my father was at damn it, what's the Air Force Base in Columbus? I spent, but I was like 5, so
Oh yeah,
Shelby or
Columbus over there
Kingston?
with the Toyota plant. That's where the Toyota
mhm,
plant is. But look, I'm telling you, look, situational awareness is all about your 5 senses:
uh-huh,
sight, hearing,
mhm,
touch, taste, everything. Look,
right.
even if I can't see you, even
Smell.
if I can't look, if I can't see you, I can smell. Look, it's certain women that done hug
Mhm.
me about 4 or 5 years ago, and they like a certain type of perfume. I refuse to hug them right now because I got a wife. I can't
Well,
hug you no more.
that's more than how they smell.
But listen what I'm saying.
You ain't
But
say
all
where
at the
you at in
same
the
time,
Delta, man. Where
listen
you
what I'm
at?
saying. And then
Didn't know you hit you.
I'm finna show you something too. Even though y'all on the internet, if you got a sense, look,
Mhm,
I'm kind of musically inclined. See, I don't know how to read the
mhm,
notes, but I can hear certain sounds, like people's
mhm.
voices, people's voices, and everything. That's why
That's interesting.
even if even if they don't show their face, if I
No,
can hear them long
I
enough,
you have a
if I
well
can, I can tell who.
basically you have a musical ear. I'm the same way actually. I can recognize people's voices like maybe the first time I hear them, it'll kind of stand out. I didn't hear them on the phone or, a few days, months later. Yeah,
I
I
can
know who you
look.
are.
I can hear. Look,
Yeah, I
look,
get it. I get that.
Stanley. You know what they used to do to us
What's
as
that?
kids? Like they used to drop uh coins on the ground. My people used to do this to us. They used to drop coins on the ground and say, "What is that?" The density of the coin would make a
Wow.
different ping, bro. It'll make a
But you know
different
what?
ping.
I actually you know what? I actually understand that. Yeah, of course the coins will
That's what
make
I'm saying.
different
I'm a different type
materials,
of human
different
being.
ways.
I ain't supposed to let you know
Yeah,
that.
I get that.
So, like, look, you can tap on certain things, and I can hear it, and it's like a blind person, but I can see. You can tap on certain things, or people can move through the house. I can like echo location and tell what part of some. Like I can actually hear where you at. Like what I kind of sleep light, right? When something drop, my wife will tell you they can drop certain items on the floor, and I be telling, look, what
Well,
you
King
gonna crack the
Rooster,
goddamn floor?
I hate to admit it, but I actually
Yeah.
get what you're saying. I know it's weird to everyone, but no, I get what you're saying.
Look, you can look for everybody that's listening. You can drop a quarter, a nickel, or a dime, or a penny on the ground. It sends off a different frequency.
Well, it's got to be concrete. It can't be
It got
carpet.
to look. No, you can drop it on. No, you can
Even
drop
on
it
a
on the
wood floor?
No, you can drop it on the
Oh, tile. Well, yeah,
tile
tile,
floor.
tiles. Okay,
Like
I get
when
that.
you
I
look,
get that.
anytime you hear that ping,
Hmm.
what you are hearing is the weight and the density
Hmm.
of it vibrating through
Well,
your
you're
eardrum.
also hearing the metal that it's
The
made out of.
metal is made out of it because a old era dime
Hmm.
where they
Hmm.
had certain zincs and copper, it's
Hmm.
gonna sound flat as hell. It's gonna sound like
Do you
it's
play a
a
musical
whispering sound.
instrument?
Yeah, I play a harmonica.
Okay.
Yeah, I play a harmonica. You know what I'm saying? And then we
Hmm.
started off my deceased band director, Mr. Haynes. We started off on the little flute that everybody used to have to play the little flute. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
He
it's
was
a
playing
recorder.
a recorder. Yeah, we had to get those and everything, and he was just teaching us the basics, and we graduated as we went throughout the different spots in school or whatever. We graduated some, but I ended up playing the quads, and then they wanted me to be on the snare because I had a certain ear for music, but I'm left-handed. And then they had a
Hmm.
thing about left-handed people right back then. They was trying to like whoop our ass if we stopped.
No.
Yeah. I
How
was left-handed.
you're only in your 40s? No,
Well,
my
I'm
brother.
even-handed. I'm ambidextrous,
Well, no,
but
no, no, no.
I'm
I
originally
know what you're
left-handed.
talking about. Well, let
Yeah,
me
they
ask
used
you
to
about
try to.
this.
I so I'm right-handed
Let me
now.
ask you about this. My brother, who's 13 years younger, he started using his left hand to write, and
They
this
made them
is
change
like
it.
early 80s. Yeah. They I don't know that they spanked or anything like that on the hand.
Man, they spanked my
No,
ass.
it was
Shit, high
forced.
school
It
growing
was
up.
forced.
Shit.
Yep.
Look,
Yeah.
look. I was literally writing two different handwritings on and I was switching hands. And them people,
Mhm.
it was something about the left
Mhm.
hand. They did not like that in the United States. They was
Well,
like
shit.
calling my mama.
I went to school, I went to like Catholic school. My first school was all black Catholic school, 1st through 6th grade, St. Mary's, and the church is still there. It's a small church. Um but there were left-handed desks, and these were like wood, like the
Yeah,
old-fashioned.
the wood desk with the
But
drawer up on the
dude,
bottom of
you would have, dude, there were pretty much all right-handed desks. And if your kid was left-handed, they had to like fucking find a
You
left-handed
had to
desk.
look. What you do is you have to turn your hand. You got to turn your paper sideways and write up.
Yes. Yep. I've
You
seen it.
turn your paper sideways. See when you doing it like that. See, I was switching hands. Look, man,
Hmm.
look. I'm gonna tell you like this.
Did you
Look,
play
I'm ambi-
baseball?
look. I was fucked up in baseball, Stanley. Look, this is what I had to do. I was so messed up. They switched my hands, bro.
Hmm.
Look, I can throw hard with my left hand. I can throw hard with
Hmm.
my left hand,
Hmm.
but I can catch with both. I can actually catch a fastball with both hands. But
Hmm.
my they switched me up from being like dominant left hand, so I started catching with my left hand, but I started catching with my right hand, but I couldn't throw with my right hand. But my dominant hand is my left hand. My dominant throwing hand, like if I was to knock him out the box quick, you gonna get that overhand left right quick. You know what I'm saying? But then if CSI had to come in and say, well, this was a right-handed person. No, This is ambidextrous. You can get it both
Nah,
ways.
man, like, they wouldn't even pitch to you if you're a fucking left-handed dude. They wouldn't even pitch to you, bro.
Listen, what I'm
They think they
saying.
turn the fuck around.
Even like, I'm telling you, look, my dominant hand, like I could throw a fastball with my left hand right now today, but my right hand that I write with, I can't throw it fast as I can throw it with my left hand. But I can write with my right hand. You know what I'm saying? I write with my right hand. I eat with my right hand. But shit, if I get in some street shit, like if I had to tote that tool, the gun is in my left hand. I'm fucked up. I'm messed up, bro. They did that to me. You know what I'm saying? They was because I was totally dominant left hand. But they always tapping me on the hand with the ruler and shit. You know what I'm saying? Grab that. You know what I mean? I think I lost some. Can you hear me?
No, man. So what city you from, man? You keep skipping over it.
No, I can't tell you what city I'm from, man. Look,
Man. So I'm gonna
I
tell you
can't.
I'm
No,
from
I
Greenland.
just look.
You can't
I
tell
just
me.
had an
Alright,
incident.
man.
Look,
Okay.
I just had an incident tonight, and I thought that dude knew me. I thought it was one of the YouTube content creators. But
Oh,
I
okay.
look.
Leland,
No,
Indianola,
it was
Cleveland,
somebody.
Roseville.
No, man, look. I know people from everywhere, bro.
Hollandale.
I know. Look. I
There
know
ain't too
people.
many more cities left in the Delta, man.
No, look. It's cities in between them cities that some people don't even go to.
No,
I'm
I
telling you
know
that.
those. I'm not even talking
Yeah.
about those cities.
No,
Because it's about 30 of those.
but you know what I'm saying. So I'm just like I say, when I be telling people on the internet, I'm in a good space. Well, you know we predominantly black around here, and everybody kind of like know everybody or know somebody that's close to somebody. So that's why I'm saying, bro. That why, man, hell nah. I wouldn't leave this place again forever in a day in my life. I stayed in Wisconsin, and
Shit.
Indiana, and
Shit, if you got your
Chicago, and
money
all that.
together and you live in the Delta, dude, you're doing straight. There's no reason to
Hell
fucking
yeah.
leave.
But look.
No reason.
I'm all right because I was born into it. Like my before I was even thought of, my folks had air property, so I ain't got shit. Look, I don't want to make it sound bad, but you know what they say? Why would you go do that when the only thing you got to do is wait on one of us to die off? They be telling me that. They like,
God
why you want to
damn,
go?
that
My people,
dude, that
look,
is very southern.
no, my people would say that shit. They were like, why you want to go over there and do that? And we got all this shit over here. You see certain stuff need to be fixed on. Why you want to go all the way over there? And we from here. And the only thing you got to do is wait on us to die. Nigga, is you stupid? They'll tell me that shit. And look, we got
God
air property,
damn,
bro.
dude,
Look,
you
my
know what?
brother.
That is literally the South. Motherfucker,
Yeah.
that is, but it's wise advice.
Yeah, they'll tell me, look, they'll say, you
Damn.
look, they will tell my mama would tell me, like, look, when I did my trucking career and all this stuff, like I got custody of my like first son and everything. My mama said, you can go do whatever you want to do. Look, you go get everything straight before you get into this trucking and everything. I'm gonna take care of the baby. So she was basically raising him to where he think he my damn brother now. But they're my son. I raised him, and you know what I'm saying. For the first part of, I raised him all the way up. And then when I say, hey, I got to get up out of here and do something to make it more better for us, my mama said, baby, you go do whatever you need to be doing. You ain't got to go try to get no money to go in another state. And you ain't finna take that baby nowhere else no more. Handle your business, and the only thing y'all got to do is wait on all of my brothers and sisters to die. We done had this shit before y'all was even thought of. My granddad, look, my granddad, you know what he used to do? And that's why I don't even get these conversations about when they be talking about the black man didn't work, or
Mm-hmm.
the woman didn't
Mm-hmm.
work. My
Mm-hmm.
grandma, I got people. My grandma, her folks from Cleveland, Ohio, right? They from Cleveland, Ohio, right? She was down here too, and she got with my granddaddy, right? My
Mm-hmm.
granddaddy used to cut houses in part, separate houses, right? Way back before all this old industrial shit, he used to cut houses into pieces and move that motherfucker and set it back up on the foundation.
Ah,
My granddaddy used to
really?
do that shit. Yeah, he used to cut houses in half. Like when you wanted to
Yeah, I
move a
know.
whole
I've
house,
seen it done.
he used to do that. This is look, my uncles them, and I can get people on here and to vouch for you. Vouch for what I'm saying. My uncles, them, they in their 60s and some of like they in their 60s and 70s, right? And I got some of them that passed away. I got uncles that can weld on some shit that got high octane fuel in it without making it explode. They was trained to do that shit a long time ago. Look, I can get on live. When I was just up at the shop, I was thinking about getting on live. Boy, y'all think I be talking some shit. My uncle will tell y'all some shit, boy. And, man, that shit crazy. Look, the shop that he got, all the tools he got and all that shit his. And he get what? He been having that shit when I was like at the age of 5. Don't you know what my first job was in life? My first job was to go to school and get my ass out of school and come up there with him. You know what I'm saying? And it don't
Yeah,
matter.
Let
yeah.
me get
The
up out
only
there,
thing I
Stanley, man.
had to
Y'all
do
have a nice one, man.
just
All right,
Hey,
all right
man,
now,
tomorrow
Mississippi, man.
I'll be there tomorrow.
All right, cool.
look,
All right,
just
I'll send you
pass
a link.
tools. That was my job.
All right.
Just pass my uncle the tools. What is this? What is that? Give me this. Give me that. Jack that jack up, boy. Let it down. Uh, grab me them spark plugs. Give me them wires. He'll have everything set up. You know what he was doing? He was training my mind to understand what tools were. Get a little dirty. Be out here in the cold. See what a man is supposed to do.
Hey, let me
Whatever.
ask you a question. I remember I must have been 5. So my grandfather and I, my father's father, heading out to the farm. So he asked me, "Well, Stanley, you want to try some Red Man?" I'm like, I remember it, and I was like, "Well, no, granddaddy." he's like, "Come on, try some." And dude, I did. Oh, that shit made me so sick. You know,
Oh, you
back in
talking
the
about
day.
snuff like different, like chewing the
Well, no,
the
it's
dip?
the leaf tobacco.
See, what you did was you chewed that shit and swallowed the juice,
Motherfucker, I was goddamn 5.
but you was
I
drunk
didn't know
because
what
you
the
got drunk.
fuck.
See, you thought you was supposed to chew that shit like bubble gum.
No, I knew I shouldn't do it. It was granddaddy though. And
But
he
see,
knew what he was doing. You know, back
what
in
I'm
the day,
saying,
they're like, hey, if you get sick on it early, you'll never do it in your life.
and guess what? No, what they're doing is they getting you used to whatever you gonna get into. They get you used to it because, say for
Yep.
instance, it might be in the bloodline to chew tobacco just raw off the leaf. See, when they had them tobacco farms and
No,
all that,
no, no, dude. Look, there's a whole story, and it's not that great a story, but no, my granddaddy used to grow tobacco.
that's what I'm saying. And know what they
Hmm.
used to do?
Yeah,
They
he
used to
had
grow that tobacco and they'll soak it in certain stuff to
barn,
give it a certain.
the tobacco barn. He used to call it a crib, tobacco crib. Yeah,
Yeah,
I know all that
and it
shit.
be warm. Look, it be warm as hell in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, cause of all of that.
Rattlesnake or two.
Yeah, but look, But what they was doing is they was giving you a sneak peek of what men do. Man, don't you know how
You
many
know
big
what?
jaw?
You are so right about that.
You know how many big jaw? Look, a long time ago, you remember a half pack of Newports?
I've smoked Newports, but not
Now,
that much.
okay, a long time ago, we had people that was into like uh the trades, right? I used to like
Hmm.
I was a baby, and
Hmm.
everywhere that Ford pickup truck, like everybody
Hmm.
used to get that Ford. Every man that was a working man
Hmm.
in
Yeah.
my, they
Hmm.
always had that Ford pickup truck, and that's the time when you ain't never had to wear no
Yeah.
seatbelt.
Versus
It
Chevy.
was ashtrays.
It
It was
was the same
ashtrays on
way.
all four corners of the truck, and then everybody can ride on the back,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So
On the
everybody,
doors on the what is it? The door things? Yeah, back
yeah,
door.
they
It
had
was a four
them
door.
flip
Yeah,
out.
there'd be four of them.
Them
Yeah, I
flip
know
out,
what you're
and
talking about. I know what you.
everything was
Yep.
made out of
Yep. Metal.
steel, like
Yep.
steel. They
Yep.
was handcrafted steel.
I know
Look,
exactly what you're
look,
talking about.
we used to get up in then on the back of the truck.
Hmm.
Pawpaw or uncle, he driving. We back
Hmm.
there just holding on to the little hump. You know the wheel where the wheel will. We hold on to the hump or the rail. But you just
Hmm.
get back there, boy. You better hold on. So you
That
get up
motherfucker.
there.
I know, dude. I didn't. It was summers, with my grandfather, my grandmother, but no, I know that shit. And dude, I loved it.
Look, man, it was a
Fuck yeah, I
beautiful
loved it.
time then. Look,
Dude,
you
my
look
my
people.
father's from Adel, Georgia. I
Look,
know that life.
just imagine in the summertime, everybody that
Shit.
got outside. Look, it about 6 or 7 kids on the dog. It's two grown ups in there, and maybe one
Yeah.
sitting in the middle seat. It's three people,
Mm-hmm.
grown people,
Yep.
all of them riding to go do whatever they're doing, and it about like
Mm-hmm.
6 or 7 kids in the back because the truck
Mm-hmm.
bed hole. Whoever be
I've
on
done
there,
it.
and then you might have one
Yeah.
person
Hey,
hanging out like
y'all
halfway.
hold on now.
Look, the grown person to sit at the very back be sitting halfway over the tailgate with one leg over the tailgate, telling everybody else sit down. You know what I'm saying? Look,
Yeah.
I remember them days. Man, I remember them days, and it was beautiful. Everybody was like tight knit. Everybody like, you
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? We had a real man. I miss them days. Like people can go outside. Everybody was inviting everybody over, and the water
Mm-hmm.
hose was
Dude, for like
the
4th of
oh
July, it my
yeah.
granddaddy and my grandparents, my father's parents, motherfucker, they had a barbecue grill that was like built from brick. That shit was probably
Yeah.
as old as my father was at the time. Put a whole hog on that thing.
Look,
Yeah,
my
you
folks
start
used
at
to
like 6 in the morning and shit, it will go all day.
look when my folks used to do the hogs. You know what they used to do? They used to take the cinder blocks, the big
Yeah.
blocks, and
Yep.
you build it up. You build it up
Hmm.
like however
I've
high you
seen
want
that.
it.
Yeah. Yep.
And then what you do is
Yeah, I've
you
seen
put
that.
the diamond rack. You put the diamond rack in between, and all of your
Hmm.
charcoal wood go in the bottom, and then you build up
Hmm.
around it, and you put the whole hog on there like split. The whole hog
Hmm.
split with it back crushed, and you
Yeah,
look
yeah, yes.
and put the tin over the top of them. Oh boy, man, look,
Yeah, from like the
I
tin
know what it is.
roof.
Yeah, you put the tin over the top of them. You know what I'm saying? Man,
Yeah,
I remember
dude,
them days.
they be starting it like before before the sun came up, and it would go low and slow. That shit would cook for like 12 hours.
And
Dude,
look, I
I hadn't thought about this stuff in a while.
I know some people. I know a woman, a good old woman. Look, she don't even look. She don't even look her age. She up in her
Hmm.
look jazzy old woman. Look, her people. If you look in Mount Bayou, Mississippi, That's one of the
Mm-hmm.
that's one of
Yeah, I've
the
heard of it.
original black. Look, that them people still be cooking the hog in the ground in a burlap sack.
Really?
And look,
Oh wow.
look up Mound Bayou, Mississippi. That's one of
I've heard of it. I've never been there.
but look up the history of Mound Bayou, Mississippi. And then
Okay.
I know man, I know people man. I can go like 100 miles in each direction.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I know people. So you know what I'm
Motherfucker,
saying?
I had no clue you were this fascinating. Why
Man,
didn't you tell me before?
man, I'm just me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, shoot.
Well, let
You
me
got to
tell you something.
Mhm.
You know, people think I just read books. Motherfucker, I know the South. I know how to do shit. People just think all I know how to do is use big words and read books. Motherfucker, let me tell you
But
something. Let me tell you a
that
story.
lets you know that lets you know that they don't know enough. But look, I
Yeah,
don't like when people use certain words. If look, okay, the key to life is not to know everything. The day you
right.
learn everything is the day you quit. You don't
Or
supposed to
die.
know everything. Every day is supposed to be a new beginning, a journey,
Right.
a way to find common knowledge amongst the common or uncommon.
Mm-hmm.
Every day I wake up, I'm itching to learn something from anybody. It don't matter whether it's a kid or whatever. It can be a little kid come up to me and shit. They can barely speak. If they
Mm-hmm.
speak a certain way based on my musical ears, if they say a certain word in a certain dialect or tone, I'm like, dang, I never seen a person say it like that. So as a grown person, I might adopt that tone. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? I'm like, amazing. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing to me. You know what I'm saying? So I'm open to a lot of stuff. That's like when people get into these certain conversations, I'm like, these people can't be real, or they just don't go outside.
God, Rooster, let me give you a compliment. God damn, I had no clue you were so complex.
Oh yeah, just because I'm a little rooster from a little old
Oh,
Mississippi. You know what I'm
dude,
saying?
hey, let
You know
me
what I'm saying?
let me admit, I was totally goddamn wrong, motherfucker. You better not be a stranger.
No. Just like I say, look, I'm open to learning from all aspects of life, people,
Good for
uh,
you.
races, genders, and that. Look, look, I'm a commercial driver.
Mm-hmm.
I done been all across the United States. I done been in warehouses where people don't even speak my language, and I was able to make it through. The only thing you
Mm-hmm.
got to do is give me sign language of shit. Click your heels, flick up your wrist, or whatever. I can understand every goddamn thing. I can understand when I can understand.
drop,
Look,
drop a quarter.
drop a quarter. Look, I done been in a situation like, well, look, when I moved to a certain place and I was trying to be a little city person, right? Country mouse going to
Yeah,
the big city, and then look,
yeah,
a lot of the
I
people that
get
was
it.
helping me on my way, they
Mm-hmm.
wasn't black people, and they wasn't American people. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? So they was trying to. If I had stayed, man, I was on my way to learning and shit, Spanish and all kind of other shit. But
Were you on your
me,
way to marrying a mamacita?
shit, Puerto Rico is where you come from. Hey, shit, I was finna get up in there. Look, shit, they all look. If you listen to certain content creators, they always say, look, based on my wife, she light skinned, and then her
Mm-hmm.
folks, her daddy, he he a 6 foot. s- I can't. He tall as hell, but he is a heavy light. Look, he got that hair to where if rain hit it, you would think a cow licked him all over his body. or whatever. He so she mixed with she black. My wife black, but my kids come out like tan brown,
Hmm.
and then they got good hair, real good hair. They got hair. They got more hair on their head than the average woman. My little babies. You see what I'm saying? And then my oldest son, he just cut his dreads off. He was trying to be a
Wow.
young YN and everything, but he got a little job and everything, and everybody told him it's his job. Oh boy, your dad is really trying to tell you what it is. You don't need to do that. So Dad, I'm finna cut my dreads. I said, you sure? Is that what you want to do? I guess he thought he was finna get some praise. I was like, nigga, you got good hair. Why would you want to put dreads on your head to look like somebody you gonna be a shit, a, like you gonna be mistaken for the wrong shit. So when he cut his hair, my boy got silky wavy hair. All my babies do. You know what I'm saying? But they be thinking they like I'm married to a Mexican or some shit. Hell no, they just brown
Yeah,
as
it's
sugar
it's
and just
kind of it's kind of funny. Um,
hmm.
so he
Well,
cut
my
his
hair ain't
dreads.
that.
Is he happy with it or what?
Yeah, he happy with it. He think he cute now, and he think he a new me and everything. But
How
he be
old is
trying
he?
to. He's 17 now. My oldest son is 17.
Well, I got a 19-year-old son.
Yeah,
So
but see, my son and he a light skin too. I be trying to tell the boy,
mhm.
look, now, look, I be telling him, look. See, he wanted to go. See, my brother and them, they do a certain type of work. They do trade work, right? And then
Mhm.
just like I say, all my people, they into the
Mhm.
trades. They diesel mechanics or whatever, and everything.
Mhm.
See, me and my wife around here, and then we got two younger babies and everything. He said,
Mhm.
I want to go around there, go with my uncle house. I say, shit, go around there living. So go live with him, shit. Look, so my brother, my older brother, that my mama's son, my older brother got it. He got his own room at my brother house and everything. And then I got my brother. He got my cousin staying over there. See, they kind of wild. I want my boy to do whatever you do, and you gonna see how
Mhm.
your uncle live compared to how. See, I live like how they say the traditional and everything is like an opera around my house. No loud talking.
Opera?
No, yeah. And see, but when I go around my brother house, it's like new shit. It's like a goddamn a sorority a goddamn fraternity party around there. They be see he like that, but
Really?
they work. Hell yeah, man! If I get on live and go around my brother house, shit, man, you gonna be like, what the hell, man? If I go, but see, my son, I gotta let him experience it on the lower
Right.
levels, cause he ain't at the.
Well, let
I
me
want
let
him.
me say this though. You're
Yeah,
doing, and you don't need my approval, of course, but nah. Let if it's family, it's okay. They'll let him.
yeah.
Damn,
I
goddamn,
want him
that's
to
the right
experience.
decision. Mm-hmm.
I want him to
Mm-hmm.
experience it with his
Mm-hmm.
uncles, and then
Mm-hmm.
everybody that's be around there, they basically family, except some
Mm-hmm.
of the extra people that come visit
Mm-hmm.
and the females, and there ain't none of the females around that family. So, shit, I
Mm-hmm.
just be telling them, don't make me no granddaddy this young nigga.
Mm-hmm. Well,
No, no.
your family will protect him. They're not gonna let him
Yeah,
make a mistake.
they better, cause I'm gonna come around there with this shotgun, nigga. My bad for saying that N word, but look,
No,
I'll be
dude.
mad.
You know what? Hey, you get the pass for the night.
But look, my son and look, I cause we kind of tight knit. I work with somebody, right? I work right along with somebody, and he was telling me about my son. He said, "Man, you
Mm.
know your son dating one of my cousins." And then he, but the dude, I was looking at him crazy too when he said, look, man, my hey, I know your son dating my cousin and shit, but she trying to be on that slow and steady shit. Cuz ain't giving no ass. He need to go on by his business and get him some
Oh
hoes.
shit.
I said, hell no. I said, the hell with you, preacher. You got me fucked up. He need to stay with her. Shit, you crazy hell. Shit. I said, what the hell you trying to do? You trying to adopt me into the family on the slick side? If my boy ain't getting none and that girl ain't getting them none, shit, she got my vote. Hell
God
no, I'm
damn.
just 40.
Oh, motherfucker, where the fuck have you been? You need to hit this. Let me tell you something.
Shit.
Now, I know. Dude, you
And I
remind
know
me.
look, I know her mama and everything. Look, the girl that he go dating, I know her mama,
Mhm,
I know
mhm,
her grandmama, I know
mhm,
her daddy,
mhm,
me and her daddy used to look sleep in the same bed together. We were raised together.
mhm,
This is like some tribal shit. So my son, that wasn't even thought of, ended up getting with the daughter of of the person that used to keep me. Like when my mom
mhm,
had to go to work, the woman
mhm,
that used to keep me and was the friend of my mama, my son is
mhm,
dating her son's daughter. So that's what
mhm.
I'm saying. That's how it happens when you in the tight knit. And yeah, I tell baby,
Let
look,
me tell you a story. Now,
yeah.
I might have been, I know I wasn't in high school, but um my grandmother, we used to stay with my, I mentioned it, my father's parents for like a
Mm-hmm.
month in the summertime.
Mm-hmm.
There was this, I, it's kind of funny because my grandmother said, well, she's your cousin. She wasn't a
Mm-hmm.
first cousin or anything like that. Like I knew all my aunts and uncles. But anyway, no, me
They
and
were
this
trying to keep you
girl,
away from that thing now.
she was, oh no, she was cute even to today. And I haven't seen Alice in fucking probably 50 years. Oh, she was cute. She was maybe
What
a year older. Oh no, dude, and we just
but
got
Stanley, what
along.
they did
We were kissing cousins, and somehow or another, it wasn't a big deal, but my grandmother got wind of it, so she didn't get mean. She's like, remember, she's your cousin.
no, but
My
see, a
heart
lot
was
of times,
broken. My heart was broken.
but see, what they was doing is, okay, you remember how I explained
Hmm.
my situation with my son, right? My son is dating the daughter of like one of my friends that I grew up with. When my mama had
Yeah,
to go to work, or
but
so
they're
they
not
would
kin
transition.
though.
No, we wasn't kin. We wasn't kin to each other. But it's amazing how my son is
Hmm.
dating the same woman that used to help my mama
Hmm.
raise me or whatever. My son is dating his daughter. Just think about it. Out of all these years, I'm 40 years old, right? And then the
Hmm.
guy that my son, okay, the guy that I'm talking about, he, he's like 2 years old, 2 or 3 years older than me. We
Hmm.
grew up together. Me and him grew up together, hanging around, playing basketball, football, going to football games together and everything. But just imagine these children found each other after not even being thought of. We didn't think
Hmm.
we were gonna have kids, but some
Hmm.
kind of way. That man, he lived down in Texas. He's a part of the
Hmm.
border patrol, right? He stay in
Really?
Texas. Yeah,
Hmm.
he live in Texas. I still stay in the hometown and whatever. He had babies, whatever. His kids still here.
Mm-hmm.
Even without him being around, how did my son end up with his child?
Well, how deep
Without,
do you
look,
want
I'm
to think
saying, without
about it?
me interfering or just taking them
Yeah, well,
around.
how deep do you want to think about it? She was cute,
Shit,
and hey,
I got pictures. I got pictures. Look, they on my Instagram, and
well,
those
do you
the two kids.
disapprove of it?
Hell no, I don't disapprove of it. I'm gonna start disapproving. I'm gonna start disapproving when she want to get hot in the tail. Cause I'm gonna call her daddy. Hey, you ready to be another grand? I'm gonna tell hey,
You know,
well here go.
I have no clue. Now, I used to know, like, this cousin lived like maybe a 10-minute walk from my grandparents' front door. And you know what? I knew that she was cute. I wasn't thinking about it. We just enjoyed being around each other.
No, but
So,
see, a lot of time though, Stanley. Before you get in that,
mhm.
a lot
No,
I'm
I
just
don't need to go farther.
no. What's going on with that? A lot of times back in the days when people had a tight knit community, it was
Mhm.
tribalism. It's
Mhm.
a tribalistic type of thinking. If y'all
Mhm.
all grow up together, they will call you cousin
Well, see,
or kin of
we
cousin.
didn't grow up together. I
That
knew
wasn't your
her,
cousin. Y'all are
you know,
not
year to year.
you are not cousins. They will tell you
Right.
that because all of the grown people could not watch all of the kids and what they would do. Because there was
Ah.
always a patch of bushes that you can get in,
Mhm.
and somebody will
Mhm.
end up with a baby. So they'll
Mhm.
say, "This is your
Well,
cousin."
dude, motherfucker, I wasn't getting it. Dude,
Man,
you know,
shit.
I was probably getting to that age. And let me tell you something. Now, this is like a 50-year-old memory. She was all that. You know, she was my skin tone, you know, which is brown skin. But no, she had hair, she had lips. And the funny thing is, you know, this was like, you know, every summer for like 5 years.
And that's
Yeah,
why they told you
dude,
that it,
dude, she, but she wasn't like hot or fast or no, she was
that's
just
what I'm saying.
she was a beautiful country girl.
Know
She
what they
was
call
just
it? Know what they
nice.
call it? Retract
What's
the white.
that?
They call it a sweet Southern belle.
Oh, she was. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So they
No,
knew,
she had that South Georgia accent.
you know, that protection. No, you know the protection because I'm pretty sure it was more boys in the vicinity than girls. Because know what they'll say? Hey, Miss Rita down the road, we gonna have to bring her in tonight because she got to go to the mama got to go to work. Don't be bothered with that girl now. That's your cousin.
Now
See
here's the deal though.
the cousin
My you know,
thing. I know what it is,
my
Stan.
my grandparents were retired. So, they always knew, you know, my granddaddy might be working at the farm or something, but no, my grandmother knew where we were. And you know, the reason I mention this is your that relationship just kind of dude, I hadn't thought about it in fucking probably 40 years. She was a
Yeah.
cutie. So,
Hmm.
you know what? It's funny talking to you. This is a side of my growing up that I hadn't thought about in decades.
But see, that's what I'm saying. I'm real Southern. I'm the
Oh,
real
motherfucker.
deal.
Yes, you are. And salute to you. No,
That's what I'm
no,
saying. I'm
dude,
the real
you
deal.
are no, motherfucker. You are the real deal. I have no doubt.
Somehow I just ended up on the internet. You know what I'm saying? I just straight. It wasn't planned for me. It just happened. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm glad you did now. Dude,
But
I hadn't thought
that's
of
what
this shit in decades. God
But I
damn.
look, man. My people, look. We still own property where people still.
Mm-hmm.
We use the iron that you used to have to heat up on the stove.
Oh,
We still we
motherfucker!
use them. Look, we
grandmother
use
used
them as
my grandmother used to use them as door stops.
door stops. You remember
Yeah.
the brick with the aluminum foil on it that they
Yeah.
painted gold or some
Yeah.
gold bricks?
Yeah.
Look, look. They use them as shelf holders, like to hold the books up, standing up right. Like when people brought books in, they used them. And all of them had how many pounds they weigh. You had the little bitty iron
Like
and all that,
5
and you had
pounds.
to, yeah, you had to grab it with a dry towel. You
Oh,
can't.
god damn, dude.
I know about that, man. Man, when we used to
Oh,
go to
motherfucker.
church, they
Mm-hmm.
used to rub that iron down and make sure, look, get it right. Make sure that and they used to put something in between the iron and you go over it. So if it was a little rusty, it wouldn't bleed off onto the clothing. You got to put a towel in between. I know that. I know this shit. Man, I grew up in a house with look. I grew up in a house with a rocking sewing machine. You know, a rocking sewing machine where you tilt your ankles.
Wait, with the pedals? Now
The
my
pedal sewing
grandmother sewed too. She had a
with the
singer.
with with the big plate. It's a big plate. You could do it with both feet. You rock it with your feet.
Oh, motherfucker! My grandmother had one of those.
Stan, I got a thing right now in the house, man. This motherfucker look like a Tower 1200. It's the old typewriter, but
Mm-hmm.
it's in a brown case. When you open it
Yep.
up, it got you see all the needles. When you push the button, them things come up like
Dude, I
octopus
got one.
hands and shit.
I don't know if it's still around, but yeah, in the leather case, yeah.
No, see, this one ain't leather. This one, I don't know. It might be a up to date version. Look, I got an
Mhm.
actual typewriter right now in the house. Man, don't let
Was it
me go up in my
electric?
people. No, it ain't electric. This thing is in a box. It's like a little suitcase. It's like a little plastic suitcase. But this thing is like vintage. And what
Well, let
happened
me let
was,
me let me tell you something. My mother's cousin, and knew him forever. The army used to have. He was a civilian, but he was a civil servant. They
yeah.
used to have like mechanics who fixed typewriters. The old
Look,
style with the little like it was all mechanical. There was a whole trade of typewriter
right.
fixers.
Stan, I got look. I ain't got the one that you used to have to slap the damn thing and slide that motherfucker back over when you need to type
Yeah,
something else.
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah,
That's what I'm
I've,
saying.
I've
Look,
used
I got the
those.
one. I got the one in the box, and it just been sitting up in it. It probably dusty now. It been sitting up in. Look,
Mhm.
I got the one you unfold the thing. I can get on camera right now and show you what I'm talking about, and you probably like, damn, this boy got some shit. Look,
Motherfucker,
it's
I'm older
it
than
got.
you,
You
about
can
20.
see all. Look.
Remember, I'm 20 years older.
But listen what I'm saying. I got one that's in there right now with all the
Mhm.
keys, and then you
Well,
fold the whole thing. It's like the damn thing, like a little waterproof case or whatever. I don't know what generation it come from, but my people told me you need to have this because I know you're gonna keep it. He said at least
mhm.
have one thing from the past in your house because
Nice.
look. I can tell you, I can go up in it ain't up to date because this motherfucker, you don't plug it up to shit. It ain't got
Mhm.
no plugs on it. But
Mhm.
I can go up in the house right now. Do you want to see it?
Yeah.
I can let me go up in it. Give me some time. I'm gonna show you what it is.
No,
I had
no rush. I have a John Galt video here. Galt went to Izzy's, and Izzy treated John Galt right. It
oh
made me
boy, y'all,
laugh.
I ain't getting into that fight right there. Y'all crazy.
Nah, don't worry about it. And I don't have to show it. I don't. I
No,
watched it
but man,
live.
I'm gonna tell you like this, man. Easy be acting like a New Yorker, man. Look, if you from the
Well,
South,
he
right?
isn't he? Is he? He's not
No,
from New York.
he's from New York, but he been down in the South. But I'm gonna tell you like this, bro.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
those motherfuckers never
okay.
change.
Just
They
be
never change.
look, just be
He's in
honest.
Florida, right?
Okay, no, he's in Alabama. But just let's be honest. Look,
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I'm gonna tell and John Galt is from Alabama. Just think about it. Now,
Well, see,
look,
I know where John Galt's. Let me tell you. Apparently, he and Izzy and John had some
some beef.
argument or discussion over Birmingham, Hoover,
It
in
ain't about
Birmingham.
that. It ain't about that. All of this argument is simply about JP. They are wondering why John is so in tune to JP. See, that's what it's all about. But
Well,
I'm
see,
gonna tell you this.
I know why John is in tune with JP.
But it look.
It's
No,
not,
look, 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 look,
anything
look,
weird.
no, no, no.
John is a problem to himself mostly.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, and I can see the
Hmm.
behaviors. I can see all that.
Hmm.
That's
Hmm.
but that's just raw. That's just raw. You got to let John be who John is. You got to
Oh
let
wait,
JP
hold
who.
it. Who? Let me. No, please
No, no, not
finish, and
saying
then I'll
you, not
respond.
saying you, not saying you, Stan.
Well, no,
I'm
no, no.
saying,
You're making a good point, but I want to respond when you're done with the point.
go ahead, go ahead, go ahead. My bad. I'm going too fast.
No, you're not. All I'm saying is no one's stopping John from being John. The mistake, John is becoming someone who picks fights that he's going to lose. He's building his brand. No, John thinks he's more important than he is. No one actually gives a fuck about John.
Well, I can understand that. Just like no one gives a damn about Trump, but he's the president. But I understand that.
John Galt, it's not even his real name. That's a problem.
See, I don't say his name. Okay,
No. I'm not. No, I'm not even close to doing that. What I'm saying is, John Galt's not the president. He's not that important. What John Galt needs to do is understand that picking fights against like Angry Man or Izzy, no one gives. He's not that
no.
important.
See,
He's
see,
not.
see.
He's not going to be that important.
No, see. Okay, my understanding of YouTube is like based on me being in certain spaces, and dealing with people on certain panels for years. You notice a lot of time when I come up and say certain stuff, people will pay for me to get off. They know I
Mhm.
be in, and they know I got a certain idea of what be going on, so they'll
Mhm.
pay their money to drop me. But what
Mhm.
John Galt is doing is he's he he say he don't know about certain spaces, but I would encourage certain people before you pick a fight, you better know who's attached to who, because you will never know who is finna do something to you the next part of it. See, all of this stuff right here, you got this space. This space that okay, not this space, like not your space, Stanley. You understand what I'm going? You know what I'm saying? Not your
Well,
space. But okay. The space
well,
I
my
let
space
me
is
say it
kind
like
of
this.
boring. No
Okay.
one gives
No,
a fuck.
it's not no. Your space is not boring to me. Your space is not boring to me because I'm not the type of person that's confined to a certain type of thinking, right? So I would
Right.
me myself, the way I am, I would venture out and I look at a whole lot of different things. Even when I get tired of hearing this manosphere shit, the blue pill and red pill. No, I do. I tap out of this shit. I get on my PlayStation 5 or play Call of Duty or I
Motherfucker,
watch
you
Hunting
go
Channel.
find your wife.
Huh? No,
Go
listen what I'm
find
saying.
your wife.
My wife in the goddamn house.
No. What up, dude? Let me tell you something. You probably know my wife died like 13 years
Okay,
ago.
damn.
If I raised my son myself, he's off at college. Actually, he's here now, but he goes to college. What I'm saying is, I would, if my wife were still around, I wouldn't even be on YouTube.
No, but look, listen what I'm saying. Based on the way social media is. See, my wife
Mhm.
is right now in the house, probably strolling through some shit she probably want to buy, or on some fucking TikTok shit or whatever. So you can't Y2K they ass, and then she don't bother
Oh,
me.
that's funny.
And like, say for instance, look Stanley. I got a JBL speaker, and sometimes when she cooking
Mhm.
in the kitchen and shit, now I let her hear voices and shit, right? When she heard your voice, she was laughing like a motherfucker. She said, "How is this man that goddamn proper and rude as hell and
Motherfucker,
cussing them
hey,
people out?"
let me tell you,
She know what she said. She said, "I like him because how the hell he do that?"
dude. Let me tell you who I was as a child. My mother was an
Man,
English teacher for starters.
see,
I
that's what I'm
went
saying.
to all these Catholic schools. I never code switched. I never had to. Look, you can even a little black kid in the 70s, motherfucker, as long as you're not a dickhead, they may not like you in the first place, but eventually I would help people with their homework. Now I was also a
Yeah.
fucking comedian. Dude, black people don't give a fuck what your accent is once we learn you are a good person. You're sincere. Motherfucker, I don't put on airs. But I don't code switch either. Accept me for who I am in the way I speak, or don't.
My wife was
So
laughing. She
I'm
was like,
really
she
glad.
said, who it? She know what she said. She said, "That's a white man."
Fuck
I said,
no.
no, I said that's Stan. I said Stan just talk like that. And she was like, he good. No, I said, what you mean by good? He said, she said, how he listening to these people and they saying this and that, but he be like cussing them out like sweet. I'm like easy. I was like, oh shit, I don't know. Shit, I said, well, hey,
You know
shit,
what?
I don't know.
Hey,
She be
tell her
laughing.
I am 60 years old. From first through sixth grade, I went to an all black Catholic school, and then I was introduced to
I told
whites.
her, I said, look, I said, and then guess what she said? See, she can't even recognize your like the way you talk. You don't sound like an old person. They say I sound like an old person. They be thinking I'm a damn
No,
Negro
not
spiritual.
really. Not to
No,
me.
but but you was raised Southern though. But a lot of
Right.
people, man, I had people. Man, I done been in Discord and everything. These people try to turn me out to be 60.
No, motherfucker, dude, you know as well as I do. Dude, the South is the South. We know.
We know.
Have you ever listened to these motherfuckers on the West Coast? These black
Oh
people.
man.
Dude,
Man.
I asked, and you know me, I don't talk that Southern, but I asked the motherfucker, "Are you really black?"
Man, that shit crazy.
This
Look,
is some weird shit.
look, I can post my that's why I be trying to look. It's people that'll get up on the internet and based off my relationship or dealing with JP, people try to challenge me. And they be telling me, why you won't look, every time I say certain things,
Motherfucker,
they always
JP wouldn't last 5 days in the South.
no, he gotta
That
he'll have
motherfucker would melt. That
no,
motherfucker would melt from the heat.
Because the convenience, like it's a lot of convenience in the north. Like the stuff.
Yeah.
Look down here, you got to be real. You look. I'm saying, look, bro. Down
That's
here,
funny.
you got to be real self-sufficient. Like,
That's funny.
look, I look. I told people, and it is no public transit around here. Unless you're an old person trying to go, or you're a female trying to, there is no public transit. Look, listen what I'm saying.
Motherfucker, you gonna walk?
No, look, majority of people down that's why I be trying to, like when they be talking about the South, oh, Mississippi this and Mississippi. The average person got like at least 2 cars in their yard.
Mm-hmm.
Or somebody that's willing to pick them up. Or
Yeah.
somebody willing to take them. Look. But I tried not to tell them that because I don't want none of these uppity Negroes trying to move here and fucking up the shit. I don't want that.
You know, that's an
But
interesting thing to say.
no, it's interesting me because this is what I'm saying. I believe in I'm kind of conservative. See, folks don't know what the conservative thing is. When they talk about liberal and
No, these
conservative,
motherfuckers.
they don't know what it
You know
actually
what?
means. Conservative means I
King
like
Rooster?
the old ways.
Yeah.
I like
King Rooster.
Yeah.
You and I are allies. Motherfucker, yeah. That shit
Okay.
worked.
Okay, this is what I'm saying. Like if I'm a good southern old hometown boy, like they will say, I don't want nobody. Look, if we are used to riding our ATVs and 4-wheelers and so whatever they call it.
Okay, dude, motherfucker, we are definitely allies.
Listen what I'm saying. If I'm used to this right here and then I'm burning a good old bonfire, you know what I'm saying, off of old pallets and everything in my yard. I don't want no out of town people moving in here, getting into office and changing the city ordinance.
Let me tell you, yeah, they'll move, dude. I went through that. I'll tell you this story one of these days. I'm not going to steal your thunder now, but no, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's what I'm saying.
I lived in Northern Virginia. Up, man, motherfucker. I'm from Savannah, Georgia. One day, I moved up to the working in the Shenandoah Valley. Northern Virginia for work. So I'm like, I look over, when I'm going into my interview, I'm like, well, fuck, what is it like living up in the mountains? Dude, I met my wife, my son was born. I lived up in those fucking mountains with the rednecks. And the funny thing was, the funny thing is there were plenty of black people up there. There's a whole history where I live. Escaped slaves. There's a whole fucking history up there that I discovered.
And that's
There were these slaves escaped and they were living up in the fucking mountains and they were thriving.
That's what I'm saying.
That's the South. That's blacks in the South. Motherfucker, we won. Even if we don't, dude, we need to be teaching our kids that shit.
And I'm gonna tell you, just like I say, I keep telling people. Every time I speak on the internet, by me saying certain things, everybody want to refer. Oh, Mississippi this, Mississippi that. But
Oh,
I just
fuck
told you
that.
the story. I just told you the story of my granddaddy being
Mhm.
able to separate houses and move them
Mhm.
and put them back
No,
together.
I've
So
seen it
what?
before
So
though.
what? So these people have not seen it though, Stanley.
Oh
They
yeah,
don't
those
know.
motherfuckers have no
They don't
dude.
know. They don't,
Dude,
man.
I'm from. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia. Now, not out in the country. Like, let me. We have so much in common, and I get a month out of the year. My sister and I, at the time, spending a month down in Adel, Georgia, Cook County, Georgia. No,
Mm.
I know this shit. I love, dude. I wanted to get out of Savannah. I'm like, oh, this is country and shit. Motherfucker, I moved up to Newport, Rhode Island. Motherfucker, I couldn't wait to come home. It's like, God damn it, I hate
Man,
it.
you be just look. You get tired of look.
It's
You get
like,
tired of. You get tired of looking at
it was
people
cold
like
as shit.
cold as shit. Then
The
people steady
the
walking by.
people are like the weather up here. Those motherfuckers, dude, you in the South, you know who don't like you.
Look, and they gonna look in the South. People gonna tell you that they don't like you, and you just know not to go
Mhm.
back around there. See, we
Mhm.
straightforward. We gonna look.
Mhm.
We gonna tell you, hey, baby boy, slow yourself down. That dog ain't gonna hunt.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
keep them, send them on that hunt. Guess what gonna happen? Dog dead. We
Yep.
gonna take him on by round back like old yellow. And look, in your ass next. Leave it alone. We ain't doing none of that. All of those snake, that old slick. Look, when that's what I love about where I'm from. When people say we ain't dealing with each other or whatever, it ain't no underhanding. Nothing. Okay, you, damn you and damn you too. You stay on your side, I stay on my side. And then
Yep.
even when it comes down to the racial issues, everybody know
Yep.
stay your ass across the train tracks,
Yeah.
and we ain't coming over there for nothing but business. If you need your
Yeah,
HVAC, your pipe,
motherfucker. We've been living
yeah,
we've been living for fucking what, 200 years?
yeah. And one thing about like when they be having these racial conversations and shit on the
Mhm.
internet, it be sad to me
Mhm.
because I'm looking like everybody is about they business like right here.
Mhm.
Shit.
Yep.
Every
Yep.
every green dollar, yeah, what them some be spend the same.
Mhm.
Look, I look, but certain stuff that people say, I can understand. Like you might have a certain thing, like Stanley, you might have a certain thing against certain people. Not saying you do, but I'm saying. But what I do is, I understand that if Stanley my friend and he say, beware of this right here, I'm looking for it. I'm still handle my business and be professional.
Yes.
But the first
Motherfucker,
time,
just cuz I say it, you need
yeah,
to test it out.
I just need to look for it. I just need to be
Yes.
aware, not look for it, but
Mhm.
be aware of it. And then I can say,
Mhm.
Stan, don't you send me
Mhm.
over them fucking folk house no more. Every goddamn bed sheet and
But let me tell you
pillowcase
the
on in their
opposite
goddamn
side.
house had a Confederate flag on that something. I goddamn it. Shit, all right. But you
But
did
here's
me a
the deal
you did
though.
me a great service, Stanley, because you told
Right.
me, you warned me before.
Mhm.
But yeah, what? It be some of these people in these YouTube content spaces. They know certain people that are not good for them, and get what they'll say. Go over there, and they'll be right along with them, chuckling and shit. And
Let me tell you something. And god damn it, dude, where the fuck have you been? I know I've run into you on Drip's channel the first time. But
yeah,
god damn, dude. This 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 is Southern. You understand the fucking South?
oh, I'm real
So
southern.
many of these children And I'm talking people, even John Galt, that motherfucker's 50 years old and he doesn't understand the South.
Look, man,
I don't know
I'm
what
real south.
happened.
I'm real south, man. Look,
Well,
I go harder than
John Galt is real South, I
look.
think.
I'm real south. I'm talking about. I'm Mississippi Delta raised, and look, I go
So
harder than
Georgia's
Petro.
not real
Look,
South.
listen to what I'm saying. Look, Stanley. I go
No,
harder
I
than
get it.
petrified wood.
I'm not
Look,
mad.
I go look. I go harder than petrified wood. What's harder than that?
Pretty much nothing. I'm listening. I'll be
You
right back. I'm
understand? You
listening though.
understand? Okay. In my Mississippi tone, do you understand me? I go harder than petrified wood. Shit. And you can roll that up in your burlap sack, man. I'm telling you now. Look, all this stuff that these folk be talking about on the internet, I just be amazed at how lost some of these people are. And then, bro, it's crazy to me. Like, even that conversation with JP and Israel and Angry Man. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
Everybody from
you
the
wanna
South.
watch some of it or
Look.
what?
No, I don't like none of it because all at the same time, down south, know what we were trained, and they made a movie about it. Look, down south, we were trained. Don't you trust them New Yorkers? Cause look, we always had somebody around. Look, them city slickers. The term city slickers came from New York. They'll be right up under you and ain't got shit, a pot to piss in, a boot to throw it out of, and they'll act like they better than you off the gravy, grits and bacon that you cook. Once you fatten them up and nurture them up and get a
Okay,
little healthy.
I'm gonna ask you a goddamn question. Do you ever cook grits? And if you do, how do you cook it?
Oh man, when you cook grits, the only thing you got is about your wrist game. You boil that water first. You boil that
So,
water first.
you win the argument. Dude, my father's from Adel, Georgia, and that motherfucker cooks his grits in the microwave now. I gotta have it in a I gotta do it in a pot.
Now, yeah. See, when you do the grits though, get the water boiling first, and then get what? You add it and you whip that wrist with that
Yeah, that's the
that
fucking only
spoon.
way to do it.
Look, and you
Yeah.
whip it until you look, and you keep adding more grits in until you get to the texture, and you throw a little butter in
Ah.
there.
Mhm.
As it thickens,
Mhm.
you keep on whipping it, and
Mhm.
you thicken it up to the texture that you like. But all at the same time, throw that butter in there. Once you throw that
Yeah.
butter in there, see my whip game
Salted or
proper.
unsalted? Because I salt the water.
You can do the pink salt, sea salt. I don't do white salt. Iodine, I try not.
Oh no. I do uniodized. It's plain salt.
What I try to do sea salt. You
Hmm.
know you can get
No,
that pink
I
salt.
know exactly. Yep. Well,
Yeah,
my father's into pink salt.
yeah, that pink salt. It's kind of different. You know what I'm saying? I try not to do. And you know what I use? Look, I was getting on my wife ass about using that salt the other day. She put some salt on my goddamn food, and I damn near had a fit. Look. You know what I use salt for? I use salt for when I have visitors. If they come up in my house
Mhm.
with that bullshit, I pour that shit on the floor, and I get that broom and sweep. I get that broom and sweep that shit out the door. And you know what? They don't.
Oh
They
wow.
usually don't. They usually don't come back
Well,
after
what
this
the
shit.
fuck? What do you use, Mrs. Dash? Is the
No, I
salt
use.
substitute
Look, I use iodine
or
salt. I use
vinegar?
whites. I no. Listen, what I'm saying. I only use the box salt, the pure white salt, the iodine salt. It's like when I have visitors. If you come up in my house,
Well, no, I heard that part. What do you look? I still use salt sparingly. Kosher
now I
salt a
get
lot.
look. No, if I need a little salt or sodium in my diet, I get it
Uh-huh.
through what you put in the food. We look, I use the bell
I
peppers.
understand that.
The
I
bell peppers,
understand
the
that.
bell peppers,
I
like you can get
understand
all
that.
color pepper. You can get red bell peppers, green.
Yes.
You can get the
Yellow.
yellow
Yep.
and whatever. And what she'll usually do is she'll cut them up and then she'll mix it
Mhm.
in with the
Mhm.
so like right now tonight we eating pig feet like that was boiled in the pot.
Really?
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I
So
can't do
and
pig's feet.
I know it's everybody don't do pork. You know what I'm saying?
No, no,
But
no, no. I don't care about the pork. It's just the texture.
yeah,
And I have
the
a s-
fattiness on it. But if you
yeah, I
boil it
can't.
right,
It's
you can get majority of the fat out of it. If you boil it right. But the only
mhm,
thing when it come down to like pig feet, if you
mhm,
go if you don't like the fattiness of it
mhm,
with them
mhm,
butter beans or whatever, just
mhm.
go ahead eat it at night. Because if you put it in the
Well,
refrigerator, the fat
let me
going
tell you something interesting about it. It's because it's so weird. Chitlins I've had once, pig's feet. I've had a couple times. It's just not something my mother used to feed me. But the
right.
funny thing is, my brother's 13 years younger. My mother
Hey,
fucking
eat that
ate
shit up.
jars of pig's feet. When she was pregnant with my brother, I was just starting high school. So strawberry ice cream and fucking pig's feet. It was
Look,
just
look,
what
look, look,
she
look,
ate.
look, look,
But
look,
I've
look, look.
never been able to develop a taste for it. I like the
Mr.
taste. I
Stanley,
don't like the texture.
with all due respect, see that Negro will coming out of that Negro will coming out of.
Motherfucker,
That's
I
all
don't
they
give a
get.
fuck what you say now.
Look, it was coming out of shit. They just added vinegar because look when them folk when them white folk were thinking that certain they
Yeah. Yeah.
I had an argument with somebody on a Discord the other day about like as long as people think they shitting on you, they'll give you the
Mhm.
cream of the crop. But once they see that you are not going to squander off the things
Mhm.
that they think they are shitting on you with, they won't give it to you at all. So all of these delicacies that white folks deem as a delicacy, that was damn near slave food. You- But look, if they thought it was going to
What?
be something that was going to be beneficial to
Oh,
you, they wouldn't have let
let
you
me give
eat
you a good
like
example.
lobster,
Yep.
shellfish. That was slave
Mhm.
food.
Mhm.
But guess what? Every
Well,
one of these
fucking
people,
oxtails and shit like that.
oxtail, that was the butter of the goddamn bull.
Dude, you used to be able to get oxtails. You can get a pound of oxtails for $1 when I
And
was a
get what?
kid.
Now,
No one was
now,
eating
get
that
what they
shit.
do. Now, what they do at Sam Club. The biggest portion of oxtail, you got to ring the goddamn button and say, "I want oxtail." And then when the white folk come up there with their little black
Really?
card or whatever, get what they do? They give them a goddamn oxtail that look like it came off a goddamn woolly mammoth, big ass oxtail. Yeah, but they put the regular shit. Man, long time
It's
oxtail.
a grown ox.
Yeah, oxtail. I remember when we was eating oxtails and ham hocks and shit. Boy, two babies can bite off that motherfucker for 2 nights in 2 days. But now, shit, you get that wrong baby that oxtail shit, they gonna be fighting in the living room. Hell no. That food is different now. They shortchanging us, man. I already know what it is.
Look, these motherfuckers. I'm gonna say something silly, but dude, y'all don't know. Parenting is the biggest problem in America. They don't know how to feed their kids.
I know they probably mad at me in the chat. I ain't looking at it though. I ain't give a fuck.
No. Fred's not. Fred's from Alabama. He's not mad.
No, if you got a name like Fred, boy, you shit.
No. Hold on before you go too far. No,
I wasn't finna joke. I wasn't. Look,
Fred is solid.
I'm saying, but if he got a name like Fred, that's what I'm saying. After leaving,
wait, hold on. You gonna judge a man on his name?
Hold on. After that's what I'm saying. A person like Fred
Oh
usually
Lord,
be an upstanding person, bro. But after leaving Stanley, the only place you got else to go is to the Amish community. You got to go back.
No, Fred is Alabama. He's black. He's solid. I don't have any criticism of Fred.
Now, look, Fred. I'm telling you,
No,
Fred.
that mother dude, don't make Fred mad. I invited him to come up.
I ain't trying to make Fred
Motherfucker,
mad.
don't
I'm
bring
just messing with Fred
up mad.
Tell Fred to come up here. God damn, I'm trying to talk.
No, I asked him to. I'm not telling Fred to do shit.
Look, tell Fred, I'm from the real South, the Jim Crow South.
No, motherfucker, he's from the actual Jim Crow South. He's about your age. Motherfucker, don't be talking shit. Don't make Fred come up here and kick your ass. He can't, he's capable.
This is what I'm saying.
Look, and you know me, I'm kind of fearless, but no, you don't want this.
Nah, I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back and forth with no Fred. Shit.
He's not going back and forth. He
totally dominates.
No, he doesn't he's like you. He's true South.
Look. Hold
I'm
on.
true
Stan,
South.
I got to cut that out right there, Stan. But I'm gonna tell you, look.
What's that?
When Jesus made me, he broke the mold. He said that's all that is. There will not be any more. When he made me, I don't know what he was doing in the back of the pottery shop after I was made, but the mold that made me, he threw that shit in the furnace. So y'all might be some remakes or some a little piece of me, but no. Shit. When I got broke out of the mold, when I got broke out of the mold stand, that's all there is. There isn't.
Well, let me be careful. Was the mold really broken, or did they rebuild the mold?
Now, everybody got a little piece of ashes. That's me, though. They got a little ignorance in them, but that ain't me. Shit, that ain't me. No. I'm burning hot like a jet stove. I'm hot like that. I don't get I don't play them guys.
You know, actually, that reminds me of someone I need to email for an interview.
You just interview me right now without even
Well, motherfucker, you know what? You know who Chocolate Earth is, right?
Yes, I know who she is. I don't got no smoke with her. She think I
Oh
don't
no,
like
no.
She
She
she's cute to
no.
me, but she's just
No,
crazy.
she is, dude. She is
A demon?
like no. She is
on my mindset. She's a demon.
So how
all
you
right.
doing,
Well,
Stanley? You
hey, what's
on a
up, Twerk Man?
marathon? You on a marathon Navy watch tonight or what?
No, I'm having a good time with my friends. Be a
Right
friend.
on.
And I'm
Having a
trying to
happy
get Fred to
Kwanzaa
come
or
up here.
whatever.
I'm sorry, what?
Are y'all having a happy Kwanzaa or whatever?
The
Hanukkah, Christmas.
Nope. We are staying away from look.
Oh wait,
Okay.
don't do it. Don't do it, King Rooster.
Hold on. We are staying away from candlelit fires and everything. That shit burns down houses every year around
What
Christmas.
the
No,
fuck?
we are not. We are
Wait,
not lighting up
when
shit.
have I ever said Happy Kwanzaa to a man?
Well, I
So
just
he
thought we need to be fair and balanced,
Who is
and
we? Who
we
is
gotta
we?
say
And when have
Happy
I been fair?
Kwanzaa.
Okay, son, I Kwanzaa. Come
no,
on
he
now, 12th
sounds like
man.
a happy
You've
Frenchman.
known me. You've known me for quite some time, 12th man. When have I ever done a Kwanzaa show?
I don't know. I'm
Okay,
curious
motherfucker,
what it
you
looks
do know.
like.
See, that's the problem, 12th man. The answer is never. So why
No,
would
I
you come up
never
here
heard
to
you say.
why would you come up here talking about Kwanzaa if you've never heard me do a Kwanzaa show?
What
What
does
would
a
possess
Kwanzaa look
what? Oh,
like?
dude, I'm about to beat your ass. What would possess you to come up talking about Kwanzaa in Stanley versus the world has never even thought about a Kwanzaa show, let alone one you've seen? Why
Well,
would you
let's
do
say
that?
Merry Christmas,
I
everybody.
motherfucking have theories about why you would come up talking on my show about Kwanzaa. Would you like to know what my theories are?
Sure, go ahead.
You're a racist.
Oh,
Oh, he's a oogity boogity boo fella.
Oh, dude. We've talked about this before. And dude,
Listen, what I'm saying. I don't care
why
about
the
being
fuck?
racist.
I am still wondering. We've known each other for damn near 2 years, and I don't have anything against Kwanzaa. It's just not something I've done. But you want to come up here and talk about Kwanzaa. Did you think this was
well, happy
CT show?
Hanukkah or whatever.
Bitch. When have I celebrated Hanukkah? See, 12th man, you need to do better at reading the room. Don't be stupid when you come up here. I've literally never celebrated Hanukkah or Kwanzaa. I've never celebrated Christmas for
So it's
that matter.
Merry Christmas
Well,
this
no,
weekend, right?
motherfucker. You think you can come up here? You keep confusing me with John Galt. Do all black men look alike to you?
Not really.
Well, then, motherfucker, don't come up here talking about a holiday since you've known me, I've never even talked about. Stop it, 12th man. It's racist.
We'll have to look up what a Kwanzaa looks
Motherfucker,
like.
I don't give a shit what you look up. Look it up before you come up here talking about the Kwanzaa shit. 12th man, 12th man, you know I don't have this kind of patience. Don't be stupid is the first rule.
Yeah, and don't allow people that celebrate Kwanzaa into your country, right?
Well,
Sinless.
motherfucker, you mentioned it. Are you in my see? You think that's clever. Motherfucker, you have celebrated Kwanzaa by talking about it a couple times. You keep bringing it up. You have celebrated it more than I ever have.
Well, I hope they
Happy
have a happy
Kwanzaa,
Kwanzaa.
bitch. Enough. Motherfucker, recover your sanity. You cannot recover from your racist attitudes. You have said Kwanzaa more probably in the last 5 minutes than I've ever said in my life. Happy Kwanzaa, boy. Dude, I fucking hate it when people do that dumb shit. It's so goddamn annoying. And this motherfucker, you don't seem racist to me. That's because you're an idiot, apparently. See, I don't like dumb people. Oh my lord. King Rooster is falling asleep. Dude, it's about time to shut down this dumb fuck Chatter King. He don't seem racist to me. Go back to fucking CT's channel, sir. Anything else, 12th man?
Not really. I just came up to wish you a happy Merry Christmas, and I
How
see
close
you're
are
on
we?
the late night movie watch or
Probably.
Navy watch.
No, I took a nap. Wasn't gonna do a show. I saw your email, by the way. You were my motivation. The
Well, I'm
point
glad I
is,
could perk you up a little bit.
no, I was tired. I was up quite late last night, or at this point, the night before.
Yeah, I
On
sleep a
the
lot
show of
during the
all
day
places.
myself, especially this time of year, Stanley. I hibernate like a bear.
Yeah, it doesn't quite get that cold here.
-7, -11 degrees. And I'm
Well,
like,
bless your heart.
just trying to
It
stay
is
warm.
it is a
Uh,
balmy, let's see here. Balmy 37
Cuddling up with
degrees.
the dog and all that. 37. Jeez,
Yep.
that's a heat wave.
I imagine it is.
Yeah, I wish I could get 37 degrees.
Yeah, well, move to Georgia, you'll get it.
I love Georgia. Georgia football's pretty good too. You know, a lot of people from the NFL come out of Georgia and Alabama, and they end up getting a lot of money.
Yeah, well, money is the root of all goodness, right?
Well, I wouldn't mind having a little more money.
Yeah.
You could send me a cash app, Stanley.
You have survived this long without it. It'll be okay. So anyway, let's have a look. I think JP comes in, and this is kind of where we're gonna fold this up. Man, I am swervy.
People that love to talk about white people as if they, or talk about black people in the sense of, oh, y'all do ignorant stuff. Comparative to who? Comparative to who? Because
Compared, not compared. God damn it! This fucking
has
this lack of skills in English. It's part of the reason I don't like watching fucking Izzy. These motherfuckers couldn't speak English. Might be too late at at their age.
Isn't
Compared?
it called Ebonics or something like that?
No, it's
Stanley?
not called Ebonics. I've heard white people use bad English too.
a silver Rolex instead of a gold one. There are white men that will look down on other white men because they could afford this particular type of car and you couldn't afford this particular type of car. White men play the status game too. And to pretend that they
listen to this dumb fuck. White men play the status game too. Motherfucker, they invented status in this country. Ignorance is no substitute for intelligence. Oh, that's a joke.
Don't is ridiculous. See, the problem is a lot of you savages are so ignorant. You think that just because a white guy has on a plain shirt that doesn't have a logo on it, that he bought it from Walmart.
Right.
And what you don't realize is that that plain shirt he has on probably costs more than the shirt that had the logo on it.
Facts. $1,000.
So white people flex too. They just flex in a different way. White people brag too. They just brag in a different way. We just live in a society where they have not been pathologized.
Listen to this moron making excuses for white people. White people understand us too. This is the dumbest fucking bullshit. But the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And look at John Gall. He's looking down like, ooh, he's superior. 3 dummies. Well, 2.5 men. Izzy isn't a total dummy.
To the point where every single thing they do is under the microscope and is a reflection of their quote unquote ignorance. We only do this with black people.
Facts. And that's what I was saying the other day, by the way, Angry.
It's
But yo, so John Gold, this is the thing,
moronic
right?
point.
So let me tell you why I say that you're lying. You often speak about be brave, and you try to compare a so-called black people to be brave as if he's somebody
That's
to
your
aspire.
hero, isn't it, Stanley?
You
Be
speak
brave.
on the white men, the white people in your audience.
You know
and
what?
try
Let
to
me-
get us
Oh,
to
let
want
me
to
help you here.
Seek validation from those white people and what they think about us
Let
and
me
how
let
they
me ask you, and let me approach this kind of from an odd angle. Are you my hero, 12th man?
No, I thought be brave was your
Well, let me
hero.
know, motherfucker. Just yes or no, and then stop at no, because I think I heard you say
I'll
no.
bet I'll be your hero.
Okay, motherfucker, I
Why?
don't care about the rest of the bullshit. Are you my hero, 12th man?
Yeah, I'll be your hero, brother. What the
I
hell?
didn't ask you if you would be. I asked if you are or have been. Let's add an
Okay,
extra
yeah,
wrinkle.
I'm your hero. What now?
Okay, then you are as fucking overestimating yourself as be brave. The answer is no. You're not heroes. You take care of your own selves. You are
I
not
rescue
heroes.
you from a
Okay,
fire.
motherfucker, I'm talking. You may not talk over me.
Yes, sir.
Be brave speaks for be brave. No one thinks be brave is a hero. You speak for yourself and you take care of yourself. No one thinks you're a hero. Fucking John Galt is a demented, pathological drug addict and beer hound. Beer hound is a nice way of saying alcoholic. And Izzy Band's good business. And and fucking angry man. His name says it all. He's angry.
feel about us wearing hats and how they feel about this. You say it's not
Hey,
personal, but yet
Stanley,
you
I
say
don't
personal
get to
things
talk.
when we're not around. The difference between you and me
Oh,
is
you
I have
had
no
something
problem
to
saying it
say?
to your face.
My bad. I thought, well, you have something to say, so go ahead and say it, sir.
Well, I'd rescue you from a fire, but that's about it. And just so you
Well,
know, I could be
motherfucker,
your hero.
when you can rescue me from a fire, I will go 12 man. But I'm not in a fire currently.
If I saw you in
bring the
person, I'd
whole
say
fire
everything
department.
to your face, and I dare you to say something or do something
You
back.
might
That's
be
the
the
difference
only
between
fire
us,
department.
right? We're much different, right? I don't pull no punches. I don't talk behind nobody back, and I ain't scared of a damn thing, right? So at the end of the day, the problem with you is, again, you'll talk real greasy and slick when we're not around, but then when we come in your face to talk to you and converse with you, then you try to back it up
back up from it like you.
Oh, let me make a point here. John Galt, as soon as his ass got tossed off this panel, he went back to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and talked greasy. How this motherfucker can keep a whatever that is, drugs in his mouth. See, John Galt looks defiant, like he actually has. This motherfucker is a degenerate. He's losing ground. He's not as sharp as he was a year ago. He needs
I
a
was
doctor.
him, Stanley.
Motherfucker, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. John Galt
Hey,
is
Stanley.
losing ground. Well, motherfucker, why are you talking when I'm talking? Didn't we just go through this yesterday or the day before?
Or
John
another
Galt,
time.
okay, bitch, I will drop you if you keep this up. First warning. John Galt is losing ground. Mentally, of course. Physically, possibly. Dude, this motherfucker let Izzy Bands kick his ass. Not only did Izzy Bands fucking kick John's ass, John started acting stupid, and Izzy Bands just kicked him off the panel and didn't let him back. John has devolved. Unimpressive. The only people who fucking think John Galt is a genius right now are Ponder and Let's Talk About It. Oh, and you know, I don't have time tonight, but Let's Talk About It. Latino for Trump wrote a serenade talking about Stanley. Dude, John, you're a weakling and you're devolving. Be stronger. Go sober.
You didn't say it. You literally said that about the John Galt effect. Like I cut my hair because you said something about my hat. How sus is that? That's a sus comment. Like I don't think about you like that. Like you're not on my mind like that, bro. Why would you say, yo, because I said Izzy in the hat, what he got up under that hat? He ain't got nothing up under that hat. He cut his hair. Like, come on, man. What's wrong with you? Who raised you? Shout out to Jay Prince. Let's get it. Let's get it cracked.
And then you got individuals saying,
yeah, this is gonna get good.
Then you got individuals saying stuff
hold
like,
on, man. Like
then you have individuals saying stuff like, oh, blacks and Latins are flashy as hell. What's more flashy than putting your name on a building?
Hold on, man. Listen.
What's more flashy than having your name written?
Hold on. Look. Why don't we reset the table, right? Why don't we reset the table and let's have this debate right here? Like you got it. Like, but let's make it.
Here is
discussion.
John Galt has the smartest nigger syndrome. He literally thinks he's the smartest person on this panel. And he gets handled. Okay, motherfucker, I will drop you. You're not the smartest person on the panel right now. I'm talking. Please listen. Okay, no. You can respond once I'm done. I'm taking host privilege, sir. John Galt thinks he's the smartest nigger on this panel right now. And he gets a rude awakening when Izzy Bands bounces his ass because John Galt couldn't figure out how to answer a question. John Galt is a demented, pathological, mostly high and extremely drunk motherfucker. And he's losing it. Motherfucker isn't even as sharp as he was a year ago. Oof. Hard to see. I've watched this motherfucker devolve over the last year. What you got to say, 12 man?
Well, I was just gonna say if I was John Galt, I'd just
Motherfucker, you're not John Galt. Why would you put yourself? Why would you put yourself through the physical pain and the mental anguish?
Well, I'm just saying, obviously, it has a
Why
lot
are
of
you just
assets.
saying this? You just saying because you need to have
He
something to
could
say?
happily retire in Alabama or somewhere if he wants.
Okay, you are way lost. John Galt shouldn't go up on panels. He's not bright. He's losing it slowly but surely. That's my point. You can't defend this sort of degenerate behavior. Motherfucker, why aren't you with your kids? And those kids, and I'm guessing the baby mamas don't want John around. That's why his dumbass has so much time on YouTube. Don't come around my babies, is what the African said to him.
I don't see him live that
Motherfucker,
much
I don't give a fuck what you
anymore,
have to
Stanley.
say. I'm sorry, what?
I don't see him live very much anymore, Stanley. I mean, seems like
Well, I don't know how to respond to that. Am I supposed to be happy? Should you be happy?
I don't know.
Tell me how to respond. I'll be right back.
Happy
Well,
Kwanzaa.
you're right, because I don't use that word. You're right. I don't have debates, right? But let's have this discussion right here. We got them all aligned. We got the two sides, right?
Hold on,
let's
give me
keep
a
us
second.
separated, and let's do this thing. Let's not interrupt it with super chats and all this shit. And let's have this discussion.
Hold
right?
on, we can, but give me a second. Let me set the premise. Yo, shout out to Jay Prince. Welcome to the show. Shout out to John Galt. This is the thing, man. I don't like that damn whatchamacallit. That whatchamacallit be messing up the stream. The Mars. I don't mind if y'all simulcast. That Mars, can you simulcast without the Mars though, joint? Because you know that the Mars joint where it does the vertical and
I'm
the
not simulcasting.
No, I'm talking to JP.
Oh.
Yo, can you just do the regular? I don't care if you know what I'm saying, you up here, you get credit, but can you do the regular one instead of the Mars?
You about to confuse?
Hey, nah, don't do that. Hey, yo, listen. If y'all know it's gonna be lit. It's JP, is JP, is John Go, is Angry Man, and myself. It's about to be lit. So if y'all got any comments that you want highlighted in red, do so through the super chat or through the Cash App. And y'all got to be patient, all right?
But let's have a discussion without all the interrupting, man. Come on, let's do it the right way now.
Yo, hold on. Yo, family. See, this is what I'm saying with you. Yo, you don't run anything over here. You got to relax. I got you, but you got to relax. Shout out to Uda. What's up, Uda? What's going on, man?
I don't know. Off.
All right, don't worry about it. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it. It's cool. But listen. If y'all want your comments highlighted in the red, I'm not gonna interrupt. I'm gonna fall back a little bit because I know how Angry Man got y'all. But I'm gonna play kind of the moderator since it's my channel a little bit, and I'm gonna get in where I fit in. But listen, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give everybody time, equal time. Nobody can interrupt anybody. We're gonna let everybody rock and say their opinion, okay? Then we're gonna let people, whoever's talking to be able to retort, rebut. We're gonna break after that and read the super chat or the Cash App if it comes in, and then we'll go back to it. Is that fair enough? Everybody agree with that? Y'all good with that? Y'all good with that?
Yeah. Okay.
All right, y'all can't be kicked off. Y'all can't be bountied. So let's get it. Let's go. All right. So Jay Prince.
John Galt thought he was the boss of things. John Galt thinks he is the star of every panel he goes on. It is so sad. And in the end, John Galt, Izzy kicks dumb nigga Galt off the panel because dumb nigga Galt is so fucking drunk at the end, he thinks it's his show. That was the only excuse, I imagine.
Prince for president. I'll let Jay Prince for president, since he just got up here. I'll let him have the floor and let him tell us all the great stuff that he was saying behind our back to our face. You got it.
To be honest with you, I really don't care to talk about y'all like that. To be honest, I'm just being real. but we're gonna have a conversation. We're gonna have a conversation. I did mention something about y'all, and when you was talking, when Angry Man was talking about, what white folks do, I think that when I look at y'all older men and stuff like that, I think that y'all are very shallow. That time I asked you and Hink a question, I asked y'all to tell me something about yourselves, and you was hesitant, you was fumbling on your words, you didn't have much to say. But when you was talking about JP, it just flows, freestyle.
Let me just tell y'all. I watched this earlier and I'm rewatching it. JP is the most illiterate. How can you be boring and illiterate? Sometimes if you're illiterate, you can kind of just, joke about the dialect or the fucking, atrocious use of language. I'm bored. This motherfucker is stupid, ignorant, and illiterate. And dude, someone told this motherfucker he had talent, and it was either John Galt or fucking CT. And both of them are not the brightest bulbs on the Hanukkah tree. So
Hanukkah tree. What's a
it's
Hanukkah tree look
it's
like,
a motherfucking
Stanley?
joke, dude. It's a joke. Don't get too wrapped around the axle. So anyway, I'm gonna wrap this up. I thought I was gonna be able to
Oh,
go through longer. Yeah, JP is a fucking idiot. Books can't help this motherfucker, and alcohol and drugs. In the end, John Galt gets his ass tossed off of Izzy Band's panel because John Galt was too drunk to answer a question. It was sad. I saw it. And by the way, Latino for Trump was in the chat. He got his ass kicked too in the chat. Motherfucker. Latino can barely speak English. John Galt is puffing, too busy puffing drugs to fucking speak. JP is illiterate. And y'all let Angry Man fucking embarrass y'all. I'm done. So anyway, 12th man,
hey,
salute.
Stanley, you forgot to email me your address so I can send you some Alaska gummies.
I'll send it to you. So
Yeah, it can
in
be
the
a
end,
P.O. box or whatever. I don't want to know where you live or nothing, Stanley. But I
gotcha.
wouldn't mind mailing you a Christmas present or whatever.
Well, let's save it for birthday. For my birthday.
When's your birthday?
In March. So we got some
Yeah, I
time.
can't
It'll give me
wait till
time to
March.
it'll be enough time for me to get a PO box. So
Well,
I
you can
am
send
out of
me
here.
your home address too. It's not like I'm gonna show up from Alaska at your doorstep.
True.
Although you do cook pretty good, though. I might have to visit Georgia for that.
We tend to do events. So folks, it is very late. And may wind up being a repeat of I think I'll do a show today, but I might not. But in any case, 12th man, salute. Let me
Yeah,
also
salute, brother.
bring up our to this. These people literally inspired me to do a show. DiCapriono and Mike123, salute. If you're catching the replay, leave comments. Support the show by supporting the host. The Cash App is in the crawl at the bottom. Email me. The email for show ideas and all that stuff in the crawl at the bottom. 12th man salute. And I might do a show tomorrow afternoon. If I don't, I will see you on Monday. 1:30 or so. So bye.
All right.